is my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, I've views, that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. I've my views, that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to Vienna singing, ooh. Gotta know all this propaganda, how do you do? Better get away my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose, don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose, don't mind if I do. Free as the wind and as strong as a piece of amber. Give me a breath like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be on a flight soon to Vienna singing, ooh. Gotta know all this propaganda, how do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose, don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose, don't mind if I do.
Blame it on me. You're just too scared to be lonely. No one's safe from the reaper. Not a saint nor a sinner. Rage under my skin, slowly descend into madness. Let it spread like a virus. Be a friend with the violence. Help, there's blood on my hands. Somebody save me from myself. I'm off of the meds and it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious? Change, can you swear some? Never mind, I forgot where I came from.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the start of the Six Invitational 2026 Last Chance Qualifiers. I'm here from the LAN studios here inside of Malta. It is bright early in the morning here. It's 5:15. It's dark outside. I'm tired. I spent all day traveling yesterday, but it doesn't matter because we're here. We've got some banging siege coming your way. And now I couldn't get my cohort to get up early with me at this ridiculous time in the morning. So I've dragged in some talent from online. I've brought one of our amazing other European casters into the fold. So Mr. Puffobob, he's asleep again. This is what happens when you bring European onto APAC streams. They're just always constantly asleep. Like, it's early in the morning, we get it, sure, but this is what energy drinks are for, guys. So, Puffo, we're on.
Hello, and hey, what's happening?
Hello, welcome on to the stream, good sir. I can see you've got a lovely co-caster behind you, looking absolutely fresh as always.
Yeah. I brought on this cool guy. His name is Traviiiii.
Yeah?
He's great European caster as well. He invited me to this APL show, but I rather just break into the Blast studio myself. So, I'm excited to be here today. And honestly, I think we've got ourselves some banger matches.
I think we've got ourselves some banger matches as well. Now, I'm going to pre-warn all of you folks at home that things are going to probably be a little bit scuffed here. It's a one-man stream team here inside of the studio. As I say, we're going to bring people in throughout the day. So, Puffer, you will get a bit of sleep later on, don't you worry. Now, we're going to be going through the Asia bracket, right? Obviously, we've got APAC, 3 sub-regions in between the whole lot, right? You've got North, OS, and Asia itself as well. We're going to be going with the latter of those 3 options. We're going to be going through Asia, just started, and there's 8 teams lined up, so we've got 3 games coming.
Yeah, we've got 1 quarterfinals, which we'll be beginning with, then followed onto the semifinals, both best of ones, by the way, so quick matches, but a lot of action. And for the grand final later on, we have ourselves a best of 3 Traviiiii. So also, we don't get to see those T1 teams. There's gonna be no CAG, there's gonna be no Weibo, there's gonna be nothing like that. Today, we have good old APL set and raw, even teams like Daystar making an appearance, which I'm excited to see. But right now, for the first one, what will we be seeing, Traviiiii?
we are going to be having what's hopefully going to be quite a bit of a bagger. We've got No Cap, which is the ex-Souls Heart roster. They've unfortunately had to part ways with the organisation, and they're going to be going up against Hasib Warriors. Now, both these teams, if you've watched a lot of APAC before, you will be familiar with them, going through the Ringer in Challenger Series way earlier in 2025 to make their spot in the APL found. They've had a big mixed bag of success throughout the year, right? None of them either are making any international events, really struggling against the likes of your Weibos and your Elevates here inside of the Asia sub-region. But overall, this one, I think it's just going to be a fun little game to start the day, right?
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, I like that even though it is like 5 in the morning for us, they are right now fully packed with action, probably stacked with energy drinks, like you mentioned. And at the same time, they're going into a best of one that is very relentless. Like, this type of format doesn't allow you second chances. Your rounds are your lifelines, and you need to make the most of them.
It's incredibly cutthroat here in the APAC qualifiers. You've got 2 days to get yourselves through to the next round. You need to be winning these tournament days. Otherwise, you're cooked. You drop one of these best of ones, you have to put all of your eggs on tomorrow. And that's one shot. And if you fail then as well, that's it. Your Six Invitational dreams, your chances at going to Paris, done, dusted, see you later. It's a very tight format for these teams. And as you say, Puffo, one mistake can cause everything, but because it is best of ones, anything can happen.
Right, it's been kind of like an FPS tradition that anyone can win a best of one against anyone. Like, we're talking normal pub lobby against a T1 can somehow manage a best of one. So things can go south, and both these teams don't really get a proper warm-up and a meeting to each other to set into the match since the very first round. So first couple of rounds, I imagine, are going to be a bit jiffy, a bit rusty maybe even, which I hope not. But at the same time, again, you got to settle in against your enemies. You kind of get paced to their tempo and see how they play, which is going to make for some exciting matchups, but at the same time, going into a best of one, you'd want to get to know them. So I hope they've been doing their homework from the previous seasons, but in general, you know, I'm looking forward to it because this is my first impression of these teams. I'll be honest, you know, I haven't been over towards Asia a lot. I've been more on the EML side of things, so this is going to be exciting.
EML's boring. Who wants to watch EML? Who wants to watch Siege with normally pretty solid fundamentals? The only reason you'd ever watch EML is for this really great T2 team I've heard of called the Hawaiians. Like, I don't know why else you would want to watch
you're
EML.
Not spreading this propaganda right now. I know it's your stream, but the only thing you got to do... If we're talking about the Hawaiians, let's talk about the setups of their players, you know, Logitech Office mouse and keyboard.
Oh, yeah. I mean... Yeah, Unnamed Keyboard was certainly something, that event. No further comments on that one.
Yeah, let's just keep it on that. But honestly, you know, you guys made it into T2 officially, so it's a win.
It's a win. We can now use it as bragging rights. T2 player, officially.
Ooh. What? Did you bring the Hawaiian shirt with you?
I was really tempted to. I think if we had other people here from the Hawaiians, they didn't want to be the sole representative. I wanted there to be a few of us. Although Amguns did bring his to... Was it Amguns or Slows that bought... It was Slows, wasn't it, that bought his to Munich and repping the Hawaiians on the big stage up in the Munich Major. And I don't actually know if Slows is here this afternoon. If you're wondering, folks at home, EML finals are this weekend. I would say get your tickets, come along, but it's probably a bit last-minute notice now.
Yeah, it's just a tiny bit too late.
Just a tiny bit. You've got a few hours.
For anyone that is here, for anyone that is here, I mean, honestly, it's about to be a blastful week, and sadly I couldn't make it because school and money. I know, sorry.
No, but you know what you can make it to, Puffo, alongside with a bunch of other amazing teams. You can make it to Paris. The Six Invitational itself, which is what all of this is for. Obviously, you folks at home will be aware that this is the LCQ for the Invitational, right? This is your last chance spot. Those 4 empty columns at the bottom of the screen, that is what these teams are fighting for. All of these teams from Asia, OS and North, they're all going to be fighting for that singular final spot out of APAC because they can't win at APL because they're not in the regional finals. They need to do it through the LCQ the hard way.
Yep, the hard way. And honestly, that's the only way here. Like you said, one team for each spot going through regions and into Paris, which will be an exciting time. Paris is huge. Unfortunately, on the weekend of love, but that just shows our love for Rainbow Six Siege going into such a huge event right now. EU has been treated so nicely. And honestly, I don't want these times to go away, but we're going out with a bang right now. I'm crossing my fingers that Falcons don't drop another grand final. And take a look at all these teams, right? We have even APL is getting treated so nicely, right? We have Enterprise going in. We also have Weibo. We're going to see another team. I'm hoping that we also get a bit of a rise because going into Munich, we saw teams like, I do believe it was Weibo actually kind of putting up a fight at a moment. And, these are the type of moments we live for.
Yeah, that's it. APAC's really on the region, or sort of in my mind, on the upwards trajectory the last couple of weeks and months. As Weibo have, as you said to Puffo, they've been showing a lot of promise lately, where they've been really getting better at their crafts. They've been together for ages. Enterprise as well, really returning to those Bliss glory days of like early 2024 at that Invitational. They're on the uprise. We've got CAG, who were at the finals of Reload, which, say what you want about the legitimacy of that event in terms of compared to a major, but you cannot deny they had a really, really good run-in at Reload back in Brazil. APAC as a region doing phenomenally as of late, and I honestly cannot wait to see what they bring to the table in Paris, because an underdog upset story, they're my favourite stories in all of esports, in all of Siege, and I really, really hope that we get to see just a little taste of that in Paris.
Yeah, Traviiiii was the biggest hater for winners going into Munich. Any team that was actually good and we were rooting for, Traviiii's like, no, I prefer the underdogs. And honestly, we got respect that. We have to respect an underdog because they're coming in on worse conditions, lower chances, being kind of voted against, and them coming off with such high mentality, such high hopes is honestly inspiring. So this is what, again, once more, we live for here going into this matchup, and especially going into today, right? Maybe we're not going to be seeing Paris and SI. It's not going to be this live grand event, but we're still going to have ourselves that excitement, players doing their best to make it to the top. So honestly, crossing my fingers here because these best of ones, I mean, it is a bit map dependent. If we get our clubhouse, it might not be as exciting as a border, but at the same time, it's up to the teams to bring the excitement.
Yeah, these teams are going to hopefully show us something really, really fun today. Obviously, it has been we had an entire new season since the last time these teams have played. There's been a map pool change of all things. We've taken Skyscraper out of the pool. Fortress is now in, one of the new reworks added here in Operation Tenfold Pursuit. So really, really exciting time to be a competitive fan. Obviously, best of ones, I'm not expecting it to be brought out just yet, but you never know what will happen in the best of three later on today.
Honestly, I hope it happens. Border right now, or not Border, Skyscraper, look, as much as I love it, it was way too picked for utility things. It's been way too defender-sided. We wanted more balance. We wanted more variety. And what better way to introduce the new Siege changes than with the newest rework here coming in as Fortress. Again, a beautiful map, in my opinion, has been lovely. And I think mostly not only the competitive side of things, but even the casual community has recognized it as a map with a lot of potential.
Yeah, I've been playing it a lot in the last couple of days. Obviously, we've got the Discovery playlist in the game now, right, where you can just queue Fortress 24/7, get a real good feel for the map. It feels like old Fortress. You're not immediately lost on it like some of the reworks we've had in the past. It's familiar. Yeah. It still does feel like Fortress and very much falls into the same kind of pitfalls that original Fortress did. However, it's got these improvements, improved verticality. There's a lot less choke and funnel points inside of the map. I'm really excited to see it, how it unfolds in competitive play, and it's one of those where, for me, it's my favourite part about Siege. Evolve or die. You have to keep up with the trends. You have to keep up with the new changes in the game, because compared to some other esports, we make a lot of changes in Siege. Things are rapidly evolving, and simply put, if you can't keep up, you're just going to be left behind.
100%. And right, we're going into the early stage of Fortress as well, meaning we're going to see these teams evolve. We're going to see how they change and how the meta shifts as time passes through. So even T1 teams still need to kind of get adapted, take their time, really learn the intricacies of the map, just like they did with Lair, just like they did with Nighthaven. And take a look at Nighthaven Labs right now. It is probably one of the most played maps within competitive and loved by absolutely everyone.
Everyone loves Labs. I mean, I've, from the get-go, been a sayer of Labs is like up there with Clubhouse. It's one of the best maps in the game. But even you look at Lair, at the start of its introduction into competitive, it was a little bit pushed to the side. No one really wanted to play Lair all that much. It was a bit scary. And don't get me wrong, there are still some haters of Lair. And just to put it out there, they are wrong. But...
Yes, they are wrong.
Dianic. It's right, we can give her grief for that later when she's on the stream at a further point in time. But yeah, Lair's a great map, and hopefully it's nice to just see this change coming into the pool. If you ask me, we should be making them more often. Let's rotate maps in. Theme Parks just had an update to the CGX graphics, so I wouldn't mind seeing that back into the map pool at some point. And no doubt they're going to continue to update maps and seasons. And speaking of new fun things, Puffo, there's something else that's coming in for APAC this SI, and I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but we actually have a new region joining the fold. For the first time ever in Siege history, a team from China can qualify to an international S-tier event. The GVC is taking place later on this year, I believe sort of middle of the month here in December, and they will be going towards the APAC SI Last Chance Qualifier, the closed off section of it later on, meaning, and that is a China exclusive competition, meaning the teams that win that 2 top finalists will be playing against the rest of APAC for a spot in Paris for the first time.
All right, let's go. Big ups to the content of Asia. I mean, or continent, my bad. Again, English is a bit broken down here when it's 5 in the morning. But general-wise, again, this is just good news. We've been receiving so many good news after... I don't know if I can drop it. Can I drop the F-bomb?
Go for it.
You know, after we heard the developers simply say, fuck cheaters, it has been only good. I haven't seen as many complaints on Twitter, and seeing as dreadful of a place that Twitter or X can be, that is extremely good. I played the game myself. I did enjoy ranked, but honestly, who does? And on the casual side of things, I mean, the game has just been going up and up and up, even after the couple of downs it has had. That doesn't stop Siege from improving, and we're back on track again, expanding even to new places. And honestly, big ups to China.
Big ups, yeah. It's really awesome to see a new region getting involved. And for me, the excitement is not having a clue how they're going to perform, because very much most of the streams, China have had Siege events for, I believe, a few years going now, all the way back when. And they have been, I've seen clips here and there of it, and it's always restricted within China to the viewing of it. So it's never been co-streamed in English as far as I'm aware. So it's going to be the first time we're seeing the wider international community get a look into how that region's performing. They could come in, sweep the entirety of all these APAC hometown hero favourites and qualify to Paris. That would be a legendary story, right? You come in, you set your new region up, because what was the last time we had a new region added? 2 years ago when we saw MENA added, and look at what they did. We had Falcons, that roster at the time that I believe is now Twisted Minds. They made top 8 at their first major. We had Geekay make top 8 at their major, and then we had a top 6 finish from MENA at the very first invitational they were a part of. These new regions, because you've got nothing to work on when you're doing prep on them, they can bring some wacky stuff, and it can work.
Yeah, and again, it's setting new grounds, right? China are coming in as these unexpected players, maybe even looked down upon by many, because, again, they haven't really had the T1 experience as we've seen it right now with players in Munich, like as your Falcons, your FaZe, your BDS, your so on and so on. China are coming in as a new entry to try and set and change the flag around, to put it simply. And honestly, it's exciting because we get to see not only new faces, new competition, but also you talk about these fan favorites that might be wiped. I think they might also be potentially replaced. If the players from China are just about good enough, they might even become the fan favorites.
They certainly could be. I mean, I'm here for it. You know what? Sign me up for it. Coming in from a new region all the way to Paris and then all the way to the main stage. I'm here for it. I don't care. I don't care who it is. I'm here. I'm supporting them day one out the gate, right? It's just fun to see new teams getting really involved with things. And speaking of getting involved, these qualifiers, these LCQs, they are open. You can actually grab your 5 stack, and just like the Hawaiians did, completely shaking up all of the T2 scene, you can do the same thing as well here in the SILCQs. There's only day 1 of APAC, NA's later on tonight, and then the second day of APAC and NA are also coming on tomorrow. You can sign up for them, challengermode.com/Blastar6. And there's other regions as well. Obviously, you've got EML, SAL. Wherever you are in the world, find your local tournament and sign up for it, because you never know what's going to happen. You could be getting yourself some free tickets to Paris.
Ooh, okay, maybe, just maybe, you could be the next Shaiko, you could be the next Spengu, the Max Verstappen, you know? This is high times.
You could stop Falcons winning their like 5th grand final.
Oh god, don't even start. That broke my heart. M80 of all teams. I mean, M80 were sick though. We got to give it to them, right?
Yeah,
Fabian and the roster were so good. I can't even hate on them again, because normally I'm against NA because I'm an EU specific person. But honestly, when it comes down to M80, they did brilliantly. Their energy was amazing, and Fabian was definitely my favorite going into that entire tournament.
I'm just depressed that I've been to 2 majors in the last 2 years, and I've essentially watched the same roster beat the same roster in the grand final twice. Yes, essentially, because it was pretty much a repeat of the Manchester grand final. Like you say, Beast Coast won out Manchester with 4 of the 5 players that are now on M80, and then we watched the same thing happen again in Munich. And there was a glimpse of hope. Falcons took home map 2, and it was like, oh, we might actually be doing this. Map 1 was close. And to be fair, if I'm not mistaken, map 1 and map 3 were 7-8 or 8-7 to go in the way of M80. So
it was really close.
Like, it literally could have been 1 round difference.
It could have been. Falcons, going into Nighthaven, Falcons made a huge comeback. And that was great to see, but in the end, it didn't really matter. It was still 3-1. They lost another grand final, and I feel like honestly, I'm gonna go out on a limb, but I feel like the mentality drops at a certain point. Like at the start, they're really solid, right? They're fans, they're picking up, but then longevity and the long haul side of things, they start to kind of descend. And look, I'm not a Falcons coach. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but honestly, going into Paris, I hope they're able to. I hope the French roster can at least win the French major.
Yeah, that would be the ultimate cinema story, right? Hometown, you're in front of a crowd that will definitely be cheering you on. I don't think there is any way that Falcons are not the favourites in that crowd, unless, let's say, maybe like BDS make it all the way through. Going through the EML LCQ. I think that's the only way I can see Falcons not being the crowd favourite, because they are a predominantly French roster in front of a French crowd. But Puffo, I think we're going to have to turn things over, because I can just see on the TV the game is getting itself almost underway and almost ready to go. A bit of a digression from what we've been yapping about. So let's just recap quickly where we are, Puffo. No Cap versus Hasib Warriors.
Absolutely. Going into Chalet. Map number 1, it is the Last Chance Qualifiers. Day number 1 here, and we have ourselves APL. Just a small recap if you haven't been following along, and like you said, no Cap, Hasib going into one of the more aggressive-sided maps. Again, a best of 1 here serves for Chalet quite nicely, as it's recognized as one amongst the top 3 most played maps going into the 10 years of Siege we've had. And yes, let's talk about it. 10 years, Travi. We are celebrating the big decade. And the top 3 most played maps, I do believe, were Clubhouse, actually in the order of Borgen, Clubhouse, and Chalet.
Thank God Oregon is not in the Pro League pool anymore. That's all I've got to say on that matter.
Yeah, same. Get it out.
Get it out of here. Get it gone. Be gone. No, Chalet, it's a phenomenal map, right? Lots of aggression opportunities. It's always a really fun map to watch. And if you ask me, it's probably one of those maps that if I'm thinking the best of 1, Chalet is a great territory to go. It's very much a neutral territory for a lot of teams. Teams can play very comfortably. There's very few teams that struggle on it. Everyone can perform to an extent on Chalet. And especially since Siege X update, the fire extinguishers in the corridors, everything on this map, I love it. I cannot wait to see what these 2 teams have to bring. They were neck and neck in the standings during the group stage of APL Stage 2. So fingers crossed we have a banger of a game on our hands here this morning. We can start things off with an overtime all the way around 15 for Chalet. I think it's time to go and see what we've got to offer.
Let's go and see. No Cap. Hasib Warriors going into the first round here. But before we do, as always, Siege tradition, let's get our bans out of the way. And imagine going into a map like Chalet, you know, there's a lot of variety. Like we said, there isn't really a set standard like you have on Clubhouse, the main breach, or maybe Skyscraper, which is now gone, but still utility focused. This is a bit of both. So we can expect shield bans, we can expect our Grims, we can expect a lot. But going into the first ones, honestly, I'll just give my predictions here. I think it's going to be Mira. I think it's going to be Izami. I think it's going to be Ace. And I think it's going to be Monty.
Well, you're out on the last one there. Montaigne being taken off the ball. Clash ban coming in through by NoCap. Now, Clash, she's been quite an interesting operator since her rework, being able to pop that shield down, hold more of a frontline position with it. Portable mirror window, terrifying. I see why you want her gone, right? You don't know if teams are going to be good with her. Now, the benefit of these teams being both Tier 1 sides is you are going to have that familiarity with one another. You know what each other like to play. They're very likely scrim partners as well. These two teams, they're going to know each other inside and out, so I'm expecting to see a lot of counterplay and direct strategy and targeting here.
100%. Going into the second pans, it's not too much of a surprise either, right? The powerhouse Azami can reconstruct the entirety of sites to her will and maybe just push forward towards Piano on the top floor, bottom floor being an absolute hellhole if you want to descend down into blue, and many more examples of those Kiba barriers make it absolutely dreadful to play against. And Grim, again, it's Grim. Bees all around it, not the bees. We're going into round one here, right? We're taking a look at the lineups here. We can't focus on the attack fully as changes might arise, but going towards the defense, we are looking at a very default composition here, Travi. Just set yourselves up around library, get yourself those Wamais, and the Mira, since the Clash is banned, maybe not as portable, but still can be used on this upper floor.
Yeah, and one thing I like to see, as you say, it's a bit of a default lineup, sure, but there's also a little bit of innovation here, a little bit of something newer. We can immediately see Ashi going to be going on towards the Denari, one of our newer additions to the game. Of course, those trip connectors, those Surya gates as well. Sure, they've been nerfed a little bit, but a lot of lasers, a lot of possible utility here to really sort of stall down the attack of NoCap. Because I think that's the plan for Hasib Warriors, and it might be why NoCap banned the Clash. I've got a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of stall out play here from the side of Hasib. It's all onto NoCap and keeping up on that time management.
Yeah, NoCap right now taking no time wasted right now, just getting themselves set up with these drones, you know, forward with the Twitch, get utility out of the way so you don't need to be concerned about it. We do seem to have a bit of stallness here from Taha, just on the mirror, seeking out, standing in the middle of the shot. You know, we can respect a man for going on the phone, hitting up a bit of Clash Royale, but in the meanwhile, action has already aroused, and we have ourselves the first kill, not able to find Marque, as that will be your ace con. So hard breaches, now sayonara. We have some more roam potential coming around, but DAC shuts it down, and we have ourselves a 2-for-1 trade, but might be exchanged quickly. Again, aggression here at an all-time high.
All-out brawls emerging on this top floor here, but a little bit of silence has been found in and amidst the action here for NoCap. Now need to go and focus on recovering that diffuser towards Solarium's side, and that little bit of a pause on the attacking pressure is going to give Hasib an opportunity to relocate themselves, put around their players, and adjust how they want to play this one. They're now in the man deficit for the final 2 minutes of the round, so they're going to need to try and find a way to get an equalizer. Power positions are still being held, mirror windows are still up, so there is still bits to clear through for NoCap, but right now, Hasib, they are on the back foot. They need to try and find something in this one to put this match back into their favour.
NoCap have been playing it safe, right? They've been using drones, not necessarily pushing into gunfights, clearing utility and going step by step, playing Siege by the good old book. But now they will need to confront some of these foes. A bit of damage, shots being fired towards Library, as Fatar will need to be cleared out if you want to make that advancement forward. But as of the current moment, NoCap doesn't really have the utility to back it up. The last flash is sent, that allows Fatar to take his one, but a refrag will come around, not confirmed just yet, but will be in any second. A bit of damage, Scatman finds a 3v2. Now Hasib Warriors down to their final duo here, and they're going to need to make this buddy system work.
This is it. The trade game from NoCap's been really phenomenal so far. Sure, Hasib can get a pick, but then immediately there's a response back from NoCap, and that is exactly what you need to see on the attack, because NoCap can continue to trade this one out, and just on the man count they've secured themselves, they will win this round. 2v3 for the final 45 seconds now. These final defensive players holding backline positions in this site. They've got nowhere left to run, no more positions to fall back to. It's going to come down to NoCap winning these gunfights out. They're going to send the drones on in. They have the time to do so. That's immediately Zedek's going to be spotted out here, and the question is, can just find them out here?
Oh, missed opportunity there. The timing was off. Just peaked for a moment too late. And that's a kill gone and slipped your mind drop. In, down, your mirror window is already shattered. Scatman will find the first and the second for DCH as NoCap secure round number one. Again, played it safe at the beginning, used aggression when necessary, and by the tempo. I like it.
I love that round from NoCap. Clinical, well-timed, precise, and more importantly, the team play, I think, is the biggest aspect of that one. The trades were evidently there. You could see what NoCap were going for at all times within that round. Their game plan, to us on the observer feed, incredibly evident. We can see what they want to do with themselves. They're going into this round with a clear plan in mind, and the execution is there to back it up. We've got some phenomenal guns on this roster. DCH always lighting up the scoreboard. You know, I remember watching this NoCap roster all the way back in Berlin, some of these players in 2022. age hasn't slowed them down one bit, Puffo. They're still firing like we're on the main stage back in Potsdamer Platz.
Yeah, 100%. We're looking at the previous round for just another moment right now since the prep phase is still being set up. No cap, honestly, besides those refrags, I think, you know what I love, Travi? I love the utility, right?
Yeah.
They took out the mirrors. They took out the cameras. They didn't need to deal with any of it by the time they got to the execution because they already set everything up. And Hasib's Warriors, the execution was going down beneath their nose this entire time. Again, it's just spotting out these drones that can be sneaky at times, might be a bit more difficult, but we digress. Going into the next round, right, we're seeing this kitchen dining, and that's what we love about Chalet. All sites, very viable, but information here, we see 3 operators picked for it. Hasib Warriors, I doubt they're going to run low on it.
No, they've got so much to play with inside of this round. Focusing on plant denial information is going to be the name of the game here. Using this entire playset, because like you said, all sites are viable, but equally so you can hold very extended and very far out here on Chalet. All the way up on the top floor, all the way far out towards the library side. There's numerous key positions that NoCap are going to need to fight their way over, and immediately that's what we're seeing. DCH opening in towards library here. Zedek's likely going to be the first one to contest this one. Question is he going to go for the gunfight? Yes, he is, but he's going to lose it out immediately, shut on down. Hasib Warriors unable to find a trade back immediately in this one. Next on the line is going to be Taha. Tucked in tight by the corner. Question is, can he find something happen? He's been spotted out, so it's going to be risky. Gets shut on down by Mr. Punch on the double. NoCap extending their lead in round number 2.
As much as we complimented the information Hasib were going to be receiving, they didn't imagine NoCap could do the same, and now drones all around the map, right, really capture them off guard, especially a push-up here, and trying to over-aggro, take out the attackers in their own territory that's been claimed not too long ago, works heavily against you. They spot you out, that's 2 pre-fires already gone, NoCap with their opening kills, and now setting themselves up with a breach, meaning this land should be comfortable in no time.
There's so much room here. The key thing you've got to keep an eye on is these Evil Eyes. Now, he has them available, but the issue is the time, right? You're not going to be able to burn away the final half of the round. You need to get some kills before you drop on away. That's going to be a logic bomb coming on through, notifying the attackers of where these defenders might just want to be played. For the most part for the defense, it has been relegation towards the objective. Sure, you have one up above, but he's not going to be alive for too much longer. DCH picking up where Mr. Punch started off this round. 2v5 now. Vertical being opened up. This one does not look good at all for the defense, but the Alder is a great weapon to be in a clutch with just because of the magazine size, but it's not going to be enough here. Leaving it all down to the one last player. It's going to be Baz, but big magazine, small magazine, can't clutch up with 16 rounds in your pistol.
Absolutely not. Honestly, really well played once more. I think NoCap just didn't really need to hold out. Again, Hasib Warriors kind of came to them by the end stage. And in general, as much as I do respect the red dot on the Alda, there's only so much a single player can do against verticality, open breaches, everything against you, a 5v2. There's just no chances Hasib Warriors' final 2 players make anything of it. And NoCap, again, they began so easily. Normally, it takes a bit of time to get that open breach right on the top floor. But this time around, it was, what, 30 seconds? 1 minute? Maybe at most, and it was already done.
It was a really quick, speedy one. All things there, and you very much felt NoCap were comfortable in that round. I think that was what my key takeaway from that one was. They felt like they were fine to play that one. They were just continuing to be aggressive. Anything Hasib put up against them was immediately shut on back down, and that is what you want to see from NoCap. You need to see this confidence because you are going to be playing 3 games and the best of 3 back to back to back today. Can't be running out of breath this early on, so you need to just keep on going.
Absolutely. Going into round 3 again, NoCap already setting themselves up good. Normally expected a 3-3 or 4-2 at its worst when going into these half splits, so Hasib Warriors will slowly need to pick up the pace. Again, it's, you know, for them it's not as early. They still have the warm-up right now, but the opportunities will soon slip. This is a best of 1. You have to make the best with what you're given in general. So as of the moment right now, we're going to see what Hasib Warriors will put up. We also see an Ella, which I can respect. Again, put a good man on a decent gun, and you have yourselves a combination of Fragfest. Speaking of which, can we just compliment DCH, who has already secured 5 kills within the first 2 rounds? Speaking of kills, though, Punch not wasting a minute to creep up to library, find Patars an opening, and again, NoCap off to an early beginning, but it is returned as Hasib Warriors find one of their own. That's the Ella.
a good trade, and that's what we need to really start seeing from Hasib Warriors here. They've been able to get a good trade, and more importantly, they've been able to get away afterwards without continuing this trade game. Not retaking this key position here at the top of the library staircase, forcing NoCap to continue to waste more time and utility. We're 60 seconds into the round now. NoCap unable to make their entry in towards library here. Hasib doing a significantly better job than previous rounds' sakes of holding on towards these key power positions on this map here. And they've not got the utility as much this time. They're just lent into the gunplay, lent into their skills and possibly their strengths as a roster. Next up on the line is going to be I9 to try and take out this player inside a library, but Baz not going to go down without a fight.
Targeted by the demos, Baz can only hold out for so much longer. More resources put and transferred over toward this library side will resort in now the tip on the scale. NoCap find themselves 1 kill, and now Hasib Warriors 3 more remain. Again, like you said, gunfights and raw brute force is what they're going to be relying on, but when information is constantly pinpointing you down from below, you also have that demos just absolutely shooting out the floor, making your job an absolute hellhole. It's going to be difficult, but hey, Hasib Warriors will need to hold out for another minute.
60 seconds left to go, and not a massive breadth of information here as well towards the defense. Lacking that utility this time around, but who needs utility when you've got gun skill like that? Zalex shuts down Scatman there, finding the equalizer in this one. 3 versus 3, third and final death mark's going to come on through along with the utility dump. NoCap push towards the objective now as I9 opens it wide up here. Notty and Taffa left with it all to do, but they're being hunted, they're being marked. The utility here of NoCap is weighing up upon them as they start to try and force this diffuser down. Is there going to be a response from the defense? Doesn't seem like it. Notty has no clue where to look. I9 finds his first. Tafla yet to find a kill inside of this game. Has to try and go massive now in a 1 versus 3, but kits down Puffo. Can't help but feel this one's over.
This one's over. They did it their best. They tried all they could, but in the end, results are bound to be the same right now. The plant was there. We did have a C4 on the Warden, but he was not close enough. Yeah, Travi, you break it down for us. You tell us how it went. There we go.
I just wanted to make sure that worked.
Yeah, just testing it out, you know. But breaking it down in the Blast studio here. And let's go on to the match. I mean, oh my goodness. Travi, you have it all set up right now. Imagine someone walks in on you just juicing it in.
Someone's going to walk in this morning, and I'm honestly just going to throw a headset on their head and get them casting. I think that's the best way to do it. Just be like, here you go, here's a headset, you're on. Go.
Go. Just, you know, you don't know what's happening. You don't know why you're here. You're not even a caster, but just start talking, man. It's Rainbow Six. Oh, you don't play Rainbow. Oh, you're the security guard. You know, just give it a go.
Just go. I mean, for context as well, obviously, you know, to digress from the game very quickly, Blast Studio here, I was talking to some of the staff here yesterday, amazing people first and foremost, but they've only run Counter-Strike events here so far in this studio in the past. So for them, a lot of it's their first time working and looking in towards Siege, and I can't wait to see some of their reactions to the game later on. Because they've not seen this game much before.
Really? Honestly? I think they're going to be thrilled. I think they're going to be thrilled. And, you know, there's a lot of Blast involvement within Seed. So the amount of tournaments and the amount of Tier 2, Tier 1 competition that they've been giving us has been beautiful. You know, honestly, big ups to Blast. And big ups to Blast for giving Travi a studio to break down in.
I don't know.
We return to the match. Going into round 3, NoCap are going flawless, Travi.
They are 3 rounds to nothing. As you said, Hasib really struggling in this one, and in this round already struggling as Baz goes for a little bit of an aggressive spawn pick out campsite side, it seems, and almost pays the price of his life for it. Very much almost no damage returned towards the side of NoCap, and with some damage as well taken by Zedux. Hasib Warriors have already lost the HP equivalent of a single player, but still though, all 5 players are up on the ball. They still got guns, one-shot headshots a thing, but despite the deficit, Hasib really are continuing this aggression.
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, Hasib here, as much as we can respect them trying to push themselves forward, go for these unusual plays, which again, this is what we kind of love APAC for. It really hasn't worked to go against, and you're an APAC team going against another APAC team, and they're bound to expect it. NoCap right now have not been wasting any moments to step themselves forward, and maybe even a drone refract possible as DCH around the corner finds the shots and will be able to control it just to find Nadi's the opening. That will be your denying. The gadgets will still stand, but Hasib Warriors are a player down 1 more, and even a half here for Baz as he's already 1 foot in the grave.
This is it. It's such a big problem right now because Hasib have just let their Denari fall for nothing. He has essentially died for absolutely nothing other than 60 seconds wasted. Players of NoCap can now find their way in excuse me, in towards the building, start to clear out this top floor position. DCH moves in towards bathroom. Location's going to be given away by the sound of that goo mine there, but it's just a slow, progressive onwards onslaught of the attack here. Hasib are really struggling to stop it and stall it. It's just a slow-moving object, slowly, methodically clearing through the map, and as you can see, he wants to contest it, but with that HP he's got, he's not going to be able to.
Won't be able to. Twitch still seeking out for any utility again. Scatman has been safe and sound outside this main side, hoping that Hasib Warriors maybe get over aggressive so the 417 can make its mark on the kill feed. However, though, you might be getting contested. The rest of your teammates still above need to find themselves and lock down this library side, which still has 2 players right now, the Y and Legion. Baz maybe not the best gunfight standards working HP-wise, but of course you have Fatar to help you out. And now finding yourselves a bit of a rotation towards office. You find a couple of shots, but will you be able to escape death? Scatman saying that no for Zedix. Another falls. Mr. Punch will not be holding any back. And now the full push from NoCap as it's unrelenting. Hasib Warriors don't have any response. A single kill from Taha, but that's just all you wrote. And a round once more for NoCap as now they've gone 4 for flawless.
Another comfortable round from NoCap. It's just more of the same from them. One thing I said I wanted to see a lot of this qualifier was adaptation, changing, evolution. NoCap, they're not doing that, Puffo. Why? They don't need to. Hasib are also just as stagnant. They're not moving around. They're not changing anything. And NoCap can continue to work the same old machine time and time and time again because there's no reason to change it. If it ain't broke, Hasib aren't forcing you to adapt. They aren't forcing you to evolve. You can just continue these methodical clears throughout the entire map, focus on the utility. Hasib, they've tried a utility, they've tried a frag heavy. Nothing has worked for them yet. They need to change something here in the final 2 rounds of their defensive half, because if they walk away with a 6-0, you may as well write it then.
You might as well just write it down, but you know, you talk about change, we will be seeing a bit of it. The first time we go to this top floor, Hasib Warriors are still testing out, and we also see the operator lineup more change throughout time, and course, to act accordingly to NoCap's pushes, right? We see the Echo, the Goyo, the Solas, the Legion, a lot of stallage, and mostly just trying to deny them getting that plant, but also so Hasib Warriors can kind of lean back, play into their utility instead of having that aggression. But honestly, I don't think Baz is taking that more than as a suggestion, as he's still attempting to set up a couple of spawn peaks, still lurking around, and I imagine he's supported by Zedix. Yep, the Solus right around the corner is NoCap. Now set themselves up. We see a Yana, which hasn't been relevant since 2021, but honestly, Scatman, you go ahead.
Listen, this lineup, I think, for NoCap just screams. They're just playing what they're comfortable and happy with. And speaking of comfortable and happy with, you might not be so comfortable on it because of its newness to the game. Mr. Punch bringing out the PMR, the brand new weapon added here in towards the new season of the game. It's a hard-hitting DMR with very little recoil. I love this thing. It's a phenomenal weapon. Feels great in the hands. The sound effects as well. It sounds punchy. It sounds meaty. And it sounds great there as it gets the opener of the round there, taking down Baz.
Oh, very, very traditional here for the first map, going into very recent changes here. In the meanwhile, though, Scatman with a second not being able to be taken down. I mean, again, the gunfight from NoCap just cannot be lost again, since we have ourselves the 3rd already. Hasib Warriors falling at each step. They attempt to play aggression, but they're trying to fight fire with fire, and there's just simply overheating. Right now, one more player to fight against the 4, the 3 that remain from NoCap. Batter is able to pick up at least a bit of shoddy action, but Scatman shuts it down then and there, as NoCap now 5-0, and the flawless half is still very possible.
It is, because the last 2 rounds, especially Puffo, they've been pretty dominant rounds. The only picks that Hasib have been able to get are when NoCap are just saying, guys, we have more people than them, let's just send it and see what happens. That's mainly been the picks that Hasib have been getting. They've not been a lot of trading, there's not been a lot of contention. As soon as it gets to that 5v2 situation, NoCap just say, we ball, let's go, and they just steamroll there, and Hasib can pick up maybe 1 or 2 picks from the back of that, but that's it really. There's nothing of substance really inside of the round itself, and it's led to a very, very troublesome defender half. We're going down towards the basement here. Hasib haven't found their footing. They have to keep changing because nothing they seem to be doing right now is working. Even in the 1v1s, you saw it there on that top floor mezzanine fight with Diana. I believe it was Scatman on there. Just got outclassed in that gunfight. NoCap are winning their ones, more importantly, and in most aspects right now, they're shining bright and beyond.
Yeah, 100%. But again, they're also proving to be good on the side of utility. It's mostly that Hasib Warriors haven't been really giving them the need to use any utility because it's been mostly raw gunfights in the past couple of rounds, right? No cap at the very beginning of the match when no one was really showing too much confidence, as again, they need to settle in against each other. No cap were using that util, right? They were showing that they can clear things. They do end up being a passive team in that first round as well. But then forward down the line towards this 5-0, Hasib are getting more and more aggressive, which allows No Cap to take these gunfights, win them all out, and now we're standing at a flawless point. So now Hasib Warriors hitting the bingo card of all four sides, going to the bottom right now, and a setup according to it. I also do like Baz's adaptation, right? We've seen a lot of drones from No Cap here, and Vigil is the perfect counter for them, but I don't think that's going to matter right now because No Cap are setting up for a full-on breach overtake. We do have a bandit trick. DCH picks up one somewhere else, and the bandit trick will come to fruition, so the exothermic finds no opening.
Nope. But you've still got two more in back pocket. That's going to take a minute to get used to there for me. Obviously, with the recent season update, Thermite has an additional exothermic as well as a secondary shotgun now. So really flexing his further utility here inside of this one, but flexing his fragging muscles is going to be Taha. Shutting down Scatman there. That's the line. Bit of execute utility lost there for the attack. And I think Hasib Warriors, you could see by their rotations, they're mostly happy to give up this top floor right now. It's all about getting this final player down towards safety. Or Fatah might just want to stick it out in Dining, go for a long gunfight. I don't think they're fully aware of it right now. And if Zedux can just keep him at bay for a couple of seconds, could possibly see a swing out, but no, instead it's going to be DCH finding the pick there on the Blackbeard. Way too much insurmountable pressure. Fatah's back down in towards the objective as the final three of Hasib Warriors hold on for dear life.
The Goyo canisters bit the hand that fed them, right? Zedux falling to his own utility must be biting him right now in the back quite heavily, as now DCH just doesn't stop. He keeps on pushing forward. He finds another, and right after that, Mr. Punch joining along the tally, as it's once more all left down to Fatar on that shotgun on the SMG-11, but there's only so much you can do once in a 1v4. You're going to resort to the rotate upstairs, maybe challenge Punch in his own ground, but about expected. You have no information on where they stand, and No Cap will be going flawless into the first half here, 6-0 onto the defensive side. I don't think things could be better for them.
No, I genuinely think from almost every perspective there for No Cap, that is exactly what you want to do in this first half. It's an endurance race in these LCQs because not only will you play your first couple of best of ones, you've then got a best of three back to back to back, and every single one is a do or die game. You lose a game, you're eliminated, right? You want to be getting this over and done with as quickly as possible. You don't want to be exerting yourself. You don't want to be putting all of your cards on the table this early on. It's a long road to Paris, and for No Cap, first couple of steps of it have been nothing but exceptional.
100% going into this, at least for me as well. First impression, No Cap are just phenomenal. They know how to play Siege. And not saying that Hasib, or I'm trying to discredit them, in general, they've been doing good, but it just seems like a bit of a skill gap between these two teams, and No Cap clearly showing it through gameplay alone. Again, Hasib, the aggression, I can definitely recommend it, right? Going into a map like Chalet, it should be complimented. But when your teammates aren't really following along everyone's steps, when it's not a hive mind mindset and No Cap expect your each step, it becomes a bit of a difficulty to play that aggression once each swing you take is already read into.
No Cap anticipate this. They like you said before, they're reading into the fact that Hasib are going to play this quite aggressive, quite swingy. Look at the operators on the board. We're seeing a dock. You only ever see a dock when teams just want to start shooting people and clicking heads like it's a ranked lobby. That's the mentality for No Cap right now. They're confident. They're happy with how things have been going, and they don't see a reason to change it up. Scatman 6-2. DCH is 11-1. Meanwhile, on the side of Hasib, there's not a single player who is positive. Still, though, it's a game of two halves. You can never say it's fully out on account, but a 6-0, it's going to be a very difficult comeback for Hasib Warriors, and one at that where you cannot make a single mistake.
Not a single mistake here. A flawless game that was displayed by No Cap will now need to be mirrored onto the performance of Hasib Warriors. I don't know how they're going to do it, but I trust that they were willing to do so the second they reached that 0-6 scoreline. Right now, they're facing down desperate times, but I imagine they're still energetic. They're still looking to fight back. And you're on the attacking side. You need to engage the enemies. You need to push into their comfort zone. But with a blitz, that is made so much better.
Oh, love this. Let's see what this blitz here has to offer us. Because if he sends it in right now, because of the verticality, is a dead man. Someone has to find a way to create this space here from Hasib Warriors. You have to force Mr. Punch away from this bedroom doorway, get that clear so the Blitz can hop in and start to do his work. It's a multi-stepped attack here for Hasib, just let alone getting in the building. No Cap already posing up with problems, and I don't know if they've droned it out properly. Regardless of, targets dropped by DCH there, open has been found by the defense. 4 men left standing to deny the flawless game.
To deny the flawless game, maybe not as flawless going into the first initiation of this round, the possible last round, but hey, I see Warriors are still looking to make the most of what they can. Their ace does eventually fall, so that's probably not going to be the greatest of beginnings. You do have these Grim Beasts to shut down and isolate the gunfights here from NoCap, although you'll need to make the first step into the building nonetheless, and DCH is just going to stop you all at it. That's the second kill already. Goomines not allowing you to even help out your teammates. The Blitz can't take the initiative charge, and now he's backed up, stun both sides, gets the flush back and the pistol shots, but DCH's support has been absolutely outstanding, and it's all left down to Ohotnx, the last one. A demo, a dream, and a wish, and all that Hasib currently rely on, as 4 players aren't even playing it aggressive. You know this is a change of pace when NoCap is right now holding back in a 4-1 and 6-0 as well.
You're cornered, you're funneled. Hasib Warriors have just walked themselves into a death trap there, laid by NoCap, and they fall victim to it there. A 7-0 start here for NoCap in the Six Invitational LCQs. Flawless victory, an absolute dominant showing here on Chalet for NoCap as they'll move on towards the semi-finals. For Hasib, there's plenty to learn upon, plenty to improve, and they're going to come back tomorrow. They're going to come back with a vengeance. Stronger, better off for it, because right now there's some improvements that do need to be made. But for NoCap, I've got to give it to him, Puffo. What a phenomenal first game.
I don't think there's anything that we can compliment here. I mean, this is just the best siege we get to see from NoCap. We also saw DCH go on 14 kills, by the way, which is absolutely phenomenal, hitting double digits, basically getting 2 kills per round consistently, or maybe up and above in some consecutive rounds. In general, DCH has been absolutely outstanding, but the rest of the team, again, they were the ones to push him. You normally take a look at these high-fragging players and think, oh, they're just better than the rest of the team. No, the team allowed them to do so with utility, with support, with information, and DCH, with the rest of the team, coalitions together just about well enough to have themselves a flawless run, meaning we're taking a look at quite the dominant team.
Yeah, there's just different levels there, which really caught me off surprise, because seeing these 2 teams previously, they were fair. As I said, they were neck and neck in the APL stand-ins for stage 2. There were 2 very, very close sides, but obviously NoCap have really done some work, and you know, despite I was worried they were going to be going into this because they've lost the backing from the organisation that they had previously. They were going to struggle mentally going into this one, right? They've just lost the organisational backing. They're all of a sudden on their own, LFO back under this NoCap name, and it's not phased them. It's not stopped them. They're continuing to deliver like I've seen them do before. And as you say, Puffo, there's not really much to add to it, because it was just all things around. You saw what these NoCap wanted to do. They executed the plan perfectly. And unfortunately for Hasib Warriors, they weren't really able to retaliate with anything of substance. But that is only our first game of the morning. We've got plenty more action coming your way. But before we do, we're just going to throw things off to a quick break. But don't go anywhere, because our second game, our semi-finals of the evening, coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Like wolves in the darkness, we've adapted the blindness. Fall asleep with the sirens out. There's blood on my hands. Somebody save me from myself. I'm off of the meds and it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious?
I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, that this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this
Right, crossing her
century.
fingers.
Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head. I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind to get to know me better than the lies. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no reason, but I'll sit here every day, waiting for the moment I won't feel like I should stay. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Can we let it fade, fade away? We'll take it day by day. Can we watch it fade, fade away? You said that you've been searching, silencing my mind, trying to be patient, but running out of time. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no meaning, I just wanna understand everything that led us here, the teardrops when I hold your hand. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Can we let it fade, fade away? We'll take it day by day. Can we watch it fade, fade?
One go.
That is the real Traviiii, ladies and gentlemen. To my right on the cameras is an imposter that is in Malta right now, breaching Blast headquarters. But jokes aside, we're going right back into the semifinals, Traviiii, where we just witnessed a 7-0. It was quite brutal, I'll be honest, but
Yeah.
hey, we get to see a very good president going into this match because, Traviiii, I'm all ears. Who's the next team?
Oh, the next two teams are two absolute gods, absolute legends within the Asia scene. We have No Cap again going up against Fury, one of the longest standing organizations, one of the longest standing cores of a roster here in Asia. Phenomenal side with many names that if you've been around for a few years now, you will know them just by that organization's name. Hopefully going to be a bit of a closer game than the one we've just been treated to. After all, Puffo, it is a semi-final game. Now, this is where we're going to be sending one team into our grand final, and it's a T1 showdown yet again for, hopefully, a closer game.
A closer game, honestly. Again, we saw a lot going in here in the previous match from No Cap. They proved that they are a team worthy to be here. Now they're facing an opponent that has qualified for SI in the past. 2024, we saw Fury go in. Maybe they didn't reach first place. Maybe they didn't reach even the top 10, but they qualified, right?
Yeah.
And that's honestly just about well enough to secure yourself a really good setup and the upcomer going into this grand final. Now, you're faced with NoCap, who right now, again, they didn't really need to show all their cards, but I imagine going into this matchup, they surely will.
They are going to have to show, I think, a little bit more this match. They're going to be forced to... They're going to be forced to show us just a tiny little bit more than perhaps what we're used to seeing from them because, you know, as you said, Puffo, in the previous matchup, it wasn't the closest from them. They didn't really have to evolve. They didn't really have to change. But here, as we get ourselves going in towards Clubhouse, things are going to be heating up. It's a map of fundamentals. Your very basics as a team are going to be tested. This is where NoCap themselves are going to be pushed to the limit, and it's going to be none other than Fury to go towards it and try to push that boundary and send themselves into that grand final later on tonight.
Oh, we've been only seeing the traditional maps here, and I'm loving it. Again, going into best of ones, you want to play it safe. You don't want to bring out something unusual like a fortress, like a consulate. No, you want to keep it down to basics, and like you said, Travi, keywords, team fundamentals, chemistry, how well you can tempo between each other, and how well you can work out your strategies to a dot. NoCap have proved that quite well going into Chalet. On Clubhouse, I imagine they're going to repeat it, but quite well will not be enough to cut it. Right now, they're going to need to be exceptional, as again, they face an opponent which has displayed phenomenal results in the past in APL.
Looking at all the teams we have here in the Asia qualifiers today, these are two sides that, for me, they're at the front. They're the forerunners. They are the ones that are likely to be contesting in the very late stages of this LCQ for that spot at the Invitational. And it all starts here. For one of them, an opportunity in the grand final to seal their seat. For one of them, it's going to be defeat, and a second chance, a final chance, will need to be realised and capitalised upon tomorrow. And there's only one way to find out who's going to be the victor here when it comes onto Clubhouse, and that's to head in towards the map. As continues on from before, we've said it before, best of one, first to 7 rounds. It's going to be a tight format here, and it's going to be a bloody battle the whole way through.
It's going to be a bloody battle, and just like the previous map, there's not going to be much forgiveness here going into map number 1. Like you said, Dubhouse, Clubhouse. It hasn't been brought around as much or as commonly as your Chalet and Nighthaven, but still considered one of the good oldies. As old as time this map can be within the comp map pool, and we're going to be heading into the bans here. I don't think we can expect anything other than the usual. Your Cades, your Yings, your Aces, your Heartbreach, and Heartbreach Denial are what is expected. And honestly, I don't think I can expect anything more.
I wouldn't want to see anything else, to be fair. I think, you know what, it's Clubhouse. Yeah. It's going to be the more standard set of bans. Now, the Ying does throw things into a curveball a little bit, especially with how strong hard breaches are following the recent update. I am honestly expecting to see teams pivot away ever so slightly from that full hard breach ban, because you're not able to really maximize your effectiveness on them. Any singular hard breach on their own is going to be strong, so you just want to take out the best of the best. Ace, despite his nerf being taken off the board, Mirror as well. All things fairly standard, fairly expected.
Yeah, 100%. Again, we're still going to be heading in towards that top floor as of the current moment because we have that bandit on the board for the defenders. And no, Travi, don't! No, I can't escape it! Don't, why do you have it on loop? Oh god, this is Jover. We're not even into round 1 right now, and I'm already considering dropping out. Holy! I can't just... No, you know what, Travi, counter argument? I'm currently standing, my man.
Oh yeah,
I'm standing, so that can't happen.
I'm standing. You cannot fall in the chair if one chooses not to sit in the chair, right? You just shoo these things away, get rid of them. Who needs a chair? Because hopefully this is going to be some jump out of your actions siege here. A bit of back and forth between these two sides can be a hope for this one. A lot of stall out utility here being brought along by the side of Fury. You've got that Azami, Aruni, Malusi as well. They want to slow down this attack here. They know NoCap are going to be going through this fast. Now, both these sides, they were quick 7-0 games in their previous fixtures, so they've not really had a chance to sit and watch what the other one's bringing. They've only got pass VODs to go off of here.
They only have pass balls, right? But again, both these teams a bit more recent, a bit more renewed, and going into a new season of SI right now, ready to fully send it out. As going into round number 1, right? We've already kind of described what is going on here, but going into the push itself, again, there's many varieties of taking it, where Clubhouse is a map of checking off your tick boxes. And right now, the first one is starting to already make its way on the drawing board, as we see none other than NoCap currently push forward into this bottom side to clear out any roamers, but most importantly, they need to find themselves an opening into Garage.
Finding that opening is going to be the biggest part of this round here, if you ask me, for NoCap. It's about getting that first pick and then, more importantly, getting away from it without really Fury being able to formulate a response to it. You just need to get away, get the pick, and get out of there before anything can really divulge in towards chaos. We're seeing I9 bringing on that new DMR on the Hibana. Yes, we're going to comment every time we see it because I want to see someone pop off with that clip, as it's the first time. Having a bit of issues getting the wall open here. Mute jammers have been made a bit larger on the radius since the new season patch, but it should be easy enough for Mark to get this one open with time. There we go. And that's just going to force Dark to retreat away from Cash here, giving Fury, taking away a bit of space from Fury.
Opening is made. NoCap really not feeling the need to push themselves out and beyond just yet, but sooner or later they will need to make some aggressive steps, as they are already confronted around Cash side by the Aruni Dark Fury. Again, the ACOG now being on that DMR might be just a bit unrelenting to go up against, but there's still more to clear right now, and as NoCap surely are taking their sweet and precious time. Again, the execution won't make itself. You're going to be the ones that need to make it happen.
That's it. They're going to need to be the ones to make an opener, but the only one opening up here is going to be Fury. Crit shuts down the first there. One of two hard breaches brought on the board by the attack, taken offline here. But immediately there's been a trade found back by Mr. Punch there. Shuts down another 4 versus 4 here. Just keep in mind, Crit, look at how low he is. He's got a shotgun in hand, so we'll be able to make an explosive entry on towards this one. But with the team falling around him like flies, Scatman finds 2. All down left now for the final 2 for Fury.
Oh, but they're taking damage, and it's getting from bad to worse right now. Left with only one, the Melusi fighting back. It's able to strike for 1, but are we good enough for the following 3 that still remain? A bit too much. Absolutely overstimulated. The nades coming around, left, right, and center. Shots around you, and an outline being made as the first round will be NoCap's to claim.
Easy. Free. That was a very good round there for NoCap, picking exactly where they left up on Chalet. Now, just said it was a little bit free. It was not. It was a much better contested there from Fury. You could see there's a bit more quality in holding them back a little bit, but NoCap, they're coming off ready and roaring from that 7-0 there. They're continuing that trend on forwards here. 8-0 for the day so far. Fury handed their first round defeat, but I honestly do not think that's going to stop them or slow them down in one bit. Just a little hiccup on the road here. Going to be going down towards basement now, not intending to go back up towards that top floor site. Interestingly enough, though, they're going to be just hunkering down here. A lot of utility to focus on this objective. You've got the Goyo, the Fenrir. They just want to, yet again, it's all about that traps, all about that time wasting.
100%. Normally the defenders pick the gym site only because they have the bandit available. This is a topic I want to bring back from the earlier segment of bans, right? Right now the Kate is gone, and I imagine that NoCap will later ban out the bandit, so the top floors aren't as viable. And right now we kind of saw, I mean, Fury try and go for this top floor. There's gym and bedroom to play it, maybe win it out. They see it didn't work out, so honestly, they're going to resort to the best site this map has to offer. But NoCap are ready for it. Their composition, their lineup, not too much of a surprise going into it. I am respecting the pick of the line, which has been brought into comp a bit more recently. Again, there's been a bit more showage into the recent updates, but what mostly is important going into the attackers here, it's the blitz, who can just clear out everything without needing to be in threat of danger.
That's it. So much that can be cleared out here by the blitz, and especially if you catch Fury while they're trying to rotate away from a position, you can really hammer home the point here. If you catch someone in a 1v1, the shield's very likely to win it. Hopping in towards Jim now, making the push up on the cross. Not going to be anyone to found on this top floor here. All 5 players of Fury relegated themselves towards the basement, not wanting to take this fight. Plenty of space can now be found for NoCap as soon as they realise they have it, and then it just becomes a question of what do they choose to do with it.
Popping the environmental threats right now, those canisters up top, right, just getting rid of right now. You don't really want to have that in your back lines or sitting on the back of your mind that it might be popped once you're standing next to it. But as of the current, everything's just being set in motion, right? The attacking side, NoCap, really don't feel once more the need to push themselves. We see how that worked out last time. Fury ended up taking the first engagement, and the defenders really didn't stand much of a chance going into these final fights, as it was all left down to a 3v1. And again, I think that's the type of pace and tempo we want to set ourselves up for once more. Just play it safe. The execution is where the action should lie, but we have ourselves an opener, and it will be the hard breach gone. Now Mark falls to a C4 from below, and it is the blitz looking to make up for those mistakes, but the X-Kairos were not popped, and that means the hatches will stay closed.
That's it. That's your entire hard breach for this round all gone. In that single operator, that single C4, you can't underestimate the impact that one's found. It now means that the remaining players of NoCap, they're going to need to funnel through doorways, they're going to need to funnel through soft surfaces, and there's not a lot of of options when it comes to that here. Fury have found themselves the best possible opener into this round, and going into this final 60 seconds now, massive success can be found for them. All they need to do is hold their nerve. The biggest issue right now is what you've got left to deal with. You've got I9, Mr. Punch, Lion and Blitz respectively, two operators that are incredibly pivotal and powerful in this end of round execute position here. So as the push down mainstairs starts to evolve and come on through, NoCap desperately seeking to find something to level out this playing field.
100%, and they're going to need an opening kill. They're going to need something, right? But there's time wasted from the Goyo canisters. All is being set down to rough standards. But it's Scatman who makes up with 2 kills. DCH to follow along, and a quad in an instant. Right now, NoCap are holding no punches back as we only have one more for Fury to make up for it. Will not be able to carry the burden, and the last one falls. In 5 seconds, Traviiiii, 4 players fall, and that leverage is tipped in a matter of moments.
How? I just don't understand how that one goes on through. Fury had themselves one hand in the chest full of gold, ready to take that round prime, and then it just goes to the wayside. NoCap doing an exceptional job yet again to just isolate. Sure, they were 4 quick kills, but they all went the way through, and you can see the minute micro decisions coming on throughout that entire situation there. Phenomenal stuff from the NoCap boys. 2-0 up right now. And for Fury, it's back up towards this top floor site. Try and give it another go, bringing out the castle this time. No electrification, of course, to be seen. But what did the lineup do? Because for Fury, that really should have been a round that went their way.
Should have been, right? They had everything in their pocket, but as much as they did, it doesn't seem like NoCap cared. We saw Scatman absolutely bust through the roof, breaking sound barriers, finding kills. Everyone just lined up for him perfectly. He took each opportunity granted, found the succession, and then 3 kills in an instant. And right, what that makes for a team is a lot of discombobulation. The entirety of the defense were just seeking out, where's this player? How can we get rid of this threat? Where do we position ourselves? There's so much going through a brain of a Siege player in a moment like that, and not much of a reaction was made. So they just ended up confusing each other, not really showing that team coalition we would have expected from a team like Fury, and it brought the downfall of that second round. But hey, 2 rounds of the attack, it's not the worst just yet. You still have a way to make up for it, and right now, Fury, if you want the rounds back, this is the time to do so.
This is it. You don't want to give NoCap a flawless quarter to the game. Then you go through to the second ban phase, 3-0 down. It feels quite different, but a 2-1, that's only 1 round difference between the two sides here. A very comfortable position for the side of Fury, no doubt, and plenty of opportunities to really improve things for themselves here. Mark making use here of the newly added shotgun. Traviiiii going to be trying to get this wall on opened up. Will be able to do so successfully. Nothing in the way of contention from Fury. Just containing space right now, going through the notions of a clubhouse attack. Gain your control, push across here, full on horizontal. But I love that angle from Dark there on the DMR nonetheless. Great weapon for holding these sort of longer angles, and with one of the few ACOGs remaining on the defense, it's ready to just take someone's head clean off like that.
100%, but NoCap right now are pushing together, although they have isolated the Sledge and Grim apart to cover more ground and not allow these defenders to take up Rafters as a position of stronghold. Now the Izama Kiba barrier will come in very handy. This is why an operator like this might be seen as banned, but not this time around, and it's going to prove to be quite the troublesome opposition, as in the meanwhile, NoCap again having a bit of difficulties in this mid-round, but like we've seen earlier, it's down to the last 30, 40, 50 seconds where they make their showing most important, although they still have a lot to clear, and they haven't been found the most succession with it, still droning out. It's a bit too late for it right now, but DCH once more kicking us off with a glorious kill, and Dark will be the first to fall.
BG man now very important that he can win out this gunfight. DCH is going to take some damage. Mr. Punch confirms another pick on towards it here. NoCap, they're slowly but surely making progress across the map here, but Lycolis has something to say about that. Finding one back, but is immediately shut on down. 2v4 situation. Crit J decides to get aggressive here on the UMP. Takes his toe of damage for the share, however, does get the down on towards Mr. Punch. Looking for the confirmation here, but needs to get this player on towards red. Elsewhere, another one has been found. Fury turning this around single-handedly, but Mark brings it back down into a 1 versus 1 here. Final few players is left in the server, and I think the right call's been made here from NoCap. Go for the revive, back off, bet the player up. You've got 30 seconds, which is a world of time in a situation like this, especially now that you're in a 2v1.
Round debut. It's going to be down to the Melusi, right? We can still make it happen. The first round here secures for Fury so he can kick the tempo and start getting into the groove of things. But you have 2 players to clear, both on low HP, so that MP5 can do its job. A jump in now, sound cues all around. The plan could be going down, and you're going to need to deny it. Information is there. A bit of a difficulty trying to open things out with the impact smoke to deny you. Vision blocked both ways, but Mark finds the last shot, and it will be still going flawless. None other than NoCap, although I got to give it right. Crit in that round, absolutely phenomenal. Holding down the fort towards Cash side, not allowing anyone to forward move. He was the last line of defense. And even though Fury, they relied on him a bit too heavily, in the end, it was still numbers, quantity over quality. Third round is theirs, and we have ourselves a new set of bans.
Indeed. More bans coming on through. Whether you're going to go for something a bit more preemptive, a bit more typical, see another hard breach taken off the board here, or whether you're going to go for something a little bit more targeted, Grim and a Bandit here. I think NoCap very much recognising that. Perhaps the only issue they've had maybe so far was with getting these walls open. That's probably the biggest curb stomp they've had so far, which isn't really been all much of an issue for them. So they're just really making themselves things a little bit easier for them. Fury, they've been feeling the pressure. You've said it a couple times now, Puffo. Overstimulation from NoCap. They're everywhere, anywhere, all at once. Getting rid of the Grim just gives you a bit of breathing space, and more importantly, removes that ping on your feet in those very important dying seconds of a round.
And to give credit where credit is due, right? Even though Fury have been a bit distracted by this overuse of constant aggression, action, right? NoCap have been soaking it in. We've seen the battle towards the Cash side. There's been barbed wire, zombie keep up areas, impact, shots left, right, and center, action all around, but they soaked it in. They added fuel to the fire with it, and they found themselves gunfights, which would end up causing the round to be lost for Fury. But now Fury needs to step things up, right? We're going to the bottom floor, considered the best site in this entire map, and the entries for the attacking side should be denied at first stop. What makes the site so good, right? You have the hatches, you have blue stairs, you have oil pit, and you have main stairs. It sounds like a lot of entries, but they're extremely difficult to access, and with the setup we have from the defense, it's going to be made even more difficult, right? Your Melusis, your Fenris to shut you down, the Goyo in the late game, and Azami, let's not even speak of her. So normally, it should sound like a good plan, even an extension above, as Dark takes a bit of damage through the wall rotation making.
I like this adaptation. Fury playing a little bit further away from the objective, contesting a bit more of this space, but also we're seeing the adaptation from NoCap, fearing what happened in the previous round where we lost Mark early on to a C4. They're bringing it back up. I9's on that Thermite this time. Sure, it does take away a bit of that fragging power, but it does mean you can get that basement open safely. You can focus more on having that opportunity and really just keeping Fury guessing, because I think that's the name of the game right now. Overwhelm, and then in the confusion, slip in, take them on out. And speaking of slipping in, that's exactly what Mr. Punch is going to look to do on here towards bathroom side. But Fury have the right idea. They're playing in doubles, playing in triples. Mr. Punch has to be very careful not to get himself into a 1v2 situation here.
100%, and Crit J just almost got passed down that death blow, as in the meanwhile, what are we doing? BG Man finds Dark. That's already damage in the early phase. The man can't catch a break, but the position here from Crit J, he had the opportunity, misses his shots, now has to back away, play safely with Goyo, but that's not going to be an option. Both are just trying to do their best, flashing, swinging, all they can muster, and Crit J finds a double kill. The shotgun is out, finds the third, and now it's going to be Fury still standing strong on the top floor, completely disjointing the attacking side, as now they need to resort on rotating up, finding the diffuser, getting their set back in motion, but it's all being held hostage 2 floors above from the site, and there's 1 minute and 20 on the clock to do it.
I9 and Scatman left here fighting for scraps in round number 4. Fury, they've been able to really discombobulate this entire roam clear effort from the attacking side. More importantly, look at the time they've wasted, Puffo. 60 seconds left. You've still got 2 players upstairs on the defense contesting, fighting, because they know right now, if they can just burn another 40 seconds or so, the round's going to be won there. You've got no time to get towards the basement, but time is what you're going to be needing to rely on right now, because you're not winning these gunfights. 2 players of Fury drop just like that, and Zolotic gets the right idea, run away, hide, because NoCap, they're not giving up these rounds, looking to continue their flawless streak here. 40 seconds to go, and it's gone from unlikely to now an advantageous position for the attacking side. They look to make their way down in towards this basement. They have the information on towards this final play here. They can just use their numbers to their advantage here. They can just put this into a 2 versus 1 split position. It's all down to this final Melusi here to try and isolate these picks, turn this into 2 1v 1v1s. Final 15 seconds. Need to try and get a defuse attempt down here. Don't miss the player as they're making their entry through in towards Church. I9 can now stick it on the plant. The question is the cover here from Scatman going to be good enough? He's got 9 kills so far this game. He's looking for his 10th. He's going to find it. First one on double digits here as NoCap, who had the last game to the tally, 11 rounds in a row.
Traviiiii, I am not joking when I say my heart was beating that round.
APAC is back.
Oh my goodness, how do they do this? NoCap have had 2 rounds that were pitted against them, all options out, but they still somehow managed to turn it on its head, and for the better that is, as Fury have had the opportunity to lock things out. They would have been equalized if the things went accordingly and to their plan, but somehow NoCap always turned things around, and for desperate times, you know what it calls, Traviiiii, desperate measures. We go on to the side that should be the least likely to be played, but Fury are out of options, and they said to hell with it, it's cash and CCTV time.
That's a second round now where Fury have had such a significant advantage, and it's just kind of blown away in the wind, it feels like there a little bit here. You know, our first quarter-final of the game of the morning with NoCap, it was a game of dominance. Every single round felt like it should have been NoCap's for the most part, but here we should be sitting on a 2-2 scoreline right now. Fury have had advantage after advantage, and they've not been able to capitalize upon it. They've really got to get something going here, Puffo, because I can't help but feel we're barreling towards a similar result of the previous game. NoCap, they're having a life morning right now, or a life evening, I suppose, for these players. Everything is going their way, and now they've got some shiny new toys to bring into the fold.
Oh, the Thatcher. I love to see it again. Normally, people have been really against the Thatcher rework because of one reason. It removes the role of an IQ, right? And we're seeing that in action right now. You can spot out the gadgets. You can use it instead of that IQ. And honestly, fair to them, the Thatcher might as well just be a double agent by this point. But going into this round, right, as much as I do love NoCap, and again, this first impression has been absolutely booming, I don't want another 7-5. I know you don't want as well one, Traviiiii, because Fury are such a good team that, not Furia, by the way, Fury are just to be clear, because we're speaking fast right now. There's a lot of action, but Fury are a fantastic team. They've shown it before. They are the fan favorites, but NoCap don't seem to be stopped. And right now, Traviiiii, they're bringing out the malicious Monty.
Yep, and Montaigne does not get stopped here, using the Thatcher to take out the utility there, allowing the Capitao to put some pressure on towards his Rafters players, exacerbated there by just the sheer presence of that Montaigne alone. Mr. Punch sure he's going to be taking a little bit of chip damage, but BG Man's holding on to the position just fine, just dandy, and despite the weight of the world against him right now, he gets away with a pick. Sure, Mr. Punch trades it out, but immediately a lot of utility spent to just shift that one player. Position's been secured. Now it all relies on NoCap to try and capitalize upon that.
Sure, we saw it once more, right? The overstimulation, how much was dumped all in one. The smoke canisters, the Capitao bolts in return, then the Zami Kibabiers. It's just numbers we're talking about. It's a bit too much for some of these players to handle. Fury, they lose their Zami, that's fine. Smokes are going out, and the plan might be set in stone as already Mark finds a second, and that's going to be pivot towards none other than NoCap. Once more, 4v3 situation. Monty still on deck, trying to challenge the main breach, but that's not always a good idea, as you don't really have the backing of your teammate. Shotgun up close, and this can just be bypassed. Not any of the attackers need to confront the smoke player who's right around the corner. Information is there. You do not have a nade to flush him out, but Mark still has a smoke canisters, or rather just not the smoke canister, the smoke in general on the attacking side. And even then, the smoke himself will take the blame now as Punch finds the second, and going into a 4v2, Plant is going down.
That's it, and this C4 could disrupt things for a moment. It's going to be thrown, but no, it's taken out in the air by the Thatcher rework. That is what he's so good at. Mark lights up with a double kill there as NoCap secure their 5th round in a row in this one. Phenomenal use of the new operator, and exactly what we wanted to see him used for. And that is the beauty of this new Thatcher. It's so much easier to time those EMP throws to deny the C4s there. Beautiful, beautiful cover, and because of that man advantage that NoCap had in that situation, they could afford to take the Thatcher off the gun, have him on the launcher, ready to deny that C4. That is what this rework is all about. That is the beauty of this game, because Fury, I don't think they were expecting that one.
What? That is wild, by the way. NoCap seem like a team from the future, right? Like they've already been playing this Thatcher for a month straight, testing him out, seeing where he works best, and now working him on a map that's very traditional, right? Clubhouse isn't usually a map that allows new introduction. It's been quite set in stone for a while, although yes, we have seen your usual Scopos, your Denari, as we see right now in this round, the Scopos making an appearance every now and then, but the Thatcher being such a difference changer right now, as the C4 being denied, meaning the Monty was safe and sound, the Plant went down A 4v2 is already stressful enough, but now the clock being pitted against you is even worse. A 5-0, Travi. How the hell are NoCap doing this?
Scatman's 10-1. I think that is the simple solution. They're just winning gunfights. You look at that, everyone on the team, bar DCH, is positive, but considering his performance in map number 1, I think we can excuse that. It's been such a good showing from NoCap. They're just having answers, and that's exactly what we wanted. They're innovating, they're bringing new things into the fold here. They're using the new weapons, using the new gadgets, all to their maximum capability. They've been in the kitchen during this off-season. They've been cooking. And right now, it seems like they're just a bit ahead of everyone else.
100%. Honestly, I don't think Fury were expecting this much of a progress from the last time they played, right? It was a 7-5 like you mentioned, so it did end up being a close match, but this is something completely otherworldly. A 5-0 into the attacking half. Normally you'd expect a 3-3, 4-2 for the defense in most situations, but not even close. Quite the opposite, as a matter of fact, and the defenders are having rough times, even in the situation where they would have sought out to win the round, right? Where we've seen them clearly in the position of an overhand. They have lost it just because NoCap know exactly what's on the table, and exactly Mr. Punch just sneaking down onto main could instantly find Lycells if in the right position. You just need to take a step forward. The mute will be gone. Contestant around red stairs. DCH takes the first fall, and very unfortunate that the Ram does so. So your verticality will be down and limited to the breaches of the Ash. But again, NoCap are playing this to a dot.
That's it, NoCap, they're calm, cool, collected, and even when they're put in a disadvantage, they somehow, some way find their way out of it. Scatman now finding his 11th pick here, puts things back, level playing field, 4 versus 4, a minute 10 seconds left to go, and look at where we are in the round right now. It just feels a bit all over the place. Sure, we've got hatches in towards site open, but we've still got players chasing up towards this top floor. Sure, Dart's up there on his own, but you've got to keep in mind, Crit J's on the Scopos, and the Idol Shell is up there inside of Cash with the Legion. So he could just hop up there at a moment's notice, try and contest that position there if NoCap really put a bit of push in towards it. It's very split right now from the attack. There's a lot of ground to cover and less time to do it here. This gunfight is going to be a pivotal one. Spray on the SMG-12. I9 comes out on top though, and that's a massive contributing factor there, because now NoCap can focus all of their attention on the target, on the prize. They can go down to the objective itself.
Flashes are out. This means the attackers are ready to fully send it down. They didn't expect Scatman to be around blue once more, ready to deliver catastrophe. Zerlotic is able to shut him down at instant, doesn't want a repetition of what happened earlier, so we'll make up for a second. For a third, he's good up to wipe out the entirety of the enemy team that remains. Only one more to stand for. New DMR, shiny new gun like you mentioned, but Mr. Punch has to pack now, and he has 2 players standing in his way. Shotgun barrel maybe spotted, maybe not. Knows the position of one player, but there's still another one right around the board. Pulls out the deagle, but you're playing a ring around the rosy, and you're not able to connect any. Time is running out, and even then Lycolis will find the last few shots to secure the round. A nice kill for the KD game, and overall the first round for Fury, it was the last one within this first half, but at least it's not flawless.
Giants can bleed, and as you say, Buffo, at least it's not flawless. There's something on the table for Fury, meaning that going in towards this attacking half here, they can really look at, you know, they've got one mistake they can make without losing the entire map and having to come back tomorrow afternoon. They've got that ability to really claim themselves back into this one. It's a long road to a comeback, but it's at least feasible, I feel. I don't think I want to write this one off just yet. It's not the 6-0, and most importantly is NoCap, unlike the previous map, sure it's a 5-1, but they have had to work for it this time.
100%, right? It's not impossible, low chances, a bit improbable at times, so you're facing a 5-1, and one round, you're up against match point, meaning either overtime is secured, or you might have already lost within regulation, but we head into a map like Clubhouse, which allows all sorts of plays. When it comes down to variety, this map can allow either 5-1 comebacks, this can allow 3-3 infinite overtime splits, or maybe just something in the middle, right? Clubhouse has been evolving through time. It's been very open to all sorts of, not only operators, which a bit contradictory to what I said earlier, but in general, again, Clubhouse is old. It's like a grandpa that just loves everyone, and you know, Fury still has a place in Clubhouse's heart. I think they can do this, and we said we're in for an exciting match, Travi. Let's get an exciting match going.
Let's do it. Second half, it's time for Fury to make the comeback. They're using now the new operator, or the newly reworked operator, should I say. Lycolis hopping on towards the Thatcher here. Of course, the operator bans have not targeted out the Kaid. So Fury know that there's a very high likelihood that they might have to try and contest these hatches. Now, there is going to be nothing, NoCap not wanting to try and deny them, of course, likely knowing that that Thatcher's available. There are ways on the card they'd rather use that utility elsewhere. They've got very strong site presence with the lineup there, bringing mirror windows to hold these key positions, looking out towards Oil Pit. You've got the Melusi Banshees as well to slow anyone caught in those sight lines, and then the fire of the Goyo to cook them up right as they walk into it. It's a very well-rounded lineup here from NoCap, but yeah, again, it's all going to come down to, I think, that execute towards the end of the round. That's what this one's going to be focusing on.
It always comes down to the execute, in all honesty. And again, Traviiiii, like you said, a lot of presence around the side, but going towards this top floor as well. This is what you kind of need so the attacking side doesn't get themselves easy granted leverage on the top ground, establish verticality instantly, get those hatches that are so very vital going into a site like this bottom floor. But in general, again, there's two playstyles we see on the defense. Bunker down, full utility, waiting for everything to come crushing down on you. Or what we're currently seeing from NoCap, which is extend above, get yourself as much coverage and leverage on the top ground, so the attackers again once more have a bit more of a difficult time clearing it out. I do like we see double breed, so in case the Hibana does end up falling, the Ace can still do a bit of that hatch opening, so we're going to reserve 2 of those Selmas, I imagine, but currently we are still standing strong, right? NoCap aren't really being pushed back.
Yeah, there's nothing here for NoCap to really be forced to push away from, and maybe they should have run away, right? I9's going to get dropped, but immediately there is one found back the other direction. That's the Hibana. Backup hard breach is available there from Zolotic, so it's not going to be the end of the world here. Lycolis on the Blackbeard, caught looking the wrong way, but it's only a bit of chip damage, really. Nothing too substantial yet, and giving away the position there. Mr. Punch is going to fall for himself, biting off a bit more than he can chew. Fury, in the first half of this round, able to establish a pretty comfortable advantage here, and with the Blackbeard on the board as well, they've got to have a pretty strong presence in terms of utility and manpower going into this execute.
Defensive weakness shown right now from NoCap, right? It's going to be this cross-map isolation. Both Mr. Punch and I9 completely on opposite sides of the map, alone, not really with much of a fighting chance, which does allow Mr. Punch to pick up a kill. Again, is that Hibana, but you're still able to open up these hatches, at least one of them with the Selma breaches. This is what kind of the Ace was brought along for. You're setting up the flank watch. You have a minute left. The attackers are now safe and sound to kind of scout out throughout this entirety of the map, set themselves up for succession going into the execute. And again, get prioritized on what you need to clear, because taking a look at the utility, Traviiiii, right, we still have Melusi down below, Fenrir's, Miras, Goyos. There's still a lot standing in our way, and we don't have a lot of time to clear it.
No, you're running out of time here. The clock is slowly but surely ticking down here, and every second that falls to the wayside doesn't get used to its maximum efficiency. It's just little bits of advantage slipping the way of NoCap and Puffo. We've seen what they can do with little bits before. They can make some big things happen because of it. Final 20 seconds, but no, Lycolis isn't going to be able to get in towards the objective because of that Vulcan canister. That utility we spoke about coming in massive clutch up here for the final 15. You're going to see the player from the vertical below, but he responds right back with a C4. 3 versus 3 for the players of Fury. There's no choice but to full send it right now, because NoCap, they're doing a phenomenal job holding on with the utility. They've got brawls exchanging back and forth, but the only one's getting shut out here is Fury, as NoCap move themselves up towards a map point.
Scatman, either on the attack or on the defensive, this bottom floor is his playing ground, a shooting range for the man. And right, again, the utility clearance just wasn't there. If they maybe brought along a Twitch to get at least rid of those Goyo canisters, which ended up being the harbinger of death here for Fury, it could have been a different result. But coulda, woulda, shoulda, you're down to match point. 5 rounds in a row, it's a difficult one, but again, Fury are a high standard team. They can do it. Maybe they just needed a bit of a wake-up call, and this is the time to do so. The attack was good in the early stage. We have to give them that. But going down the line, they didn't really consider what was important, the objective, and actually taking the step into it with as much caution as possible, which wasn't really set up right. You have yourself that forceful hatch drop. You have the players completely isolated, spread thin throughout the map, entering all sorts of directions, and the 3 players from the defensive, they can just rely on the utility to do most of the talking. Again, the Goyo canisters can just sit on by, flame things out, and in the end, 6-1. As much as this isn't a close matchup, I have to give it to NoCap. They are playing this to perfection.
Yeah. NoCap have really impressed me today. They have much beyond. I think they've done so much well throughout this entire morning. Not only did they show a really, really dominant couple of maps here, but they've also been able to, they're trying new things. They're not shying away. They're not falling into the pitfall that I think other teams are falling into at the moment, and that is relying on what has worked before. There's been a lot of changes with this season, and you can tell NoCap have really done their homework with maximizing how to get the most out of them. And you can just see other teams just aren't prepared for the new and innovative things that are being brought here by by NoCap.
The IQ makes her way into the roster today here, so the Thatcher, it seems, has found a better replacement for that utility scoutage side of things, which I can respect. But the breach coming out, you're on your phone while on the job. Tubarao just hops on it last second, pop on that nade. It happens, you know, you freeze out the breach, you waste a bit of seconds, but Mark was kind of testing his patience there.
Yep, and the C4 is immediately going to take out Lycolis. That is the shield gone. That is disaster struck for Fury there. All of their information, all of their ability to push forwards, because if you look at the rest of this lineup, excluding that Deimos, it's very much a utility-focused setup. So now for the side of Fury, what do you do? How do you work your way out of this situation? Because it's becoming an immensely tough clear for them. Cash seemingly giving the first point of contact here. Mark going to be stalling out any more breach attempts there through the wall. Going to be buying himself a little bit of time, but the prone angle there from Rafters deals a little bit of damage back, prompting the retreat of the Tubro. Space has been gained for Fury. No pick to go with it, but at least they've got the room. You've just got to be careful of I9 down below, and he's not the victim of this Deimos track.
Oh, I9 here in a perfect position to go for a momental flank, right? We have sadly lost the Monty, so your get out of jail free card to walk yourself into this building is now off the deck. But we do have one more thing. 4 players here that are ready to send it forward, right? The Goyo with an amazing position. The Black Guys here relaying information, so maybe a good position for I9 here could be spotted, as he has already ascended forward and close to these enemies, but it's only a matter of time until he strikes. We'll be patient down below, but currently, right now, just looking for information, right? We're scouting out these players, where they currently reign. We see there's some Logi presence, we see there's some on site, but we don't know about all of them. Scatman taking damage, he was the one to kick things off and find that C4 kill, but how much longer will he remain?
Selma Charge going on the window there, trying to just throw off Mr. Punch a little bit, but he's got the read perfectly, read it like a book, looking at the right angle. Beautiful flick onto BG Man, takes him right out of the lobby there. And sure, Scatman's going to fall, but it's a 4 versus 2 now. Zolotic dropping down to the floor, down but not out. Going to be confirmed there by Mr. Punch. Dark doing bits here to try and recover the round here for Fury, keeping them inside of this one. 2 versus 3 situation now for the final 20 seconds. Deathmark's going to come on in, and this is where the push is going to need to come across here. Fury have a lot of ground to cover. They're walking right into a death trap. NoCap know exactly what to expect. Everything is going their way right now, but Critj finds an opener inside of this one. Equalizes things on out to hop on through. DCH forced into a difficult position, cornered by the frag grenade here, but no, he gets the down. Critj has to find this one massively. The server's going wild. The game's going wild. The game's going the way of NoCap as they finish this one off 7-1. Fury unable to stand up against the menace rising up here in the Asia region.
We were looking towards the greatest match of today, very potentially, but NoCap don't really have a cap. They don't have a limit. There's nothing bottlenecking them to the ground. They keep on rising 7-0, 7-1 against what would be a contender for the grand finals here. And they have just been eliminated by a team that has starstruck us time and time, round in and round out. Throughout the defensive, they almost went borderline criminal, a 5-1 half. And then on to the attack, which was with their beginning parts. It was nothing but exceptional. NoCap, I mean, they displayed teamwork, they displayed strategy, they displayed nuance with a Thatcher denying that C4 mid-air to allow the plant on the Monty. I don't think there's anything we can see from these people.
We've seen everything from NoCap, but somehow, like you say, Puffo, I don't think there is a cap to it. I think they're going to show us more in the coming games, to be honest with you. I really just am so impressed by what I'm seeing from them. This is a tier above the quality that I perhaps maybe went in today anticipating from these sides. NoCap are just so great, and I don't want to take away from how good Fury are as a team, right? Yeah. They're a phenomenal side. They're really experienced players in there, and that experience certainly showed in what they were trying today. I just think NoCap, they've done a little bit more homework in the off-season. I think they've really been, as I mentioned, trying to find ways to, you know, change up Clubhouse, because Clubhouse as a map, it's been in the game forever. We all know how it plays by now, and NoCap have done a great job of keeping what's worked, but also bringing new elements into the fold here to really put themselves on another level, and whoever goes up against them in the grand final is going to have their work cut out for them. That one is going to be the victor of either Daystar R6 or Scooby-Doo LFO. That one, I love the names in... I love the names in Asia. That one is mostly, I believe, the old A7 roster. Roldini, Levy Rim, Gallet, that lovely core of roster. They're a great roster. They start themselves. They're no slouches. But against NoCap, I worry for whoever it is.
Do you feel that? Is this like a voodoo doll? Can you feel your nose being tickled right now?
I can feel a little nose itch, like my nose is a little itchy.
Like a little, is it? Yeah.
A little
But
just a bit higher.
Oh my goodness, Travi, I'm so starstruck. I'm just shocked. I'm right now an absolute lockjaw from what we've seen from No Cap, and I'm scared going into the grand finals. Even though we have teams like Daystar, who again have made their name quite known amongst the Rainbow Six Siege community for being a great APAC team, right? Scooby-Doo, LFO, I don't really know about them. I respect the name. I hope the gang is working out well and solving their mysteries and whatnot. But going into the grand final, we're not going to cast a cursor this time around. We're going to say we hope for an even match, but we can't tell No Cap to hold back.
No, I mean, Scooby-Doo LFO, they need to help us solve the mystery here. How do you beat No Cap? Like, what actually do you do against them right now? It's a really high level of siege from them, and it's exactly what I wanted to see going into this morning. You know, the benefit of the smaller team quantities here in APL is the fact that we have more of these T1 sides in the open qualifiers, so we're getting to see the higher quality of matches a bit earlier on, and sure, the matches themselves have been close, but the actual quality of the siege, especially from No Cap, it's been exceptional. It's truly really been entertaining to watch, both from a mechanical standpoint and also the way their strategics are going into it, whether it's utility, composition, their overall play. I love this from the side of No Cap. And we've got one more game for them to flex their skills up. We've got a best of 3 grand final coming your way. That one's going to be in a couple of minutes' time, folks. So go grab yourself some drinks, go grab yourself some snacks. If you're in EU like us, possibly some breakfast. We'll be back in a couple of minutes here with our 3rd game of the morning.
feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, yeah, you take me higher, baby.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Friends have changed, but so can you. so can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know why. Holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm. Oh, I know I'm. Holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know why. I know why. Holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on.
Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward.
Takes him. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As the other grand final, semi-final game of the evening has only just started, we figured we may as well hop on the clean feed here, brought to us by the wonderful Momo, meaning that our observer for the morning, Mr. Lovely Ohotnx, is joining us on the microphone.
Huh, what is this place? What am I doing here?
Yeah, welcome to hell, man. Welcome to the caster booth.
I'm so happy to be here.
It's really fun here on the casting desk. Honestly, we just get to like look at flashing colours on the screen and scream at them. It's honestly really entertaining.
Oh yeah, I know. I used to do some casting.
Oh yeah,
A long time ago.
This man knows the ball, and just like Joker, oh, what a little treat. So we're just going to chill cast this one. You know, it's our other semi-final. Winners going up against the menace. That is no cap, and they start 2-0 up so far.
Honestly, we lost the Thermite, right? It's looking a bit rough. But even though Scooby-Doo are 1 down, and we're playing against Daystorm, which are quite a terrifying team, on the defensive on Consulate, it's rough. How does it feel to be a caster right now?
For me, very chill. Yes.
Yeah.
Nick shotgun. Let's go.
Let's go.
Happy.
no Nook DMR. Rest in peace. I want DMR. But it's okay. Peepo's got a DMR.
I'm a big fan of the Nick shotgun.
Are you?
Big props are what is it? Labyrinth. Yeah. Oh, Labyrinth. Ah, that's the name.
It sounds like a marshmallow, the Nook shotgun. It just has like
It does. Yeah, I can definitely hear it. It has a very unique sound ring to it. But I mean, honestly, we thinking Daystorm make it back from this to 2v4? 1v4.
Seal. I mean, it is Seal. You never say never, right? No, you say 2v4, but he can still try and get the player up, and I think that's what he's going to go for here. Brings Picarn back up to the fold, 2 versus 3 situation right now. The thing is, they know exactly where they are. They've sent a player up to deal with it, but no, Roldini's going to fall to the floor. The fuse is being attempted to make here. Can you get the counter in time? No, you cannot. It's going to be stuck on through. Response is found as well by Gallet. 1v2 now for Seal. It's not the worst situation he's been in all round, but the clock's working against him.
Ooh, post-plant. A bit difficult. You have low HP. Again, this is going to be Scooby-Doo's round in most likely scenario. You don't really have a lot to go off of. Again, no information. You're just going to have to brute force your way into this one. Dropping down on Hatch, entering side. The diffuser is right there, right? Craving for that stick, but there's 2 players holding you the nade there. You can't even take a sliver of damage from it. Even a flashbang hitting you directly could finish the job. You're able to evade that for a moment. Crawling down, finding one, but time is running out. You need to get this last kill within 2 seconds, and sadly, that will be impossible. Time is no longer an option. It's down to kills, and it will be Gallet to finish things out.
Great job. Love that from Gallet. Love that from the whole team, really. Beautiful stuff there from Scooby-Doo LFO to close things out. Love that name. That is... I don't know about you, Ho-Ho. That is my favourite name, Scooby-Doo LFO. They win the Name of the Day award.
Oh, what do we think about Scooby-Doo?
Scooby-Doo, great show. Great show. Love the show.
The team. Like,
the team in front of us, the Siege.
Oh yeah, Siege, of course, the game. That's,
yes.
That's what we're watching, of course.
Are you not
5 AM
watching
delirium.
Siege?
5 AM delirium setting in. No, I mean Scooby-Doo, yeah. Yeah, I mean it's a great name. Their logo, maybe we could use a bit of work. Kind of looks I don't know if I should say it on broadcast, but I think most people figure out what it is.
Okay. All right. Off to a good start here. 2-1.
This is why he observes.
This is what happens when you get an observer in the casting desk. Although, like Oho said, he's an OG, right? He was grinding this out before me and Traviiiii.
Yeah, before we were even born.
Yeah, probably.
Weird.
Oh.
Don't make me old. I'm still
I'm
young.
sorry. I'm
still young in the heart.
Yes, absolutely. You're not an unk yet. How old are you, Oho?
20.
Dude, you are old, man. What are you?
I'm the oldest one here. I'm the oldest one here, then. God darn it.
Yeah, you're a fossil, Traviiiii. I'm sorry.
I guess I kind of a dinosaur. When it comes to be fair, I think my mum is watching, so hi, mother. But also, like...
Hey, Traviiii's mom.
My mum got me this game for my, what would I have been, 12th birthday? Like...
Yeah.
So, Mum, if anything, it's your fault I'm here right now. Like, this is entirely your fault.
Whoa.
I'm not complaining. Like, it's a good fault, but I'm just saying, you know.
Look, Traviiiii, I met Traviii's parents in Malta, and his dad. His dad is such a baller man. I absolutely love his dad. He also does train stuff, so that's just aura farming at that point. But he was such a cool dude, and I'm imagining the mom is just about as cool. So, hey, Traviii's mom, nice to meet you. And hey, Daystar with the opening kill with the MPX. Now, Souffle kicking things off.
No Nick shotgun anymore. Not this round.
Aww.
Boo-womp.
Boo. Is Capital using... Capital's got the DMR as well, hasn't he? No, he's using the Para. I mean, to be fair, I don't know how much they're going to use that DMR at the moment. Obviously, there are a couple issues with crashing on it, so not every team wants to bring it to the cable, just in case.
It's banned from being played right now in comp.
You're allowed to. But basically, you're not given a rehost if it causes a crash. You basically use at your own risk. Is the disclaimer, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, and
No
it's
cap has
between-
have been taking a lot of risk with it then.
No,
Yeah. They're confident. They're confident in it. And honestly, for Labyrinth here, it's either possibly crashing or playing the shotgun. And, you know, honestly, big ups to Labyrinth for going with that shotgun. We love the shotgun. And on a map like Consulate, I feel like it's complemented.
There's a lot of tight angles here, to be fair, for Consulate, so it wouldn't really surprise me to see. But shotgun's not needed because C4 does the job just as well. Quite easy peasy. Catch the player in on the hop in. Love that. I'm guessing that was a pre-placed C4 from that one there. Just hear the player on the hop, click the button, boom, and there goes Peepo on the way, just as the username suggests.
Oh, do some play-by-play. Show us what you're made of.
2 minutes in, Scooby-Doo still aren't in the building, still trying to enter this consulate, but they start just not allowing them at all. No in-room whatsoever for them. But Souffle just gets away. That was scary for him. But with 40 seconds left, they start looking really, really nice. And with the smoke canisters coming out, it's going to be really difficult for Scooby-Doo LFO to do basically anything. But here comes the Grim Bees, the fire from the Capitão. They might try to hop into CEO right here, right now. I don't see that looking very and ending very well for them, as 3 people from side of Daystar are just waiting for them to do it and bounce. And yeah, that's exactly what happens. Yeah, they went around. Yay.
Yay! Whee! We might be out of our jobs here. 2-1 defense. Look out.
Ohotnx, do you want to come to Malta quickly? Like, you know.
Yeah,
I think they might want you to cast
flight,
this.
quick hop.
Quick hop, skip over. You got. I mean, to be fair, it's so early in the morning. You still got 4 hours before we even need to be here. So
Yeah. Can I hop in the briefcase or like in your suitcase?
Yeah, you can go in the like dog kennel box thing.
Oh. Oh my, thank you. What a
you like
privilege.
it? I'm in a cage. Ooh,
Do I at least get a bit of treats while at it?
I'll throw in the Lynx pillow in there.
Oh my goodness.
Big dog.
W! Big ups! Little Lynx
Big
pillow.
dog. I need to get that picture up for the people at home, for the context of this picture. While we were at the Munich Major, actually, hold on. One of you two tell this story. I need to find a picture.
Yeah, we were at the Munich Major. Me and another caster, Amguns, basically went to Fresh, the T1 analyst / color caster. We went up to him and he was giving out a bag of goodies. So we distributed the goodies, and inside that bag of goodies were pillows or pillow casings of casters such as Dez, Intero, and Lynx. And well, Oho got himself the Lynx pillowcase, which on one side, there it is, it's Lynx from the EML, I think, matches way back in the day, and on the other side, it's like their quotes. So it's Big Dog for Oho's pillow.
Yeah. Big dog. I don't know how the camera's gonna.
I had it signed by the casters as well on their meet and
They were
greet.
so nice.
Yeah, that was great.
Shout out
Definitely bring it to
casters.
SI.
Big
Please
Dog.
Big dog.
Big dog. What a great pillow.
Shout out camera pop-in, picture-in-picture camera, the best feature to ever be added to a Siege broadcast.
Yeah, that is true. Oh, but
You only see this on Traviiiii stream.
yeah,
Exactly.
Follow, subscribe, drop, donate. I don't know.
Give me all your cash. Give me every money you own, your social security number, your bank information as well, pretty please.
Chat.
Every money you own.
Chat. There's still 4 hours. Go to the GoFundMe so Puffobob can fly to Malta.
Exactly. We've still got 1 more day of qualifiers to come tomorrow, so you know, he could actually be in this chair and not just pretending.
Yeah, and I can actually sit in it for once.
Can you sit in the chair? I didn't know you could do that.
I'd hope so. I'm not gonna try it right now.
There's been a lot of information regarding this, of your inability to sit in a chair.
Yes,
It's been
so
widely
I've heard.
circulated.
So I've heard the recent allegations have come out against me that I can't sit on a chair apparently, and even Traviiiii has been partaken in this propaganda.
We've all been
Unbelievable.
taken. No, I'm sorry.
Are you saying it's all fake? Are you saying it's a AI generated
Yes,
video?
it's a myth. It's a myth.
It's a myth. But
It never happened. And not Myth Esports. Sadly, they're in T2 right now.
They're also
And sadly, yes.
This is Europe.
Yes.
This is APAC, the best region. My favorite region. I love this region.
The best one. I think this is my first time doing APAC, and
Is it?
I've just been having fun.
That is what this region is all about for me. Like, genuinely, it was one of the first regions I really got to cast when I started getting into this last year, and it's just so entertaining to watch. Just crazy things happening left, right, and centre, just like this exchange here going outside of Expo. They start coming off the better off for it, 4 versus 3, but Scooby-Doo need to get a move on as well. Look at that clock at the top of the screen. Puffo, 25 seconds. They need to make a move.
Yeah. Looking rough. Need to make a move. Couldn't have said it better. But going into it right, Scooby-Doo, down out of options, will need to resort to sticking by the old book, the old times. Going down the stairs, going down the hatches, and just brute forcing your way into sight might be the direction, although one already falls to verticality being used against you. A second one to follow along in similar tradition, and the last one just looking to make their best efforts in finding a couple of these kills, but by the end stage, the result is bound to be the same, and Daystar will claim their 4th round.
Jogo with that double at the end there. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. I mean, Daystar look really, really good here, as they probably have done all year. Scooby-Doo LFO a little bit struggling, I think, so far this one, but it is an attacking side on Consulate, so a 4-2 split if they can get them out of this one. Not going to be the end of the world if you ask me. They're going to have to try and work their way back into it, though. Expo Piano, tertiary bomb site, going to be where we're headed for this one, and there's a lot of utility being brought here on the defense.
100%. Oh, what is your favorite type of utility?
You're really putting me on the spot here.
We are.
Favorite type
Absolutely.
of utility.
What is your favorite type of red, crayon? What are we talking?
Well, see, I think yellow crayon is underrated.
I'm gonna have to argue against that. I hate yellow crayons. Honestly,
Really?
like that lemony taste absolutely sucks. I'm a basic red enjoyer. I like to dabble up in blue and purple as well, but you don't get me away from that.
Nice. Yellow crayon, it's a bit of a fake out because unlike yellow snow, it tastes like lemony, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So you expect one thing and you get a more pleasant thing.
Eat the
That's
yellow
like
snow. It could be beer.
Sure.
True.
It could be, but yeah, you know what? Let's stick with that.
Slushy beer. Oh my god. $1 million idea.
What? We are making business models here, but honestly, heading into this match, I haven't had the time to analyze any of these two teams because my brain's been just going haywire due to chair talk, yellow snow talk, slushy talk, crayon talk, but we have ourselves
it's your
the first down. It is my fault. I'll take the blame, but don't say you haven't been enjoying it.
It's been
What,
great.
yellow snow?
Yeah.
I'm actually going to continue the colour talk, because they've added a lot of red to this season. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the down but not out effects have like red, much more red on them. It's like, they're like dramatic. It's like a pulsing red now on the circle. And the Deimos text, it's red as well. It's just really scary. Like, Deimos is scary enough as he is. I don't know if it's the same for the players in the lobby, but it just pops up on the screen. Deimos is now tracking yada yada, and it's like, you know.
Please don't hurt me. You can track him. Just don't find out where I live. And Gallet, he doesn't need a tracker, right? He goes by the old, the good old, just head check and finding the tab. And now Fenrir out of the competition, right? So you maybe don't use all the utility, but you do lose a couple of players that are being exchanged for time. 2 already down, low HP. So talking Sir Souffle, he's already 1 foot in the grave. Where Pikanzu will set himself in quite comfortably, or rather Peep to do that for him. The shotgun will strike for once. The Sakadazuki making a great effort to bring this back into the matter of Daystar, but they still have another one to equalize things out, and time is not of the issue or out of the competition here. The attackers will finish things out in Scooby-Doo with a 4-2 split.
Beautiful. That I think that's fine for Scooby-Doo. I don't think that's going to be the end of the world for them. It's not as great as a 3-3, sure, but a 4-2, we might actually possibly, I don't want to cast a curse us yet, but we might have a close game. It's been closer than every other game's been today so far. So, yay, close games.
You know,
we're getting there.
We're like, close games. First 2 games are going to be close. 7-0, 7-1. Yeah.
I mean, Daystar's, to be fair, we've been on the wrong side of the bracket. So the top side of the bracket we were in was a 7-0, a 7-0, and a 7-1. The bottom half of the bracket, 7-5 Daystar beat Runway, 7-3 Scooby-Doo beat 1Z. So...
Yep.
We just chose the wrong side of the bracket. I say we.
I mean, Travi, I'm going to pin the blame on you.
I'm not going to
but
pin the blame
jokes
on. I was like the one. I was like, oh, it's going to be Bangers top side of the bracket. You know, we're going to have that Fury.
We can share the blame.
That Fury no cap game. Oh.
Don't worry, we'll burden the blame together, Travi. But
Oh, thank you.
in general, as much as it has been one-sided, we still got to give it to No Cap. Honestly, it was very fun.
Oh yeah, it's been entertaining games today, and I honestly think that's about all you can really ask for in open qualifiers like this. You know, obviously the best of the best, they're, you know, the best siege in the world, they've already qualified for SI, right? You're not in a last chance qualifier if you're going into SI as a favourite. You're going into Invitational, going to Paris, you're going to be going as an underdog, especially as someone from the APAC region. You will be that underdog team. You're going to be that one that everyone's going to put doubt upon. You know, don't want to sugarcoat it, but it's the way it is. But then prove the haters wrong. Shut them up. Win the whole
Prove 'em
thing. Lift the
wrong.
hammer.
Zip
Do it.
their mouths. Just shut it down. Honestly. Hey,
Sounds-
but we are going into a 4-2 split. Right? This, on a map like Consulate, I think is good for Daystar. It still isn't as defender-sided as it used to be, or it isn't your skyscraper, but a 4-2 is expected of the defense. And, there's one operator that's... We're going to play a game of, like, try to catch out the odd one out.
Does he know ball?
Does he know ball?
The odd one out.
What are we looking at?
What's not the usual?
Well, not the usual for her. Well, for this side, I mean, the easy answer would be Mario, but she's quite usual for this type, though not as usual for her to go like this through the front door, just into the building.
He knows.
She goes through the studio window.
I could tell you were scared to commit to saying Amaru there. You were waiting for us to give you a little bit of it. Yeah, we're looking at the Amaru here in this situation, right? Like you say, she is more useful on this bottom floor site, but she's not going to get much use there when shut down by that Peepo. And no one else from Daystar anywhere near, so there's not going to be any possibility of a trade there. Sure, some damage has been done, but... equally so, it's still a player left standing. Scooby-Doo LFO, advantage early on in this round here, and a minute's gone through. You've got control of first floor now as the defenders run back up site, but now you've got to try and get through yellow stairs.
I'm trying to figure out what the plan of Amaru here was. Because I would have thought she would go into piano and go through the hatch, but look at that, it's reinforced.
Yeah, there's
So,
simply one thing,
confused.
Oho. It's called we ball and go next.
True. So
Sadly, it didn't work out. And sadly, Daystar are without a player. And there's that red text just riveting Peep and his scary Warden now having to fight off, while the Blackbeard on yellow will be contested, shoved back by the swing and Labyrinth, signing the second swings right on one after another. The down will be there onto the floor is a 5v2 situation. Pikachu falls to his own nade. He picks up Labyrinth in the meanwhile. How the hell is this happening? Peep finds a kill onto Souffle, and now it's down to Buzuki to get himself a 1v4 situation. You just have to wonder what was Pikachu thinking. Absolute cinema, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we live for. And Peep with a long shot on the SMG-12 to find a coup de grace. What have we just witnessed? Travi, give us hands, just show this. Explain this in hand sign terms.
Absolute cinema. Explain this in hand
Absolute
sign.
cinema.
Explain this in hand. I don't really know how to explain this in hand signs. I talk.
You gotta
That's-
do like Siege, like leaning, and then like a nade being thrown, and
I'm
then...
gonna throw like a grenade and go. Blown up so hard about a frame. That's how we do it. 4-3. Scooby-Doo with a pretty strong first defensive round, actually. Helped out a little bit by a couple of mishaps from Daystar. I'm honestly just surprised, like, Picard nading himself, that's fine and all, but then he actually then gets a kill with the second nade. And I'm just like, okay.
all part of the plan, baby. All part of the plan.
That could only have happened all part of a handful of times in Siege history, where you die and then from the grave trade yourself out. Like, that could have only happened a handful of times in Siege history. That can't be a common thing.
I gotta ask you too. What are your go-to operators?
Ooh. Solace, my beloved, watching her right now, immediately jumps out to me. Solace,
Okay.
mainly because I've always loved the shotgun SMG combo, and she does have that, and
Yeah.
I love the utility on her. Mainly because you
So
can be a
good.
bit more aggressive with it, whereas with a smoke, sometimes you feel you've got to play safe your life a bit more because of you need it in the end of a round. With Solace, you can play a bit more aggressive, get a bit early, and still do some pretty big things.
That's why you play
Yeah.
Mute.
That is true.
Mute's
What's your
boring.
go-to? Is
really have a
Mute your
go-to.
go-to? You don't have a go-to? Come
Yeah,
on, there's
just-
got to be one.
He's a flex.
Not really. Yeah, like I just play whatever.
Honestly,
I-
you got to respect that.
I can't be asked to just play one operator every time. There's so many. Why not try them all?
Wow. I don't think I've ever heard such a positive-minded Siege player, or like someone that's so willing to be so flexible, so adaptive. Like, I'm not even kidding. I go to my ranked match, people are killing each other over an Ash pick.
Who
And
has to
then,
play Thatcher? Someone has
Yeah.
to play Thatcher. Who is it?
You're gonna play Thatcher, I'm gonna dox you. And then you have Oho here just being a sweet old angel and saying, you know what, I'll pick anything you guys need.
Yeah, and it just so happens that every time whatever we need is either a hard breach or a Thatcher.
Yeah.
So I end up playing hard support. That's fun.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, give your hard support players some love because they need it, and we appreciate all of our lovely support players that enable the more mechanically inclined ones amongst us, not myself, to go and do things. I pick fragged operators and die on them and blame the support. Don't be like me. Be a good person and thank your supports.
No, be like
Yeah.
Travi. That is why you pick the Ash. You pick the Ash to die.
Yeah. Sprint into sight and splat.
The ideal round as hard support is where you just sit on the drone the whole round. That's the
Yeah,
ideal
that-
round for you.
That is the ideal round. But heading into this one, right? The C4 there was set up quite nicely, but the Sledge has been able to run away, just scout out for a second to get himself in a safer position, so the C4 wouldn't really claim anything. Scooby-Doo have a bit of presence toward this mid-ground again, no floor number 1. Labyrinth is still making his presence known, but will back off for now, although not fully. Recognizes what might be on Visa stairs, and what a shot there to take out Souffle. Get him on even ground. Now the shot got up close. Are we willing to challenge us? Tries to go for the swing, and he catches him blinded. How does that happen? Joker, just the intuition can't be caught up when Labyrinth is on the opposite side. Azuki now back on ground zero between these two teams, 2v2, and starting to hunt down the Mute, but take a look at the time, Travi. There's only 20 seconds remaining.
I'm concerned here for Daystar. What do you do? How do you get your way out of this one? Because main breach is still closed.
Oh,
We've got
no.
20 seconds left
No
in the round,
time.
and we're just putting the Selmas. This one is going to be so down to the wire. All Scooby-Doo need to do is tuck their corners inside of a desk, and they should probably find this one. Backstab comes in now from Seal to try and find this one, but Gallet in a corner.
no.
Perfect
Oh,
position
no.
to deny the plant here. The cover's not going to be there. He can get it off the clock, and just like that, Scooby-Doo will tie up the game for a piece. And gentlemen, dare I say it, we may have a banger on our hands.
We've been upgraded. When me and Oho joined, I heard a hello, ladies. Now we're gentlemen. And Scooby-Doo are now an opposition for Daystar to be worried about. What a round there. We have to honestly hand it down to Labyrinth. And again, his game sense, being able to swing in, recognize you're not going to dodge that flash, so you might as well take your chances. And the shotgun on that range is bound to secure a kill. So it does. You get yourself a double. You're wasting the times. The enemies are looking to hunt you down. They don't have the breach open. It's all Calamity. And in the end, the last player just snuck in around that default plant car and able to find the last kill as the planter is not being held 4-4. And Oho, do you think aliens exist?
Of course. Of course. How else
enough.
can you explain how else can you explain the fuck? I I really wanted to come up with something. I really thought while saying it I would come up with something. I was really banking on that.
You know what?
Unfortunately,
Honestly, I've caught you off guard. I apologize, Oho, for putting you on the spot. But I just had to know.
I
You've
already
done it.
expected. It's always when you end the sentence, it's always oh and something completely unrelated to the game.
It's
For the
it's a
first few
fun-
times, I was paying attention to the game, and so I was like ready for anything. But now
Oho, have you ever
learned.
had the delicacy known as a Greg sausage roll?
Ooh.
I I never did. No.
No,
Yeah,
that's tragic.
we're shipping you to England. I'm sorry, but it needs to be done.
You don't need to be. It doesn't need to be legally either. You can just go.
There was one with guns. He told me that I need to try the Greg sausage roll, and I just
you didn't?
forgot.
Wow.
Yeah, I just forgot.
As punishment for that, I say, should we cast this round in our native tongues? You two are going to have an advantage because you'll understand what I'm saying. But I ain't going to have a clue what you two are saying in the slightest.
God, I haven't cast it in Russian in so long. Oh no.
We're gonna understand like a word maybe to each other.
Right, let's kick things off. Push across checkers now. Daystar making their way through the map. Slow but steady clear through. No one's dropped just as of yet. All 10 players still standing in the lobby. Obviously, piano site, this vertical control is going to be very essential here. Luckily, Pecan using this Montaigne to really make some space for the team as they support behind him. But now they come up with the first problem. How do you get rid of Rodini on the Denari?
Ja, malo bolj težko bo, ampak v čisti resnici mislim, tekle Scooby-Doo probajajo priti naprej, igrati agresivno. Vidimo C4, da pride na Pikanzuja in dobi prvi ali ubijalec. Zdaj imamo 4 proti 5, dobimo še enega, zdaj bo malo bolj enako na obeh straneh, ampak Jogor bo absolutno fenomenalen. In zdaj nas samo zanima, kaj bojo napadalci naredili, da si zaključijo to rundo.
Да, как мой коллега сказал, это отличный шот. Да и старые очень хорошо сейчас играют. 1 минута осталась, и у них уже есть контроль вертикалки. Они убрали почти всех людей. Но тут лабиринт с босс Г сидит до сих пор в смолл-руме SEO. И ходит... есть одна. Убегая сразу вниз. Но суфле все-таки разменивает. 2 в 1. Остается лабиринт. 2 шота в босс Г. 2 энеми, которые остались у него, которые надо ему убить. 40 секунд остается. Его выдрали, но он видел, он может спрятаться от дрона.
Such a good game so far. This one. 2 versus 1, 25 seconds left to hold on. Low HP, 1 bullet from either of these weapons will do enough to seal the deal for Daystar here as they look to cling on to their lead in this one. But they need to get a move on. They've got 1 more EE1D stuns and frag grenades to try and force this player out here. Should have the utility to try and make the cover, but with this clock, they need to try and get the plant down. And oh no, Seal's been dropped to the floor. The Boss G doing its work. Souffle's outside of the objective. Has no choice here but to try and stink the plant. That's all you can do. No, you can't even do that. It's on the same button. You revive the teammate instead of putting the lunchbox down. And it's going to be a round going the way of Scooby-Doo LFO as beautifully casted by you two. I don't have a clue a word of what you just said.
Oh, kakšna tragedija smo videli tam. Še nismo mogli...
I said 1 round English.
Me and Oho could have been just saying absolute, like anything. We could have gotten away with anything right now as long as it doesn't get translated.
Literally, I was just sitting here like I don't even have means of translating what you guys have just said.
I understood a couple of words from Oho. I was able to follow along, but
oh, tactical timeout. Also, Ohotnx.
Lovely tactical timeout. What? What's up?
I don't know if I can. I don't know how I can get this on the stream. I need to just
go into private messages.
Yeah, hold on. He knows what I'm about to pull up.
What? Do you mean you're about to pull up? What does that mean? That is terrifying.
I don't know what you're gonna pull up.
That sounds threatening. No, what is it?
Oh
what
God!
Is it?
Oh God!
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, are you kidding us? Are you a fake fan? That is not okay, Mr. Observer.
I have no idea why I wasn't following. I just saw the button. I'm like, no, I need to remedy this.
Well, now you need to fly me out to Malta. I'm sorry. I don't like the rules.
Yeah,
of course. Of course.
Well, we just had a round casted in Slovenian, Russian, and English. So,
all in one.
By the way, casting in Slovenian is so impossible. You don't have half the words that English does.
The hardest part of that round, besides not understanding what any of you were saying, was when do you throw? Because I don't know what.
Yeah.
Are you getting ready to throw? Are you not getting ready to throw? Is it?
What are you saying? You didn't understand us?
A little bit, but I think it might have just been a slight internet issue,
Yeah, probably connection. You might want to ask the Blast staff team. Da nam pomagajo, se veš kak je. You know,
Yeah, exactly that.
that's what I'm saying.
Exactly that. I'm gonna go and ask. I'm gonna go and ask them what they had for breakfast this morning.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, Oho, if you could choose between unlimited games and no bacon, or unlimited games but no, I messed it up. Damn it! No! I had it in my head. I mixed it. You know what? Maybe.
Was it unlimited games and no bacon? Or
No, it's
games and no
unlimited
bacon?
but bacon and no bacon.
No.
Oh, what? Seal! He just got a one-tap out of like nothing. Child's play. And he gets another through verticality.
Someone check in
groundbreaking
PC. Someone
stuff.
check in PC.
Check
No,
his
I'll check.
PC. Give him his unlimited games and unlimited bacon. He deserves it after those 2 picks. Oh my. And look at the operators you've lost. The 2 that you'd probably want to bring in towards the late round for Scooby-Doo. They're gone.
Oh no. The Warden, the smoke. Goyos may remain, but what does that matter when the enemy team has 2 minutes to clear it all out?
Oh dear.
Spanking there. Running
C4.
around like a headless chicken, burning his own fire there. But the C4, he needs to get rid of that Blackbeard with that C4. Nice first kill. Blackbeard runs into the small room. He
Where's the
just
call-outs?
misses him.
Oh! Where's the call-outs? Why Suzuki killed himself with the fire? Nobody knows, but Seal is now in a 1v2. What is unfolding right now?
What are we witnessing right now? Well, let me tell you, Labyrinth with 12 gauge right up in your face, very close and personal. And now we have ourselves once more the defenders being in the lead, which is quite the usual. But it is Scooby-Doo on match point against a team like Daystar. Again, Scooby-Doo are first for me. Daystar I've seen plenty of, but this is just unfolding in very bizarre ways as Daystar somehow find themselves glorious double opening. Because I guess Seal just doesn't care and is playing a match of Battlefield 6, while the rest of the team, communication lacking, and Scooby-Doo capitalize on it.
I know they added T-Hunt back into the game, but I thought it was like against the Kera's Legion. I didn't realise we were watching a T-Hunt match right now because Seal's just making it look like target practice. He's just clicking on heads, and I'm here for it. But you've got to give it the other way, right? Levy, beautiful stuff in that round. Really for Scooby-Doo, I'm trying to pull up the results here for like how previously these 2 teams have sort of gone against one another, but I'm quite surprised by the outcome here from what I've seen.
After those first 2 kills, I wanted to call, watch them lose that round, and I really, really, really regret that I didn't call that. Because I was really thinking that.
So this iteration of Scooby-Doo LFO / XA7 / Kiri. Is it mostly Kiri? No, it's mostly Kiri, which I'm pretty sure was the old A7 roster. Yeah, it was. Yeah, they all went to Kiri. So this iteration of this roster, this Scooby-Doo roster, I don't think in an official they have actually managed to take down Daystar. Best of 3 in stage 2 went 2-1 the way of Daystar. The best of 1 went 7-4, 7-1. So they've never actually been able to overcome Daystar in an official, at least in APL. It'll be first.
Wow. This would be the first, but they need to do it within these following 2 rounds or in overtime. So, you know, it's kind of like a pick your poison type of situation. Even though you are in the defensive, you clearly hold the advantage. Again, Scooby-Doo have been working phenomenally when it comes down to team chemistry-wise. When it comes down to guns, it seems like Daystar still hold the advantage. And yeah, you are right, Travi. That text, the red glooming text, is absolutely terrifying for the Deimos.
So scary. I haven't actually seen if it's like that in the game, though. So someone feed us out that information on whether it is. Because if it is, it's just scary. Red text, it makes everything scary. I mean, Deimos is scary enough as he is, to be fair. Like, the Vendetta, the whole whistling thing he does when he's just, like, whistling around the map like it's nothing. Deimos is scary. Yeah. Deimos is honestly peak character design. He's so iconic, so just shout out the art team somewhere. If by some miracle anyone from UB's art team is watching, you guys cooked.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? Keep doing what you're doing. Absolutely beautiful. But we're heading into this, right? It's match points. A lot stands on the line of Daystar. This is what the best of one brings. Not really a lot of second opportunities. This one match is all you can really muster and offer up to Scooby-Doo, and who, by the way, have been absolutely serving going into this match. And even on the attacking side, right? We had ourselves a nice 4-2. They've converted into a 6-4. They've won essentially 4 rounds in a row, which is to be expected on the defensive. But now Daystar needs to start making up for them, and aggression going against Daystar as they lose their first seal elsewhere on the map. A second contestant, Uzuki, able to win that out, but look at the players, very isolated, and the Solus is going to get away with one, and a get out of jail free card while at it, keeping your life intact for now, and maybe even a retreat down to sight.
Really there for Peep. Should have gotten the trade, been traded back out there by Daystar, and that's going to be a massive blunder. That's going to bite them later on in this round here. But at least they've been able to shut down Lebby. Gets the down on towards the player. Sure, Azuki takes damage for it, but that's going to put us into a 3v3 with fairly even standings going into the final 30 seconds of this one. Reaper in hand. Souffle making his way through bottom yellow here. Going to be funneling in the doorway. Bit of a split approach coming in from the Daystar players right now. Some on the hatch drop. Some going to be going through yellow. They need to get in. Diffuser is available. They're going to try and stick this plant out, but there's Toxic Babes on the board, impact grenades, C4s. It's going to be difficult to try and get this plant down here, but Daystar are getting the picks to make this one work, but no, Gallet with a massive double funnels them in, shuts them out, and Scooby-Doo LFO will take down Daystar and will find themselves the victors of this match.
Wow, 7-4, Daystar not prevailing through. Definitely have the highlight of the game, Seal popping off with that double kill is right onto Twitter in about a couple of moments, but, you know, this is what we love about APAC. We just went from a conversation about unlimited bacon, but no bacon, onto a double tap that ended up resorting in a loss somehow, and now we have ourselves a 7-4. Hey,
Rio. Hey, Rio. We will leave.
That's a podcast.
That's a podcast. I don't think Rio is aware we're podcasting. Bye, Rio. Love you. Rio is one of our phenomenal casters, always around in the APAC sub-region. So I'm just going to pop Oho on this screen.
Yeah, just pop it in somewhere.
I'm just going to pop Oho up here so he can actually be heard.
Yeah, give us Oho! Give us the man!
You can be heard. We can hear you.
I can be heard.
You're here somewhere. The voice is in our head. There's no camera on, unfortunately, so we can't actually see you.
I'm the omnipotent presence. I'm the Traviiiii on Puffobob's background.
That is Oho. That is
That's
Oho.
me.
That is Oho.
Yeah, he broke into the Blast studio, and I helped him remotely, so that's kind of the situation we have right now. Okay, I was thinking I was going to get replaced for a second right now.
No, it's okay. There you go. You both can be there all at once. Oh,
yay.
What a phenomenal little game. I mean, it was a shame for Daystar, right? I think they definitely... Because I was looking at these qualifiers, looking at the teams in them. For me, the 3-4 runners were Fury, NoCap, and Daystar. Those were kind of my guesses, roughly, going into this. But Scooby-Doo have done a great upset. That's a really, really good upset for them. And it's going to put, hopefully tomorrow, a really interesting game between Fury and Daystar, because those then going into tomorrow, plus the loser of our grand final today, that's going to make things really, really interesting for that one.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, we still have one more match here today. It will be the grand final between NoCap and Scooby-Doo. Now, both these teams have displayed a lot of good plays, but if I'm going into this final as a betting man, NoCap have just had such dominating results, and I'm hoping that Scooby-Doo are the team to step up to them.
Yeah, hopefully Scooby-Doo step up to the mark, just like our wonderful observer for tonight, Ohotnx, has stepped up to the mark to cast. Unfortunately, there's another match, Oho, so we're going to be sending you back to the observing stick. So have you got any final words of wisdom before we delete you?
I'm being sent back to my observer basement.
He's being sent back to the basement, bless him. It's been great having you on. It's been nice to cast with you for a change, rather than sitting there and just having you sit in silence while we scream.
Yeah. It's been nice to get your opinions on aliens as well.
Yeah, it's been really enlightening, I think is the best way to put it.
Yes.
Anyway, folks at home, we're going to send things off towards a quick break. We're going to get a best of 3 grand final ready for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few. We will be back in just a few. Remember the button. There we go.
Listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, views, that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. Of my views, that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to the end. I sing it, ooh. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? Better get it in my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand like John, all I lose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand like John, all I lose. Don't mind if I do. 3 is the wind, and as strong as a piece of amber. Give me a breath, like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be on a flight soon to the end. I'm singing, ooh. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand like John, all I lose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand like John, all I lose. Don't mind if I do. action. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor. Turn that giddy button to a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen. I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we own the road. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat.
Bear with me, don't gotta worry for the both of us. Put you in the driver's seat, don't gotta hurry in the name of love. Put you in the driver's seat, don't gotta hurry in just too scared to be lonely. No one's safe from the reaper. Not a saint nor a sinner. Rage under my skin, slowly descending to madness. Let it spread like a virus. Be a friend with the violence. Help, there's blood on my hands. Somebody save me from myself. I'm off of the meds and it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious? Change, can you swear some? Never mind, I forgot where I came from. Like wolves in the darkness, we've adapted to blindness. Fall asleep with the sirens. Help, there's blood on my hands. Somebody save me from myself. I'm off of the meds and it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious?
I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head. I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real hearts. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're on my mind, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just nights. Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life? This love could be deeper, just sinking. Will you love me? Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
You said that you've been lonely, makes you cold as ice. to get to know me better than the lies. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no reason, but I'll sit here.
Welcome back on in, folks, to the stream. We're here at our grand final of the evening, our first and only best of three of sorts. Travi, here in the Malta studio, happy been lovely, sunny. Actually, I say sunny, it's probably still quite dark outside. And then I'm joined over here, over there, by Puffo.
Over here. Hello, that's me. Yeah, it's not sunny here either. It's like the sun is slowly starting to find its way up, but it's very moody outside and dark and depressing. So I'm just waiting for a skinwalker to hop on into my room. But yeah, we have ourselves an exciting grand final, right? We've been at it today. A bit of dominance. We get ourselves a very close or closer match going into that consulate. Scooby-Doo and Daystar kind of roughing it out. And now we have ourselves the last one, Travi. It's going to be Scooby-Doo, and it will be no cap. So honestly, let the best team win.
Let the best team win. I mean, speaking of best team, I'm going to just immediately pivot and maybe show a little bit of bias to lean in the way of no cap, because that's who I want to talk about first before things get started. They have been phenomenal all day. They have been playing old maps but showing us new tricks on them, using the new weapons, using the new operators, really taking advantage of the balancing changes that have come into play this season. They have been phenomenal all day long, but then you look on the other side, Scooby-Doo LFO, they're no slouches themselves.
Yeah, no, they're no slouches. Again, they went up against a team like Daystar, which has had their expectations. We have seen them perform well in the past. They're definitely one of the upcomers going towards the T1 or T2 scene of APAC. And in general, they're good. But like a team such as Scooby-Doo, which at least personally I haven't heard of as much as Daystar, to come in and deliver quite the performance, even though best of ones on consulate normally aren't expected, both these teams went into that map with full knowledge, full confidence that they're going to be able to get it, but Scooby-Doo walked out on top, as also they're another team that is still looking for an organization. So both teams orgless and now looking to win out the grand finals.
Yeah. And they've beaten some pretty big orgs today, right? Between the two of them, they've beat Daystar, they've beat Fury, some really big long-time orgs in the APAC scene, and they're finally really been able to take the head, especially like the Scooby-Doo, for example, finally being able to beat Daystar despite struggling in the regular season. Gonna quickly hop towards the map veto here. Cafe, Consulate, Fortress, Bank, first ones to be taken off the board, leading us into our initial map pick of Scooby-Doo LFO, which is going to be Nighthaven Labs, before we head in towards the Chalet as map 2 no caps pick, then Clubhouse border ban decided it's going to be Lair. What a veto. I do like that.
All right. I am actually all for it. And we start off with map number 1 being possibly the best one here, because again, normally you'd expect it in best of ones. Now we're going to see it in best of 3, and we've already seen Chalet, we've seen Clubhouse. Now we go for the third biggest map going into Rainbow Six Siege and its more recent comp map pool. No Cap versus Scooby-Doo going into Nighthaven Labs, a map that really focuses on your strategical side of things, but again, aggression too can find its space.
That's what I love about this map. It's a sandbox, it's a canvas. There's so many different ways for you to approach one. Do you go for a utility focus clear, get the walls open, or do you just send someone in with a shield and live amongst the chaos here, as is quite a common strategy down in APAC? Of course, first and only best of 3 of this evening, meaning that we are not just going to be seeing one map. We're going to be seeing 2, possibly even the third. Now, this is the map pick here of Scooby-Doo LFO. They've chosen to come here. They're going to be starting things off on towards the attacking side. Many would argue the least favourable of the two. I mean, No Cap get to go on a defence somewhere they've been pretty comfortable on throughout all day long. And Puffo, I don't think we've got much more waiting to do before this one.
Yep, hopefully not. I'm crossing my fingers to get right into the action. I'm already on my tippy toes, and right now, loading into Nighthaven Labs, I'm expecting the bans are going to be leaning in towards more what we saw in Clubhouse, that being the first match here today, or rather the second right after the Chalet. But No Cap have already played a similar map. Again, Nighthaven Labs, what makes it so great, it's a combination of multiple beloved maps. We see a bit of Chalet on this map, right? This pool area. Then we can go to this bottom or top floor, which is very dependent and reliant on breaches, such as with, let's say, Clubhouse mostly. Again, but there's aspects and elements of a lot of loved maps and their best parts all incorporated into this one, which I would say, you know, I'm going out on a limb, but I think Nighthaven, in my opinion, is the most perfect and balanced map.
I am actually pretty much going to agree with you, I think, on that one, actually, Puffo. We are two Nighthaven Glazers, but it's not for without reason, right? As you say, it's got a little bit of something for everyone. There's a variety on this map, and for me, that's what keeps it so entertaining and so fresh. Now, one thing I love to see a bit earlier on today was the fact that we saw a clubhouse, and it was still bringing new things onto the board here. So I'm really expecting things to be cranked up to 11 here. Now we're on a map that really allows for that level of flexibility, such as Labs. Cade and Thermite going to be the first ones taken off the board here, and fairly standard operator bans, all things considered, for the first wave.
Honestly, I think we're going to see an ace. I think we're going to see a bandit, something like it. A Yang this time around, and honestly, it's the same as we saw it on Clubhouse. On Clubhouse, we saw, I do believe it was the Yang, and was it the Thermite or was it the ace ban?
It was the Yang and the ace, I think.
The Ying and the Ace. Now we see a Thermite and the Ying. Now, big holes on a map like this do matter a bit more, especially when you're going down towards that bottom floor. But in general, the Ying has really been kind of hated amongst the APAC region, and I don't blame them, because picking out a Warden just to counter out a single operator that maybe doesn't even get picked on the attacking side can be a bit annoying. Rather, we focus our side of utility onto defenders such as the Fenrir, the Izami, the Mira, again, powerhouse operators, and even your beloved Solus Traviiiii.
My loved Solus, she's going to be seeing herself brought along here by the wonderful I9, who had a great moment on Thatcher earlier on today and continuing the electronic hating trend there, playing Solus, not with my preferred weapon, P90 in hand, but it's still a great gun nonetheless. Over on the side of the attack, we're seeing shake up here for a fairly standard take of things. Now, Ace being brought along to deal with these essential walls, you know there's going to be the mirror window being brought, so that's exactly why Roldini's hopping on towards the Twitch here. Scooby-Doo done their great jobs here, getting the information through, now can really start to take advantage of it, adapt their operator picks in tune. You've got to be just careful, though, when you're sitting on those drones, not to fall victim to I9, as he can read you not bright as day.
100%. Both these teams, again, have proven to be absolute menaces. I love the mirror positioning here towards this main breach. As we have a better glance at it, it will deny breaches for being easily open. Normally, it's also used as a way to trick the Thermite exothermic, but we don't see that around. Now it's going to be can openers, and a bit of a disconnect speed here will be leading us. So it is a 4v5 right off the bat here. We just get to wonder what we will continue with. But for now, Scooby-Doo, it's not going to be disregarding the fact that they still need to push themselves forward and use what they have.
They do indeed have a lot here for, well, I'm going to see 4 versus 5. Unfortunate loss there. I think really distracted. Sorry, I was getting totally sidetracked. I was just checking to see whether we're going to be going in towards a rehost or not. I don't think we are. As far as I can say, I've not seen a call for it anywhere, so we're just going to continue on with the game as planned. Death marks coming on through. As the round just continues to play on out here. IT wall being opened on up. Breaches, everyone just doing their standard job right now. Really though, Scooby-Doo, as we said, they're going to be on the back foot here. They're playing this one in a 4v5. Docap essentially handed the opener for free. It's going to be a difficult one to recover.
It's going to be a difficult one to recover, but hey, you work with what you're given right now. The Glass is sending out these smokes to try and find better gunfights, but there's just a sliver of an opening here. If he peeks out forward too much, might be exposed to the main breach player and doesn't know about the position, right? You're going to push forward, you're going to try and support your teammates by taking over these rafters, and right now, no cap are just simply standing back as Scooby-Doo will find their opening and allow an equalization to be set thin. So now they've just kind of evened out the odds, but they still need to go further and beyond.
Beyond they do. They've, as you say, that's that middle ground now. We're at this point in the round where everything is somewhat stable again, but I don't think it's going to be staying that way for long. Lebirimp there outside on rafters, challenging Death. Theoretically, one of those impacts could take him out if it's well placed enough. Going to be going, continuing that swing on towards the player behind the chassis. It's an angle of nerve, an angle of wit, and it's I9 to come out on top there. Able to shut down the Glaz with a second one following suit. Puts the remaining attackers into a 2v4 situation. 40 seconds on the clock. Cornered on side of rafters here. There's not much Gallic can do. Luckily, though, Roldini does find one, but he's going to be the last one standing here for Scooby-Doo. No cap, great hold so far, and have got 30 seconds to seal the deal.
Honestly, with one player and how the beginning was for Scooby-Doo here, they've been dealt a bad deck of cards, but they once more rely on one player here. It will be the Twitch trying to make the most of what she can muster, but Mark quickly shuts that thought out of consideration, and we have ourselves the first round. According to the defenders, normally Nighthaven is a good kickoff tempo for the defensive, as again, you're kind of walking into their setup, and we do not have a rehost, so the player is back in ready to go and send it, as now No Cap will send themselves to the bottom floor, where I imagine we're going to see a bit more of that extensive gameplay.
This is it. That bottom floor in labs here, it's really a test of how well can you control space. And more importantly, I think for me, it's about how you can read space. Because as you said, Puffo, there is a significant amount of ground you can choose to cover here. And maximizing it is going to be the key to success. And as well as using it, you also need to realize when is important to give it up. When the pressure is too much, because a lot of the time you will be fighting on your own on an island on this roam. If you go down, it's often without a trade. You need to be able to recognize when a situation's getting a bit too hot and just pull back to the safety of the rest of the team.
Yeah, right. Recognizing when the time is not right is very important on a map like this, but that's why Scooby-Doo should play together, right? If you're going to be hunting down this visual, picking up the demos, trying to counter them out, and maybe even a gridlock to be swapped on over, it does seem like the Doe could be shit suffice for the roam clearage. Right now, verticality is a must, but I don't think we're going to set up like that right now. We don't see a ram, we don't see a buck. Maybe the secondary shotgun for the gridlock could do the job, but right, this setup currently is leaning in towards that main breach opening, send the blitz forward and try to get the plant down, or maybe use the blitz above to clear out all the ground.
Yeah, maybe just clear some space out. I mean, that is going to be his goal here, right? It seems like we're going to be tunneling on towards the player playing kitchen side, want to be moving him out of this position. Mark's going to have a lot of power by playing this one, but also he's going to have a lot of responsibility placed upon him to really hold this position down and burn as much time effectively as he can here. Does have support from up above. Scatman going to be lurking around in IT, supported not too far away by Mr. Punch, who's going to have some really aggressive angles right now, and this is what I love to see from NoCap, Puffo. They're just not stopping with this aggression. They want these gunfights.
And they take everything into consideration, right? A bit of a barricade dropped. They're already looking for a swing here, which is being held by Peep. So an engagement here, but Punch is just expecting, gets steps ahead and finds the opening here. And now the impact is dealing a lot of damage to this blitz. A single bullet here, and he should be out of the consideration. Although one of the players has snuck his way into sight, that's going to be the ace right in your territory. As Punch is able to pick one up elsewhere, this bottom, or rather top floor site is going to be an absolute death zone for both these teams. As the final two remains to be Labs for the slaughter. DCH with another pickup, and the last one just trying to set himself in a comfortable spot, fight off as many of these defenders as possible, and hope they get over aggressive, step into your gun so you can punish them in that exact moment. The diffuser drops, you can't even try to risk picking it up. The Goyo backs off, and the rest of NoCap get back to sight safe and sound.
Poor old Levirimp here, sort of walked himself and the rest of the team into a little bit of a box, and they will pay the price for it. A 1 versus 4, insurmountable odds here lie ahead of this Twitch, and as you can just see, she's going for picks, spraying wildly. Doesn't really have the information to hand, you can see on the drone counter, and as well, not much you can really work with in this situation. You've got 60 seconds, try and find a couple of exit picks, but the possibility of NoCap giving this round away at this point, honestly, Puffo, it's incredibly slim. There's no way. They know where she's going to be heading down the staircase, going for these gunfights, and at this point, as I say, just take what you can, get away with what you get, because NoCap, they're not going to be surrendering anything.
Yeah, DCH there with a nice little final blow, secures the round, and once more we have ourselves a similar result. It will be NoCap 2 in a row. And again, the first round, a bit of a sugarcoat for Scooby-Doo as they lost their opening player and still got themselves a decent amount of kills. This next one, there's not much of an excuse, right? They allowed NoCap to play aggressive, to kind of sandwich them into this kitchen side and take them out piece by piece. Dominoes down, and 2-0 now. Scooby-Doo will need to start counting up some of these rounds.
And as well, on top of things, just want to give a quick shout out, TikTok, thank you very much for the raid. Folks of you who don't know, that is Naira and I believe Silverwolf you were streaming with as well. They were doing a phenomenal job this morning covering the oceanic portion of our APAC LCQs this morning. Did a great job there coming in from the Australia region down under and watching a bit of it in the Uber actually. Really, really great stuff there. So do go give a follow if you can. They will be live, I'm pretty sure, with the rest of the qualifiers when they come round on the 20th of this month, so a bit later on. Plenty of action there, and it's always great to have hometown talent cast in their own region because, you know, we're EU casters, we're not APAC casters. We're just kind of here, we're just here for a good bit of fun, but homegrown talent, they're doing a great job of it. So thanks for the raid, guys, and hope the games were entertaining as they normally are in OS.
Yeah, 100%. Again, beautiful job over out there. But now, in this matchup, we have ourselves 3 shotguns from NoCap, 2 being the Smoke and View, and a Bosch G from Scatman. Now, you know Scatman is such a deadly force that can't be reckoned with in the most majority of situations, but you put him on a gun like the Bosch G, which can basically one-shot body shot in most circumstances, you know he's going to be doing God's work over on that top floor, as we do have a Blackbeard, though, who can tank some of those shots, opening up towards rafters where DCH lies with those Azami Kiba barriers to keep everything grounded and secure. This extension great, but Scooby-Doo are making decent progress in opening things up.
A lot of pressure being placed all upon the map at once here. You can see DCH is really the focal point of the attention here from Scooby-Doo. They're trying to shake this rafters players, open up all possible angles for him. However, there is support available to him. You have Scatman and Mr. Punch playing not too far away here. The Blackbeard hops in and is able to find the entry. Pick will get his prize for it, but immediately there's the response found here by NoCap. 3 versus 3 situation effectively with the down but not out state found by Levirim. And another player's going to drop for the mark here. 2 versus 2 situation, all exploding within the server. No one's coming out on top just yet, but more importantly, NoCap have been able to hold on to rafters. Scatman's secured the position, now sitting up there with the Bosch G, watching those long angles that can be found. He's going to decide to drop on away. He realises it's not worth playing his life. Regroup up with Mark, play the remainder of this round out together, as you should.
Both around site, all 4 players within miles of each other, but at the same time, we have Peep who's up above, just trying to find maybe an angle, maybe vantage, anything that can give him that opening kill, right? And it's going to be Scatman to blow you right back to smithereens. 2v1 now, and the defenders clearly hold an advantage. Maybe time is in it for the attackers, but they hold no diffuser, and it's going to be Peep trying to lie himself on these rafter stairs, maybe descend downstairs to try and find an opposition, an alone one. At that, as the Bosch sings out once more, brings you to a bullet amount of HP, and any damage, any gun should be able to put you to your grave. It's all down to this one player to kind of deny that as much as possible. Ram Drone's Boogie sent out, denying a bit of sound to be made, but again, Scatman right around the corner has the information, yellow ping around it, now setting himself up for a shot, and it will land as Scatman finishes the round. I told you, Traviiiii, this man, God's work.
If you ever told me, maybe about a year and a bit ago, before I started casting Puffo, I'd be up on holiday at 3 in the morning to come and yell Scatman at the top of my lungs, I would have probably called you crazy. But here we are. Scatman just... As you say, God's work right now. NoCap 3-0 up, really not having any issues, really struggling against Scooby-Doo here, who on the flip side of things have been having some difficulty. Really, I think it's the chaos. I can see the intention from Scooby-Doo. They want to go for these picks. They try to isolate these players, but NoCap always seem to have a response. They always seem to have someone. They have backups for the backups, and it's these multi-layered defenses that are so difficult for Scooby-Doo to pull apart.
100%. And we go into this next set of bans. The Blackbeard certainly has been handing a bit of issues over to the defensive. Not like they haven't been able to surpass it, but they just don't want to deal with a middle ground Monty and Blitz kind of mixture here that can bring aggression while security on the other hand as well. The mirror ban, I do respect. I feel like the Azami is also a second ban that could be considered by the side of Scooby-Doo, but they've been just so good at surpassing these players that keep up barriers who haven't been able to really secure anyone. Although NoCap, again, with the kills they've been getting, it hasn't been troubling any. Although we head into this top floor, we talk about shields for a moment, and it seems like any shields that will be brought along this round on the attacking side, or any operator that might want to contest blue, rafters, any option of entry, we'll have to get through Clash first.
Oh, joy. The joy of playing up against the Clash. I mean, we've seen a couple of teams banner out today, and I've got a feeling we might possibly here just see why she does get banned ever so much. We've taken off Mirror, but she's basically a walking mirror window nowadays. Being able to block that shield down, fight from behind anywhere and everywhere. It's going to be difficult for Scooby-Doo to clear out, and they've got frag grenades, they've got some asphyxiating bolts on the Capital as well, so no shortage of utility to really get that side of the job done. But first and foremost, as is always with Labs, you need to get these key essential walls open, start to open up these sightlines, so you can really up that pressure on the defenders.
100%. Cat openers now sent out. We have 2 breaches just to make a nice little line of sight, with the Selma being sent God knows where, maybe to try and get that bulletproof camera, which I guess is a worthy investment in its own kind. Scatman with a C4 here could be delivering vital damage. As someone's right around it, it's sent. It does not connect, and it's not even going to go through or find its way through a pot in the hole. Now a couple of shots here by Pete, just trying to secure himself and deny any potential risks of swings from NoCap side, as they have been aggressive. Speaking of the devil, Mr. Punch is going to make his name on onto the kill feed, with Shav being the first to take the blame. It is shredded out, but again, Mr. Punch just doesn't stop then and there. On one side of this map, he's handling absolute business. He's already found 2 and locked it down. Scooby-Doo now without a Heart Rager, without information on where all the utility lies, and also a player down.
Yep, and now they're going to have to push it in towards this Rafters position. It's eventually moving into a funnel here. Mark's just holding it down for 16. We know how powerful this weapon is. There's no reason for him to give himself up here. No reason for him to really move. All of the Omen right now is going to be on this attacking side. They need to push in, need to try and find something to break this stalemate, because right now it's no cap. They've got all the jewels in their basket and they're not going to give a single one of them up unless Scooby-Doo really force them to hop in towards electrical, being toyed with right now. There's an idea, there's a thought of it. IT control elsewhere has been secured, but yet again, it's just pushing forwards, creating these choke points, and a beautiful shot from DCH. Gets one and makes it a second as well. Puts it all down to Roldini in a 1v4, forced to charge through the Surya gate, but all you're running into is the clash of I9. Information's being fed. You can pre-fire and hold all you want, but you ain't winning that gunfight. Mr. Punch deals the knockout blow. No cap continue their flawless streak.
Flawless Shriek, absolutely phenomenal. Again, that clash being a real thorn in the side of Scooby-Doo as they just couldn't surpass through IT. Again, they were getting zapped along all ways, and the information relates so much better for players such as DCH to absolutely pop off on that IT hold. Held the pixel angle around Pillar. Pillar is a common position, and I imagine Scooby-Doo recognized there was a player around it, but they just couldn't do much. It was just the ACOG, everything, the gun, the player absolutely holding it down like a fort. Absolute demolition, and now we have ourselves a 4-0. Again, it's been flawless here for NoCap, like they have been through map number 1, 2, and 3. Up until now, there hasn't been much to stop them. They are on the defensive. Again, we can still try and sugarcoat it for Scooby-Doo, but without actual results, there will be no map 3.
That's it. They need to actually show something. It's similar. I feel like we're repeating what we saw a little bit in the Fury game earlier on today. Like you say, we got these kind of close rounds at points, but we're not able to convert. We're not able to finalize. We're not able to finish. And a result of that, what do you have to show for it? All of this effort from Scooby-Doo and 0 rounds. Puffo, 0 rounds.
0. That's a big donut right now, and NoCap are just feeding off of it. I imagine the mental isn't too great. I know Scooby-Doo, you know, at this tier of competition, the mental is good, right? They should be able to confidently bring in the best of 3 or try to do their best at times, but there's still always that thought lurking in the back of your mind, like, we're 4-0 down, what do we do? What do I need to do as a player? Each player has some sort of thought like it in the back of their head, and it's something that lurks, something that destroys, and it's a force that just can't be fought against unless you start getting some of these rounds. So locking in right now is the best option for Scooby-Doo. Now, if they're going to do it with a tactical timeout or not, I don't know, but I've been missing these tactical timeouts and times for moments tempos to be reset back.
Yeah, that's it. And sorry, Puffo, you may have to take over for 5 seconds. The TV's telling me it's turning off. I don't know what to do.
All right, Travi, get it fixing right now. Don't worry. The TV will be back and running by the hands of God and Ubisoft itself. We will turn that TV back on in just a moment. But as of the current, Scatman once more on the Bash G, looking to be kind of the tyrant that he always has been. Gets down though, and Peep holding him, catching one off guard as he didn't expect the corridor window to be opened up. The nade will not be able to be persuaded elsewhere, and it will find the finish onto Scatman. That's one player down. Your vigil out of the count, quickly followed with the head of DCH as the clash now confronted. Mark overwhelmed. There's utility all around it. Your concussant have to step back. The Blitz is making his appearance. The footsies are revealed. A pedicure onto him, but Labyrinth is able to find the refrag. Now left down to Mark, and again, just outnumbered, out-angled, gets himself killed, and all left down to the pulse down from below. The shotgun has been revealed, and now you know the plant must go down somewhere where the diffuser can be safe and sound, while the attackers even send down an extra asset to challenge this pulse. The bald man with a microwave makes his showing with a pistol, a bit of damage down to the way towards the Lion, as he does want to secure a steady position around this pillar. There's just too much to handle though. You are outswung, out-damaged, and not enough to hold on your own.
Pulse without C4 in that situation, well, unfortunate there. Just unlucky, yeah, I think it's probably the best way to put it for that one. But good news for Scooby-Doo is they've gotten themselves around here. Now, I'm going to play devil's advocate. I'm going to back them up here. 4-2 half, not the end of the world. We see them regularly on labs-ish. 3-3 split is desirable in the goals, sure, but 4-2, it's not game over. So, NoCap really want, if they want to keep a hold and keep the reins on this game, because especially keep in mind, if Scooby-Doo win the final 2 rounds, that's momentum in their favour going towards that second half. NoCap will really want to do this round to help continue that sort of dominant feeling they've had all game and all day long, really. They want to get this round. 5-1 split is really what they're going to be going for now, and we're heading into the tertiary bomb site to settle that.
This is going to have to deeply set in for Scooby-Doo. Their attacks right now have been strong. The previous one, we saw a lot more team coalition, a lot more chemistry, which I absolutely commend here. As Scooby-Doo, again, they worked around this one player being down. Scatman's kill, his death, brought around the entirety of the NoCap roster. The Aruni approached the cargo window to try and get the refrag, and Scooby-Doo recognized that. They set some players onto the backside of cargo, one towards Rafter Stairs. The clash was there as well, and then there were 2 players for easy pickings. That's what Scooby-Doo capitalized on. That's how they found themselves leverage. There wasn't much of a response that NoCap could find in the situation such as, and how they're going to be responding to it this round will be with a nice old spawn peek from Scatman, which sadly finds no success, but it's still the thought that matters.
Exactly, it's the thought that counts. You've had to think about going for a spawn peek, and it's showing that you want to go for this. You're showing your face, you're continuing to say, hey, we're here to play, and more importantly, we're going to be swinging you, we're going to make you fight for every inch, which very much has been a theme so far of Scooby-Doo. Caught with grenade in hand, DCH able to slip on by the window there. IT ball opening up, and yet again, it's that continued pressure on towards Rafters, but this has been a real sore spot for Scooby-Doo to clear so far. They've crossed a lot of players to this position.
Yep, absolutely right now. Scooby-Doo are kind of flushing them down, but NoCap, as many times as they could have been contested till this point, remain to be safe up until now. DCH is definitely itching in for a swing. He goes for it, attempts it a second twice, but will not find any connections just yet. Peep also expecting him around the corners. Now we're going to need a bit more of a solidifying approach towards these rafters, but you have multiple players around this defense, so what we're going to do is just shove forward. He's able to jump in, but doesn't recognize that one's right behind him. Scatman's gets taken out, and a pat on the back by Peep, as now 2 kills instantly gone. NoCap again have been kind of baited and lured into this trap Scooby-Doo have been setting in, and it's worked out for the favor of Peep as he's been able to secure 2 kills already in this round. All has been crumbling down. NoCap will need to deny this plans or either go for the 2v5. Both situations at this point seeming next to near and impossible as the smoke falls. Your canisters out of composition. Now the only one standing will be just I9 on that Melusi, looking to secure any kills, but it will not come to fruition as Labyrinth shuts it down.
That is the first round all day long where we have seen someone get a dominant closeout on NoCap. We've seen them bleed a couple of rounds throughout the entire day. Very few, mind you. I think that's the 3rd one they've lost from all night long.
Yes.
But that's the first of 3 that has actually been a closeout round. It's not been a nail biter. It's not been this real tense back and forth between the 2 sides. That was Scooby-Doo turning it up to 12-13 way beyond, and shutting NoCap down at their own game. Beautiful job to overwhelm and confuse there, and they get the 4-2 split that they sorely needed.
Now we head over to the vice versa of roles. NoCap on the attacking side, while Scooby-Doo get themselves a chance to defend. The bans aren't going to be anything unusual. The Ace whipped out for the Thermite. I imagine, will the Thermite follow for a second? I think that's going to be the case, but maybe even a Yin could be picked off while on the defensive. It can be anything. It can be a Bandit, it can be an Azami, it can even be a Clash. So let's see the results in and out. A Mira as well, and a Monty for the shield ban. A bit of variety on the attacking side.
That's it. I just get to struggle without that shield. I mean, the Ace ban. So, Puffer, I want to ask you actually. We've seen 2 halves. We've seen 2 different hard breach bans. Ace or a Thermite, who would you actually go for to ban in this situation?
I would definitely go with an Ace. Look, Thermite making big holes is a big thing, but Ace just gives you that comfortability, right? You can sit back, throw those Selmas, you have 3 of them, they do just about as good of a job and allow you the entry either way, but it's Thermite who needs to get up close to the breach, and at times you're even risking your own life for it, so I kind of wouldn't want to exchange that safety factor.
Fair enough, fair enough. I'm going to disagree with you. That's why I had a feeling most people will probably say Ace, and this might be a bit of a hot take, but on this top floor of labs, you need to get close to all of the walls relatively anyway. 2 of them are external, so it's easy enough to get close to them to get to the breach open. And the one that's actually inside of connector, again, you have to be in connector to see it, so to open up. Now Thermite has the secondary shotgun and a 3rd exothermic to play with. He brings a lot more to the table than he did 2 weeks ago. Yeah. This update to him, this is the thing. This update, if you're asking me, Thermite has really jumped up. Sure, Ace does have flashbangs now. That is probably a massive help for him. But equally, I don't know, it's a tough one.
I forgot about the 3rd exothermic, I'll be honest. In that case, yes. In that case, yes. But the one thing is this map, actually that's, now I've started to connect a couple of dots. That's why NoCap also banned out the mirror, so there wouldn't be any mirror tricking and they could actually use this thermite a bit more comfortably. Good call there.
I love it. I love this. I love this like breach. The way the breach game is going to be shifting over the next few months. Like I'm really excited to see how it plays out because Mute's had changes. All of the hard breaches have had changes. Even Kaid's had a bit of a buff with the castle barricades. There's so much more emphasis on breaches now. I feel. Speak of the devil. Yeah. Boom.
There it goes. Out. And since Mute isn't the same as back in the day, normally the back in the day Mute before his recent changes, right? The Ace would have been able to counter him by throwing his Selmas on top of the wall. That is no longer the same case right now. He has had a difference made to him. I don't really completely understand it yet, I'll be completely honest. I will need to take a second look. But right now, we have to focus on the attention, on the action itself, right? Scooby-Doo, they're just holding really NoCap up close. Again, there have been walls opened, which is good for NoCap, but all utilities being denied. They can't push themselves forward until Mark makes a move. DCH to follow. We have a refrag here from Electric, but Scooby-Doo are starting to follow, and they're just being overwhelmed by all these flashes.
That's it. It's just so much utility pouring in right now, and the kills continue to rain as NoCap storm through the top floor there, blitzing the opposition, shutting them out. Not much more to say on it than that, really. Just another quick, heavy, fast round there from NoCap, and that is where they really start to excel for me. This round, this style of siege, that's very fast, very aggressive. You do not give your opponents anywhere to breathe, and then you constrict them from within that hold. I love it. It's not only is it really fun to watch, but it's also one of those play styles that is very effective. You can see Scooby-Doo quite a few times this game, and all the other teams NoCap have faced, they just get a bit lost.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, in that position, I feel like Scooby-Doo tunnel visioned onto that connector side a bit too much. Again, there was a lot of utility focus on it, that they didn't necessarily recognize the threat right beneath their nose, and NoCap were setting up for something that read right well into a perfect counter of their entire plan. So, in general, 5-2, well-deserved. NoCap now slaying one round behind that match point to secure overtime in the worst-case scenario, but at the same time, maybe even regulation quickly into map number 1. Thankfully for Scooby-Doo, this map is not over just yet. And even if it will be in a short moment's notice, they still have that second and even potential third map, so this is why we love the best of threes.
This is why we love the BO3s, because there's room to come back here. My concern at the moment is, if you look to the top right of the screen, Puffo, this is Scooby-Doo's pick. They wanted to play Labs over everything, and it's not been, even if it was close, I'd be happy to make the argument there's potential for a lair in here, but equally, right now it's been pretty much a very overall a one-side again. There has been some good rounds from Scooby-Doo, I'm not going to take it away from them, but like this one's not starting off to a great foot there. Roldini, first one to drop.
First one to drop due to a pistol as well. Normally you don't bring those to primary gunfights, but hey, here we are, and we're all the player down. Scooby-Doo not looking the greatest. Again, your own map pick, as mentioned, not a good sight to see. And again, a beginning rough here for the defenders. It gets even rougher as now your castle is under threat. The Deimos tracking him down, has constant and live information about his position, so we really want to stick him away from that gunfight. So secure as much of this man count as we still have remaining, but attempting to play aggressive, hoping we can find a shot back. Scatman's taking a bit of damage, but the Vector is a pea shooter, so it won't devolve any further.
I love that angle. So beautiful, so tight, but equally, like you say, Vector ain't gonna cut it at that distance. Head maybe, but nothing else to be found. Minute in now. Attackers starting to really clear their way through the building here. You've got a blitz on Vendin stairs. He's a bit isolated. He knows he can't commit because there's players above him. Needs to wait for the rest of the team to catch up towards him to get to that position, but rest of the NoCap, they're struggling to do so. Scatman's going to go down to the ground. Levy's going to fall. At least Peepo's been found, but there's still a player, a mass, on this first floor here. Caught in the middle of a death mark trap. Levy has nowhere left to run. Shut out by the Vendetta. 2v4 situation for the final two defenders.
Final two defenders, Castle and Melusi now hand in hand trying to make things work, but Scooby-Doo are down to lower chances again. They're working against 4 players that are just unrelenting. No, not really looking to spend any time here wasted. The blitz is forward, but it's a distraction. NoCap are just using him as the front end, the face here of the push, while the back end will be happening by players opening up verticalities, trying to set themselves up for the plans. The blitz not allowing any bullets to come through just yet as he's playing it safe and sound to try and distract these defenders while they are definitely distracted. NoCap can make good headway towards the site itself and securing your footsies, playing it safe. But as of the moment, you need to find yourself a kill. Otherwise, Scooby-Doo, you might already be outran.
Yeah, this is it. It's a map point. If you do lose this one, you need to try and find something. And that's exactly what they're doing. Mr. Punch takes a lot of damage. Gallet also in return. Now, with that pick, that has put a massive onus on here. Scooby-Doo, they can try and do something, but no, Mark's not going to let it happen here. It's all down to one. Final player alive is the Malusi. Dropping towards Animus now. DCH takes a lot of damage off the fire. There's two low health players here. A prime opportunity for a clutch. And that's what we might just see happen as Mark's now forced to win this 1v1. He's on the best operator for it. The Deimos, the Vendetta, but it's meant to be for him. No Cap will steam ahead and they will get themselves up onto map point.
Map point, and also looking to find series point with this map as well. No Cap, again, just spending wait, oh my goodness, hold up, Traviiiii, you're gonna need to wait for my brain to connect the dots. Okay, hold up. So 1 + 2, okay. Is it saving no prisoners?
Saving no prisoners?
No, it's something with no spending no. Dude, my brain is numb.
I don't know what you're talking about. I can't lie.
It's like a saying. It's like they're sparing no prisoners.
Sparing nobody.
I'm gonna go.
Just go sparing nobody.
I'm gonna chat GPT it.
Taking no prisoners. There you go.
Yes, that.
Yes!
God damn. That's the one.
We're so good at this whole casting thing.
Oh my goodness, my brain just couldn't find it. I was like spending, taking, wearing. I was like, which noun is it? Or is
I'm just gonna rack down the corridor and grab like an actual professional to do the rest of the stream.
Yeah, probably.
Hey, like, help.
5 seconds left.
That's it. That's it. Match point on this game, 6-2. I really want to see some. And credit to them, Scooby-Doo have done better than every other team against No Cap today.
Yes,
like
100%.
They did doubly as well as Fury, infinitely better than the first game. But here, No Cap are they just seem yet again continuing to sort of flex their muscles a little bit here, and it's hard to imagine a world where they struggle their way out of this one. But aggressive angle. Roldini, I think, a bit late on the switch there, yet again caught on the phone on the two-brow. I swear that's happened a couple times already.
Yeah, people really love sticking on their phones in the middle of a job, and honestly, we don't appreciate it, players. You need to lock in right now, especially Scooby-Doo. You can't be on the phone while you're losing down. Traviiiii, what did we just say? Do you not listen to your co-caster? Unbelievable. Okay,
I'm sorry, Puffo.
This is the guy that let break into the Blast studio. Unbelievable. He's on his phone while casting, but hey, you know what? We're gonna let it slip just this one time. Yeah, we're gonna let it slip.
Yeah, you didn't see anything. Didn't see anything.
Never happened. What is a phone?
What is a phone? I don't know. And what an opening pick there. DCH able to shut. Oh, DCH didn't get the pick. DCH got pick. C4 confirmed there by one. How do you say that? Shavchenko?
I think Shav is
Shav?
Yeah,
okay.
Shavchenko.
Shavchenko. Okay, we'll go with Shavchenko. We realised we've been casting them for like an hour and a half now. I'm like, how do I actually say that? I've never actually had a thought to. Playing a lot of backline, a lot of supportive operators, Shav, but not to deny the impact they've been having on the game. Regardless, No Cap on the back foot here. 4v5, half the round left to play for, looking to make their entry now.
We're going to make their entry. We do have the breach coming in succession, so the Thermite's able to do his goodwill, but not fully just yet. Mark's making that an absolute hell of a job, but thankfully, Roldini picks up that freeze nade, finds the first, is not able to connect the second. Scatman now with an opening here towards this execution. A second to follow for Mark here, and it seems that Scooby have fallen, but not just yet. They do get a return down onto this Thermite, so again, you are one player out unofficially, but No Cap are not out of the competition that surely, and they're looking to finish things as quickly as they possibly can. This is the time to do so. Again, going for the revive. The Thermite is back up. A good read onto the positioning of Roldini, but he still finds the finish, and you're going to exchange a player one way or another. The shotgun now, or rather not the shotgun, it's going to be Peeps elsewhere to find one. Scatman falls 2v2, low HP on Mark, so supporting him out as he goes for the plant will be vital. No denial available unless you push forward to expose yourself to the gun, to the shot, and to just finishing things out as No Cap will find themselves in 7-2.
Beautiful stuff there from No Cap. Exactly what we've grown to get used to seeing from them all day long here. Brilliant clinical closeout here on their opponent's map pick of number 1. Getting themselves primed and ready to go in towards Chalet. Shut this thing out 7-2. Move on to the next stage of the qualifiers. Of course, as we've said, folks, it's a best of 3. We've got more maps coming your way, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Chalet in just a couple of minutes.
Waiting for the moment, I won't feel like I should Trying to be patient, but running out of time. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no meaning, I just wanna understand. Everything that led us here, the teardrops when I hold your hand. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Can we let it fade, fade away? We'll take it day by day. Can we watch it fade, fade away?
And one.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves map number 2 underway, and if you weren't here earlier, it was Nighthaven. But in the end, Scooby-Doo were not really able to kind of come up to the standard of none other than NoCap, so we head into map number 2, Chalet, NoCap's pick, hoping that maybe they're going to be able to step things up. It's still me, Puffobob, and it's still, of course, Traviiiii. We're kind of on his channel. I wouldn't be here without him.
You wouldn't be here. You'd definitely be here without me. You just wouldn't have you wouldn't have someone annoying you from inside of here. Is essentially what you wouldn't have.
You're not annoying me.
I feel like I have been all morning. You know.
No, I love you, Traviiiii. I couldn't be annoyed by the Trevor.
The Trevor.
Not that way, not that way, but you know what I mean.
I'm this close to going out there and finding a replacement for you. I'm this close.
You really dislike Trevor. I'm sorry.
No, I don't mind Trevor. For context to the folks at home, people in my local kebab shop believe my name is Trevor, not Travis.
Yes, and I picked that up. I don't know why, but it's been like a friend name for Traviiiii.
Yeah. It's a shame. But what's not a shame is Chalet coming on the table for us. NoCap 1-0 up in the series. Can a Scooby-Doo make a comeback and take their opponent's map from them? Or will NoCap have no frills, no sweat off their shoulders really run through this first chunk of the LCQ, right, Puffo? Because they've lost a grand total of 3 rounds today. 21-3 is the overall count for them so far. They've had a phenomenal day.
They've had a 7-0 win rate ratio. That is insane, by the way, going into the Last Chance Qualifiers, and again, against quite commendable teams. But we head into Chalet, hoping that Scooby-Doo are able to bring us to an exciting third, because I want to see Lair. I know Traviiiii does as well, and I know everyone watching wants more excitement, more action, but we head into Chalet with our first bands, Ying and Cade. Not too much of a surprise, and nothing out of the sorts of usual, so I guess we're just gonna have to wait to see if maybe the second wave of bands can surprise us.
Blackbeard and his army, no, nothing that surprises me. And as you say, Puffo, I really want to see a Lair out of this one.
Yes.
I think mainly because, to my knowledge, Dianic has just landed in Malta. So it would be incredibly cruel to text her and say, come immediately to the studio, cast Lair, go.
That would be
so cruel.
That would be. Imagine. It's Lair as well. She despises. This is her most despised map, I think.
Yeah, there's only one thing Dianic hates more than Lair, and that's the happy birthday.
Yes,
absolutely. But, happy birthday, Dianic. Should we talk about the game instead of bullying our friends?
Traviiiii, you have done my chair falling. You have done Dianic's happy birthday. What have you not done today?
Oh, that is a great question, Puffo. What have I not done today? Well, I have not actually gone and endorsed the official drink sponsor of NoCap. Ooh. It's Cappy.
Yeah! Big ups to Cappy!
Not actually sponsored by Cappy, by the way. I actually probably have to say that for real purposes. A drink I found in the canteen and was like, oh, this will be funny for about a 5-second bit. Cappy. No cap.
Yeah, he came into when we were in pre-production, or like when we were on the break, he came into it saying like, I can't tell you what it is, but I'll show it on stream. I was like, oh God, what did he find? And well, it's the sponsor, the unofficial sponsor of NoCap here, who again, get them an org, please. They've been doing outstanding.
Get them an orc. These guys, if they keep this pace up, they have a very good chance in the closed LCQs, competing up against some of the best teams that all of APAC have to offer, really. These guys are phenomenal to watch, and I'm so glad to see these guys really just perform, It's the roster that's been around for ages. The core of it has been here for years. It's great to see them having such a phenomenal performance here, and hopefully we're going to see a bit more of it on Chalet now.
100%, and I think they have a bright future ahead of themselves if they continue down a similar path like this, so crossed fingers for NoCap, but even more so for Scooby-Doo, who might be able to take away this map if they lock things down. A bit of damage onto Shav, trying the gridlock, having bad timing, spotting out one of the defenders, but shooting your thermite instead is not the best of sights. To see the Blitz showing his sides, goes against you as the C4 lands, picks up one. Scooby-Doo do to trade that out for a number of 2, so again, it's going to be tipped in their favor, but the aggression just can't be stopped here. It's it down onto your third fight. And look at the SMG-11 from Mark, just trying to find as much kills as possible, but not even one will come through succession. And it's all up down to the man, the myth, and the legend, Scatman, to find a 1v4.
Oh, if there's anyone that can do it, it's probably Scatman. He's on the dock as well, so he can take a 1v1, take a little bit of damage, juice himself back up to a full HP. Mark catches the player trying to go towards the half wall for a plant attempt, falls back away. Movement is going to be key in this 1v1. Keep them guessing, but no, guess right will peep. Scooby-Doo LFO going to shut things down, come out of the gates, swinging here on Chalet as they get themselves the first round, first lead anyone has held against No Cap all day. Question is, can they hold on to it?
Can they hold on to it? It's one round, and a great rendezvous around that main breach on the top floor really helped out Scooby-Doo to pick up these players that are constantly swinging into them. And again, the opening there from No Cap was great. You get rid of that blitz with a C4, but you expose yourself to an open breach, to the mezzanine window, to piano hallway, and there's so many angles that attackers are just grouped up on. It might be a bit too much to handle, so No Cap really do have to stop underestimating Scooby-Doo and their abilities. That was a great display of what happens when you do, but going into the next round, we're going onto a side that sits close to home, at least my personal favorite here, Bar End Gaming, specifically because of not only how well the Pog mats have been introduced into the site specifically, but again, the extension above, I think No Cap work really well off of it.
They do. They're so good on that kind of extensive hold, because what you tend to find is you have players in every little crevice of the map. They have people hiding in corners, people hiding in corridors, and then as soon as the attackers get a bit too far in, spring into action, shut them down from every possible angle. It's a tried and tested game plan here for No Cap, and it's one that we're probably going to be seeing quite a lot of going through the rest of this best of three. But Scooby-Doo on their attack this time around, looking more like a more fairly standard lineup here. Nothing really outlying to comment upon too much. It's all fairly standard going here, and I think just keeping things well paced is going to be the name of the game for them.
Percent. Mark on the yellow. The Scorpion can deal its damage, especially on a comfortable player here. Could drop, and I feel like he's being tempted by the drone now spotted out. He recognized that there might be a push coming in right next door, so Mark just plays it safe. But for now, verticality is still an option, and Labyrinth is looking to exercise that. Now the Grim Bee's out, your location gets revealed, you're going to back up to your teammates so you don't lose and isolate out a gunfight that might go against you and lose you a player. So No Cap, again, they are playing it a bit more safe, but look at the HP on Mark. He's already almost a foot in the grave, as now he's still playing behind the shield and trying to be a bit of a time distraction rather than anything else.
Additional safety net provided by the ADS devices and the teammates as well. Just as always for No Cap, just this interconnected web of defenders supporting one another, making sure no one takes a gunfight alone. As you say, Puffo, Mark on the forefront of it, likely to be the first one caught in an engagement. He's the expendable one right now. No utility to die with in back pocket, low HP. If anyone needs to go down at this point, it may as well be him for No Cap. But it's not going to stop him getting aggressive. Falls on back, No Cap just using their presence to slow Scooby-Doo down. No picks found off of it yet. Halfway through the round, all 10 players still standing.
It would not be Mark if he didn't play aggressive, right? This is what No Cap have been displaying, and the time wasted here has been, again, really good. Only now do we get to the clearance of these top library stairs, and we do see Peep on those darts from the Capitale, so flame things up, but we still have the presence of 3 players looking around the top floor, 1 on library stairs, 2 around library itself. You expose yourself once more, and you gotta be cautious of what Scooby-Doo actually do hold under contention, as the push-up from Labyrinth will be able to find the second now. Library overtaken, DCH on the opposite side of the map. 2 defenders to hold their own site against the 5 that are ready to rush it on down. Hatches open, Scatman falls. That's going to be the third already. A flank a bit too late if I am to say so. And Mark on low HP. He should not be battling out this amount of fighters once at this point all at once. But Scooby-Doo, they're not pushing forward, right? They're giving DCH the time to go in for a backstab.
That's it. There's opportunities here for the side of No Cap, but they lessen and lessen by the second. Lebirith finds one. Flawless round looming for Scooby-Doo unless DCH can get something massive going here. Spotted inside of library. Information's going to be given out. You're now cornered from every conceivable angle. He's able to find one, get his way out of it with a second as well. DCH, 1 versus 3. Still not at all favourable, but the momentum from those first 2, they can carry you a long distance. Does he know about the one out the front door? That's the X factor. That's the long position that's not always been held. DCH, he finds it. He drops down to the basement, and that could be a saving grace for for him. Roldini's expecting him through the front door, but that's not where he's gone. Slipped his way all through the back, and there's a possibility he could get this one, but the clock's working against him now. He needs to push in, needs to go. Flashbang blinds him out, and Scooby-Doo LFO will be able to secure the round off the back of it. A valiant attempt from DCH, but unfortunately, the fuse is down a little too far-fetched, not meant to be, as Shav mops it up and finishes it off. Scooby-Doo lead by 2.
Lead by 2. A good beginning again compared to Nighthaven Lab. They're certainly having a better showage, times better showage than what they did on their own map. But again, this ending was a bit rough here from NoCap. I have to give it over to Scooby-Doo. They just played it by the book. It was more of not more of Scooby-Doo playing extraordinarily, but more of NoCap playing mistakes. We saw a lot of them, right? They did push Mark back the instant he was threatened again on low HP, and he still somehow managed to be in the top 2 final players standing. But when it comes down to the actual push and how the defenders handled their positions, it was quite poorly handled, quite poorly roughened up. And in general, right, you send the defender to go for a map-wide flank once there's only 2 defenders on site and you're already 2 players down. Scooby-Doo, of course, are going to take advantage of it, even though they didn't recognize the flank. Again, they just had so much of a greater opportunity going in for this plant and securing everything down that there wasn't much that NoCap's final 2 could do.
No, there wasn't really a lot you could do. It's a shame there because it was such a phenomenal round. And for a moment there, just for a little moment, I thought DCH would have that one. He'd be going on for the masses. Ace clutch up here to really just cement themselves. But I'm glad Scooby-Doo were able to hold themselves and compose, because you lose a round like that and mental can sort of falter along with it, right? You're in a 1v5. You should win it, and for it to cut them close, Scooby-Doo, there is mild concern, but who am I to blame? 2 rounds to their name.
2 rounds to the name, and if that means we get to see later, then so may it be. But right now, Scooby-Doo are going to have to face the upper floor once more, as it's going to be DCH around this library side, looking to contest the attackers in each step they take. The Mozzie Pest to hack out the drones. I think DCH might have just shot out his own utility, which is unfortunate, but he backs off down library. He won't be pinned down from bar either, so he gets himself a bit of free vantage and roaming potential, although it's just the I-9, right? The Fenrir still lurking around, trying to take over the position of the Mozzie, who is not on the best standard when it comes down to HP, so roughened up battles might occur, but in general, Scooby-Doo are making good progress, but they still have much to clear.
That's it. There's so much to work through for Scooby-Doo right now. Still, though, 2 minutes of the round to play for. Plenty of time in pocket, and they can just continue to work for it. A messy run out by Mark there, but nothing to really come of it, other than a bit of fear factor, perhaps struck in the heart of the enemy. But unfortunately, SMG-11 recoil does get the better of him on that one. So the attackers, they're just going to continue to work through as normal, right? They've got a full man advantage right now, and just as I say it, will it into existence. Scatman comes alive, shuts down Gallet, execute utility for Scooby-Doo taken offline.
Once more, Scatman on the top of the kill food chain, as now a bit of verticality being set by Labyrinth, who's attempting to find this one player around this half wall, or maybe even to secure the bandit batteries. We'll be able to pick off 2, but it doesn't seem like Punch wants it to end just there. Pulls out the battery, goes for the trick. Will he secure it? Is it being held from below? I think so, and will not find any succession around it, but one of the players, I-9, has snuck his way. There in the Gridlock tracks will take him out. He's down, he's out. The support from the teammate will be a bit too late, and now a refract coming around from Scatman, thankfully, once more showing why he is the final boss of Chalet. NoCap, 2 players above, now taking things into their own hands. Another tracks, but it won't secure a kill this time around, sadly, Peep, as Scatman swings into victory, and all left down to Shavchenko.
1v4, I mean, we almost saw a 1v5 in the previous round, so maybe we might get a 1v4 here if we're lucky. The difference is, as the attacker, in that clutch situation, you have to be the one to make the push. You have to be the one to initiate. NoCap, they're not going to give this one away. They're a tier 1 side, that for a reason. You will not throw a situation like this to the wayside on the defense. You have a rough idea of where he is, just box him in, don't let him get away with too much there. All capitalize on him at once. NoCap will take their first round here as Chalet 2-1 as we complete the first quarter of our map.
That's going to be the first quarter done here. NoCap are seemingly back on their feet, but again, the bounce still needs to show itself with this round. If they want to equalize things out and overtake the defensive to find a 3-3-4-2 split, all the rounds from this point on will need to be next to flawless. We have ourselves the 3rd set of bans, and I imagine we're going to see something maybe along the lines of an ace, maybe along the lines of even a bandit. It's very possible, but again, there's still many options. We've seen power plays from both these sides. It will be a Melusi, it will be a Grim. Doesn't surprise me too much. And now we head into the next round. What side will it be? Top floor.
Top floor, we're going to basement. No Cap not really seeming to be too decisive themselves, but we're heading back down all the way through. I remember a time where this was a favoured site. Everyone loved to play basement, and sure, it is Chalet. All of the sites are viable to a degree, but it's definitely one of the lesser, I would argue, nowadays. Not every team likes to go to it. You tend to see a bit of a mix back and forth on whether teams want to play it or not. No Cap bringing it on, flexing their muscles all the way through the map. I mean, we've seen them on this Chalet already today. They are comfortable everywhere we go. And a very utility-heavy lineup here for the bottom floor.
100%. A bit of a shame that the Izami is banned here, because I imagine No Cap would have been doing great if you just put a couple of those Kibas onto the blue side of things. Again, block out Wine. It's such a good operator on the side, but we're just going to have to digress and kind of replace the operator with some better option. We also see the Warden, which I think isn't going to be of too much help, although with plans going down in smokes recently, especially on this bottom floor, Chalet has been quite a heavy contested zones when it comes down to utility, and the glass being pulled out there, just a perfect counter between the two. Scooby-Doo now on the attacking side. Again, they want to keep the distance of a two-round deficit between themselves and No Cap. With Amonte, I think it's a good way to kind of spread the message that you really, really want it.
Confidence is what this shield operator really takes to maximize his efficiency. Set yourselves in situations that would many consider disadvantageous. Using the Vulcan canister against the defense themselves, they're not allowing any trickery to happen. Not that there's utilities to facilitate it, but immediately pressuring towards the objective now as front wall's been opened up. A sight line that No Cap will have to consider throughout this entire round, and just makes rotations and moving around a lot more difficult than they otherwise would have been.
Don't could be online. Calls not yet, but looking to find them out. Might be just around it. As now we set ourselves for a possible plant lever and taking heavy damage, but pushing forward. And it's going to be faced off with a grim demise here. Low HP, a single bullet, and not being really able to find any value off of it besides just setting Scooby-Doo up for a bit of pressure, as they might recognize that the attackers are looking to get proactive around this main breach side. The glass is doing so. And what a shot from Mark onto those blue stairs. People fall. Didn't expect it, but still found the outcome, resulting in a positive way, as now the attackers, again, they've been stalemated for a moment. They're still looking to find a bit of utility. Any swing against No Cap would for sure find value, but they're not being given it. Smokes out, flashes as well. The Warden is looking to fight against it. Punch finds one. The second, good enough for it. The down onto him, traded, but well worth the value, as now the pistol is looking to make it strike, looking to find any type of value. You're being played around with like a fiddle, and your teammate is outside of the building. I9 claims the pre-last. Glass is the last to fall. Glass is the last to stand. My mistake. And Gallet, what can you do?
Look really cool. Sit out there with a rifle, looking prime, just watching, wait and hope at this point someone gives something away. The issue is you've now got those two players upstairs in library to worry about here. They're going to know Gallet is outside. No one's going to immediately go for the hop outs, but noise is being made, angles are being thrown, and that's just diverting Gallet's attention here, when really I think I9 knows a well-placed C4 could end this here, and now he's going to lob it. It's going to miss. But realistically in this situation here, it's just biding your time if you're Scooby-Doo. Gallet, there's nothing you can really do. As I say, No Cap not going to really give this one away. They're not going to go. So use it as a bit of an impromptu timeout. Take the opportunity to think and reflect, because you've gone from a 2-0 very strong advantage, which is unheard of today, to now a tied 2-2 scoreline. Momentum going the way of No Cap. They found themselves back here on their own map pick. Question is, can they keep going, or is Scooby-Doo going to be able to put a stop in it? Just like I9 gets stopped by Gallet.
Honestly, gotta give all respect to Gallet, who's still doing his best to find any kills, any value, but in the end, there's just certain moments where you have to realize you will not be able to clutch out rounds. This being one of the prime examples. We have ourselves an EQ here. No Cap have now bounced back as 2 more rounds remain within this first half, and they're looking to secure them all right. We had a bit of slip-ups going into the early part of the match, but they're looking to expend them no longer.
No, they don't want to give anything up here. They really do not want to, and I wouldn't be surprised to see No Cap really continue to ride on this wave of momentum. It's taken them a second to find themselves yet again here on Chalet, and can be slightly a different battleground to the way that we found ourselves on Labs a minute ago, but they've really come back alive in themselves here. It's much more what we were seeing from them earlier on this morning, and very much a return to form for them, bringing out the Solace, bringing out this very extensive roam yet again quite likely, and Scooby-Doo, as you can see, making the required operator changes to deal with it.
Yeah, 100%. Return to the top floor, which earlier round was quite a rough bargain here, especially coming in for the defensive because they constantly kept on swinging and challenging the main breach, which didn't really work out for the best of their interest, I'll be completely honest. But now we see NoCap. Take a look at their positioning. They're extending themselves downstairs so the plant won't be as easy to make. And to double down on that thought, we have DCH on the solos, which is a perfect counter.
It's perfect. Exactly what you're going to want in this situation. It's going to read into anything and everything that Scooby-Doo give a go to. All of this information, all of this flank watch that they're relying on, it can be undone by DCH, whether himself doing it directly or feeding the information through for one of his teammates to pull the trigger on. It's a great move, but we'll have to see how it all plays out here. 30 seconds in, drone work being done. Mudroom looking to be the entry point here for Levy, but you can see already I9's looking to play for this one. NoCap continuing the trend of just not really giving up any ground.
Not really giving up any ground, and we have ourselves the first contact, opening by Mr. Punch as he's able to take off that striker. Thankfully, not a lot of value on such an operator, but still a gun lesson. That's certainly going to make its impact down the line and into the long haul of this round. We do have 2 minutes, however, and this is plenty for the attackers to work with, so getting that refrag, opening up utility, it's going to be a necessity, but again, we haven't been really having a fast and steady race with it. It's been mostly NoCap playing aggressive and kind of having you double check if you really want to swing into any corner, because players like Mr. Punch constantly have you on the edge of your seat. And a prime example right now, I think we're going to have ourselves a swing. I think he's really feeling it. It's like a green goblin mask for this man.
He's feeling it. It's like a little green goblin mask. He's ready. He just wants to go for it. He just wants to make it happen. It's I9 to find Levy, rather to extend the lead here for NoCap. Scooby-Doo really losing the grip on this round and the map as a whole, all things considered here. Looking to sort of re-solidify their lead here now. NoCap, all they need to do is shut down these final 3 players. Gallic, Roldini, Shevchenko, all up to the chopping board here. A long angle's being held, but the UMP is not the weapon for it, my friend. Mark's going to fall towards the ground. At least one backed away of Scooby-Doo. Now they just have to find a couple more.
This Lesion's going to set himself up towards Fireplace, which is going to be such a power-strong position. Again, the Habana might be falling victim to it in any second, though. Again, this is a huge spot here. We have ourselves the defenders all around the map. Mr. Punch reevaluates his position, goes out on towards west side, and we have ourselves a fall towards DCH as he's not able to hold his own towards that main side. Breaches are being made. Havana, a bit of shabby work, as again, you'd prefer the Thermite to do the job, but we do have, in general, those pellets. And X-Kairos, as one of the players, the Mute, now setting himself up around bar, pushing forward towards this mezzanine hold, but he's spotted out, and Rolandini will be able to pick up once more. 40 seconds here. The defenders need to hold out for these last few moments as it's starting to get a bit iffy. But again, the 3 attackers, even though they have themselves a lot of possession, they still need these final kills. And Scatman spotted out. Didn't expect the drone work to come in, but they're being cautious as they recognize NoCap as a terrifying team to work against. Punch finds one, still has 2 more to go. It was getting close, and maybe it's going to come back to bite him that he didn't lock down those shots we just witnessed a second ago. Plant will need to be secured, though, and the Thermite, that smoke might be able to actually work in the favor of the defender as he hasn't been spotted out right behind that desk, and Shav will find the last blow as now it's around back towards the side of Scooby-Doo. They won't allow the tempo to prolast for NoCap for too long.
Guaranteed even split as well. Scooby-Doo treading unmarked territory here, really, on Chalet, taking the lead against NoCap, guaranteeing an even tied split, a close game so far it has been. And now all you can hope to do for NoCap is try to equalise this one out, go next and see what you can get going on towards your attacking half. Scooby-Doo, let's close out at half in an advantage. I think that'd be a very good situation to find themselves in. They're going to be attacking onto kitchen, dining, a lot of information being fed through by NoCap, both the Valkyrie and the Mozzie as well here. Scooby-Doo know they're going to be going into this one with everything ready into, and that's exactly why I think we're seeing the IQ.
That's exactly why we're seeing the IQ. And we have one more round here, Travi. It's either going to be a 3-3, but if Scooby-Doo can secure and lock out this 4-2 split, I'm thinking this round, and not only this round, but the map in general, is possible. Oho is the GOAT. We do have to shout out our observer here, who has been kind of the only reason we've been able to steadily watch and cast these matches with everyone who is currently on the stream. Give a W Oho in chat, please. He has been doing a phenomenal observing job, and again, without him, I don't think this would have been as possible.
No, it literally would not have been. There's very few people in the scene, I think, who would be willing to go along with my plan to say, oh, let's get up at 4 a.m. on a Saturday morning and cut and observe and cast some Siege. So the both of you for joining me, honestly, eternally grateful for it. And what a fun morning it has been. Sure, they've not been the closest of matches, but who cares? It's been fun.
It's been fun, and that's what matters. That's exactly what we're here to watch. Some good Siege, some fun, and also to display these players. Again, if we didn't really do this broadcast, maybe these talents wouldn't have had the shows that they do today. And it's always our pleasure, but we head back into round 6, right? This is going to be the last one of the first half, and Scooby-Doo have a lot on the line here. NoCap looking to deny. Their defense has now also resorted to intel gathering, which, like you mentioned earlier, the IQ, they're perfect for denial of it, but only how the aggression is going to show itself. A couple of floor bangs attempted by I9 and an instant opening to the hatch by the Lion. A good response, but Fenrir might be in danger in just a moment. No, one of the players here on Mudroom. Labyrinth will not capitalize on that opportunity.
No, nothing to be found from it, and it keeps things level. It keeps things tied, 5 apiece. All 10 players do remain. Push across now from bathroom side as the attacks start to loom around their way over library. Information, though, is a key part in this round. Look at all of these yellow pings being fed to these defenders here. Everyone on the front line for NoCap has exactly the right read. They know what's coming for them. They know there's a Thermite outside of there, so to go for the trick. But before he does it, Mr. Punch decides to claim the first of the round here, shuts down Roldini, and that's your Ash taken off the table.
That's your Ash taken off the table. You still have the vital importance of that heart breach, right? You still have what you need for the execution, and it seems to be going down, but the Bandit is challenging Labyrinth, who just finds a couple of shots, a spray, a short one at that, will be taken out shortly after, but still, the Bandit is now gone. You can clear out that breach and find yourself the comfortability of going for the plant downstairs as long as another exothermic will connect, and without any denial from those Bandit batteries, it can be made so much more easy. Although Scooby-Doo, the attackers are one player down. They have not really found the frag fest here going into it. The breach might be opened, but NoCap, their aggression here will not stop. The C4 Ascent just barely missing the kill onto Shav. HP-wise, he is down to the bottom of the barrel, but as long as he can do his job of opening up the breach, Scooby-Doo can still lock this out.
I don't think he can. The mute jammer's got... Oh no, never mind. Okay, never mind. Ignore me. Ignore me. 3 versus 4 situation now. NoCap with the advantage in this one, and they extending it a bit more. Mark finds another one, takes down Gallet. Slavchenko with the diffuser in pocket, supported by Peepo up top. It's a split approach here. Only 15 seconds left to do. You're walking into what is essentially going to be your doom here. Player held tight by the breach. Sure, you're able to find one up above, but it's going to have to be a masterclass in plant covery, and you have no idea where you've been hit from. 2 quick kills flooding for NoCap, and they will take the round and walk out of this one with a 3-3 split.
With a 3-3 split. Honestly, this is what we love Chalet for. It's as even as it gets, and up the Chalet, we're going into an even match for once. This amount of rounds that Scooby-Doo right now have. Scooby-Doo have 3 rounds. That is the total that NoCap have lost, not counting this map, in the entirety of today. That is crazy. That is madness. But it's still here witnessed. And Scooby-Doo, if there's any team that can stand up to NoCap, it's them.
If anyone can, Scooby-Doo can. I love that name. I still can't get over that we're sitting here yapping about a team called Scooby-Doo LFO. Like, what? Just to digress, it's just such a phenomenal team name. I mean, I like the NoCap as well. I think it's like a little ice cream, or is it like a little cap? I don't know what it is, but it's cute. I love that these LFO teams do have a bit of fun with their branding. Obviously, they've got a bit of freedom with it as well. Operator bands have come on through while I've been yapping about nonsensical things. Azami, Clash, Blackbeard, Grim.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have it. I didn't really... I don't know why I started yapping about it. I didn't have anything really to add onto those ones. Fairly normal.
I mean, there isn't anything unusual here. I mean, what do we talk about? Do we just sound like a broken record here and say, like, oh, Azami's strong, oh, Grim is strong, oh, Blackbeard's strong? Guess what? Clash is also quite strong. So that's why the bans happen in general. We've seen them throughout the day. They're going to get seen throughout not only today, but into the future of Rainbow Six Siege in general, unless they get nerfed down to the ground. Although these operators, as solid as they are, they still leave some openings here for both these sides to play a bit of what is left, such as the Tuberal, the Melusi, and the Cade, which has been banned in the first half, but not following into the second.
No, it's true. There are some changes, at least, here. And this is the thing, I think, with Chalet. You can find it. It's another one of those maps that I think sometimes falls similarly to Clubhouse, where things not get repetitive, but you do tend to see trends happening time and time again. And there are obviously trends for good reason on it. One thing that's really interesting me, Puffer, and I don't know if I'm missing anything here. Maybe it's just the guns and the frags combo, but we're seeing NoCap and Scooby-Doo as well. They're bringing a lot of IQ, and considering how Thatcher works now, I'm a bit surprised by that.
Yep. Yeah, honestly, I agree with you. But hey,
There's
You
a
know what I'm
reason
just
we're
looking out for?
casting.
Yes.
There's a reason
we
we're
are
not.
casting.
There's a reason we are not playing. They know something we don't.
Yes. They know something we don't. And honestly, we're just going to have to see it in action at one point. But right now, we're going into this. We see Peep on the Vigil. I'm looking forward to how that's going to be used. And I was looking forward to a possible Boss G, but right now I'm not really seeing the primary gun. So Peep, surprise us, please. Well, the meanwhile, Scooby-Doo again. This is going to be a way to kick yourself back into the match as a bit of damage deal to Mr. Punch, who has been an absolute force, an absolute eunuch in a unit, not a eunuch, a unit in the past couple of rounds. And now he's already halfway through.
Yeah. He's been a dominant force really throughout this entire series, and like you say, he's going to be a prime target for Scooby-Doo to really want to close in on, and that's what they do just that. Leverimp with the one with the prize claimed to his name, gets the first opener for this round there from the Tuberel DMR, and it puts Scooby-Doo in an advantage for the first round and a half here. As we say, it's a 3-3. We're effectively back at a 0-0 for all things considered. New half, entirely new game being played here, and Scooby-Doo, though, like they did previously, starting off well.
Starting off well, and we like to see this again. Up the layer, please. No Cap, on the other hand, again, as much as I've supported them, as much as they've become one of my top teams right now because of the performance we've seen from them today and the fun times we've had with them, it just can't be beat. It just can't. But right, we still want more from them and from Scooby-Doo, who again are the top contenders going into today. So the defenders off to a great beginning. They take out the striker once more. It's not going to be vital utility, but as always, gunless matters a lot. Defenders still lurking about, and you want to clear them out. Especially Labyrinth, who's quite a menace with that C4 on hand, could be a danger aspect going into the later part of the round. Hunted down by the IQ, takes the child, but DCH will win the battle, and that's a refrag here going in the favor of No Cap. A second one to tally up with it, but a swing out to piano window. All of a sudden, Scooby-Doo seem to be biting back harder than ever.
This is it now. Scooby-Doo find their way in towards this one, keeping themselves and their heads above water. Final 30 seconds. Wall is being opened on up, so there's a way in towards the objective here for these players. You can get behind half or get that diffuser down, but you've got to be careful. 2 C4s in the back pocket of the defense, first of which ripped and torn, ready to be lobbed across the line, but I don't know if we're going to get there because Roldini's lighting up the kill feed. Gallet with another, leaves it all up to Mark here in a 1 versus 2, 15 seconds. No choice but to push, get aggressive. He's able to get the down on towards 1 with the clock striking against him. He's got no choice here but to get aggressive, go hunting, go fishing for this third, but he has no idea where he is. Gives away the position with the tracers, but matters not. Roldini's good for it, and Scooby-Doo LFO will continue their lead.
They will continue their lead. LFO, for how much longer? Scooby-Doo, both these teams should deserve an organization, and they're proving that right here, right now. But there is always a predominance, right? There's always someone who has to come out on top. And right now, it's Scooby-Doo heading towards that direction, going into map number 2. And again, it's all down to the wire here. If they lose out this map, there's no really second chances going into today's last chance qualifiers. The grand final is done, and it will be No Cap passing through. Well, you're going to have to pass on to a weekend or into the next 2 weekends, was it? It was
2 weekends, yeah. So next stage of opens, which I don't believe the winner of this plays the next stage of opens. So you will get a bye game for the 20th and 21st, and then it is the 9th to 11th where you will decide your fate for Paris, basically. So 3 really important weekends. I think that's the other thing, Puffo. You lose this, everything you've done today, it's not a point system. There's nothing that gets carried between weekends. If you lose this grand final, you're back to square one next week.
Yes. And both these teams don't want that. No one wants that. But again, there's always only one that can come out on top, and both these teams want it just about as bad, even though No Cap have been showing more dominant results. In general, Scooby-Doo, look at the efforts they're putting in, right? They're still 1 round above, maybe not with a map under their belt, but looking to make it at least this be their first, if nothing else. And fighting back is something they've done great. Labyrinth, seeing how confident this player is now put on the Bashi, going for a spawn peek, and this is peak Rainbow Six Siege action. Do we go for the swing out towards the IQ player? It could be greatness as it unfolds, goes for the swing, finds Succession, and that is the IQ done and dusted.
This region has everything to offer, and I'm honestly so here for it. We've gone from Gigabrain Thatcher plays earlier on this morning to some really great methodical clears to something straight out of a ranked or a quick match lobby, just Labyrinth sticking his head out of the front door with a Boss G and taking someone's life down with him. Beautiful work and an even more beautiful shot from Scatman as he at least finds one back. 4 versus 4.
4 versus 4, nicely settling it down. A bit of wiggle room for both these teams. Now they're on even ground. They can try and reevaluate their strategy, see what works best and what other paths they might have up for availability. As a couple of pings coming out, but you're not aware that, again, Scooby-Doo have been aggressive in the past couple of times. They get a bit of damage, almost finding the gridlock. C4 was tempted for a moment, but you'd rather reserve it in the case it comes down to dire moments in that execution, although you won't be able to save it if you peek too far. Just will be able to execute you on the spot. You try to go for that second chance at a gunfight, and you've given them too much time.
That's it. You've given him a lot of time, but you're not giving him any more picks there. Mark going to be shut on down, slipping his way in towards bedroom, and now really confusing the remaining players of No Cap. You can see the panic on their faces, realising, uh-oh, there's someone up here with me. DCH left chasing Ghost with a pistol, but he doesn't realise he's caught between two of them. The support just a little bit too far away there, leaving I9 to pick up the pieces. And unfortunately for him, they're scattered all over the floor.
Oh, caught in the crossfire must suck, but hey, No Cap, you gotta do with what you're given. Scooby-Doo could be given a 5th round, and you want to deny it as much as possible. Diffuser down on the ground, Scatman seeking out the side as it's open, free for granted. You don't have the diffuser, and even some players up from above, making this such a difficult time for the attacking side. Smoke sent, position of Scatman revealed. Looking to make the Gridlock's entry as easy as possible, but having such low HP will not help the circumstance. And now look at the players from Mezzanine just making it difficult. The Bashi sings out and the Gridlock surpasses that fireplace area into the side. Could get the plan behind bar. Now it's all down to Scatman and how well he can hold it. It will be down. Still very possible. Down to the 20 seconds you have to remain. And working off of each other is going to be the majority of this entire prep. Into the execution, the Gridlock falls. It's down to the IQ. Scatman brings it into a 1v1. Unofficially, his Labyrinth can get picked up, and is that a risk that Roldini here is willing to take? The Fenrir takes it, has some time, plenty of it, you know, 7 seconds need to be reserved for that defuse, and if they can hot douse Scatman, who's the last remaining, it's all they really need. No Cap, although relying shoulders of one player. It's a large burden to carry, but Scatman has a good gun to do it, and he has the ambition, the will to find one. One more remains for a quad to be locked down, and the round to be secure. Low HP, and he gets the shot. No Cap will get themselves a round back to keep things even. And a 4-4, as this game will progress further down the line, and I'm crossing my fingers for an overtime.
Dragging the distance through this one. This one does not stop delivering, Puffo. Finally, we're getting a close back and forth between these two sides. And like I say, it's just delivering on every metric there. We were promised an ace clutch earlier, didn't quite get it, but finally here, a massive quad kill clutch there. Keeping No Cap fighting in this one. 4 versus 4 in terms of round count. Things could not be closer here on Chalet, but as this scoreline edges a bit, keep itself narrow, you've got to worry for Scooby-Doo because they've got to keep in mind, if they lose this map, that is it. It is over. If No Cap loses this map, you've got Lair as a fallback. No Cap have a safety net playing underneath them right now. For Scooby-Doo, the pressure is on.
The pressure is on, and that's what's fueling them, I imagine. That's what's changing the results this time around, because it's adapt or die. Scooby-Doo have done the latter, and now they're looking to prove it on results-wise, even though No Cap just got away with a one-man army doing a quad kill to secure at least one and keep things a bit more balanced as all things should be. It is a 4-4, and Scooby-Doo still have the opportunity of regulation. They just can't allow No Cap to pick up the momentum once more. Again, once No Cap get into the groove of things, they are not easily stopped, and that's what we've seen in the first 3 maps, or first 2 maps where they won 7-0 and 7-1.
That's it. You cannot stop the momentum of No Cap. They, as we literally say, once they start going, they literally have no cap. I think that's the best catch line for this team at the moment. You do not have a pause switch on them. So what do you do if you're Scooby-Doo? You don't let them get going in the first place here. You've given them a glimpse of hope with that clutch up. Now you need to take it immediately back from them and hit them around the face with it even harder. Mira holding towards stock side has been spotted out. Seems like she's going to be the first one to try and be cleared here. Scatman on the Ash can deal with the window itself, just has to get himself into a position to do so.
Has to get the right position. Gallant holding Library on his own as of the moment. Again, could be a victim to a crossfire. That's No Cap might establish pushing towards this mezzanine balcony, and you expose yourself up for danger. You know, Labyrinth has been absolutely loving this Bashi, and it delivers a bit of damage towards the Ash. Thankfully, it's not the finishing blow, so another opportunity at life, but Mr. Punch won't have the same qualities as Gallet will take him out. He himself is a victim quickly after, thanks to Mark putting in the effort, and this top floor is being an absolute calamity. Scatman with another second here for No Cap. They're looking to turn things in their favor, and maybe even the leverage, as they've been constantly shadowed following the footsteps of Scooby-Doo, but this no longer persists. 4v2 situation, Scooby-Doo, where the hell are your players? Virgil going for the flank while the last on site is determined and dead. Scatman post-mortem, it seems like, but still alive, finding DCH, and that's where it ends, as NoCap will get themselves the 5th round, and what about Scooby-Doo?
Now NoCap start to take the lead, and this is the worry for me, Puffo, because this is what we saw from NoCap this morning. This fast, aggressive siege. You've got an operator ban. This is your opportunity to really stop things here. Do not let them get any more, because I can't help but worry. If NoCap are able to secure a match point out of this, overtime gets incredibly, incredibly risky as a prospect here. Get yourself, keep it tied, pull it together. They can do this. We've seen the quality from them. A Mirror and a Ying, a great ban from the defense there. Taking out, dissecting away some of that chaos element that NoCap rely upon, removing one of their building foundational pillars.
We head into this next round with so much pressure, because NoCap, like you said, Travi, need to be stopped right now. This is just beginning of the rise of them trying to bring about the beginning of the end.
Attackers have located a bomb.
But Scooby-Doo still have the opportunity to freeze it in time. Capture it for themselves, use it against NoCap. They are on Kitchen and Dining. This was an extremely well-played round from the defenders last time around. If Scooby-Doo can capture that instance and at least get that 5-5, maybe 6-5, 7-5, a bit of a long distance, but still within consideration, I imagine. It could be done within regulation by any of these teams. The only difference is that NoCap already have a map. Scooby-Doo don't.
All cards are still on the table. And that's what's entertaining about this round 10 here. Everything is still out for the possibility. You know, NoCap, sure, they can lock in an overtime and get themselves on match series point with this one, but equally so, Scooby-Doo continue what they've been doing so great all night long for themselves. It's really anyone's game still, and hopefully things to continue to progress in that sort of exciting way. NoCap, double shield lineup here, Ossa and a Montaigne being brought along, really relying on the information, and I've got a feeling we might be seeing a bit of a slowdown on their pace in this round.
Yes, we for sure will be. Again, the Monty needs to take his time clearing things out. He can block all those bullets, but in the meanwhile, that doesn't make it any easier to progress forward with your team on your back as well, as Scooby-Doo can still play aggressive and just ignore the shield while taking out your teammates. It's a risky fight, but again, it does seem to bring about a bit of pressure towards these two defenders. The Wamai and Tubarao will be pushed back for a slight moment. Now you get yourself some leverage. Now Mr. Punch can push forward with the drone right in front of him. That means we have a drone and an indestructible large mountain right behind it to kind of clear the way for the attackers to do their job, get the breach. But although we have a bit of risky gambits coming out towards this mezzanine balcony, he got quite close for a moment, and look at Mark just backing away from that. Fight doesn't really want to contest it.
I like that they respect each other. I think NoCap have finally found an opponent inside of this series that they actually can respect. They realise they're a genuine threat, and they have to be at the very best of their game here to continue to take the lead and really win things as they have been all day long. IQ doing our work underneath there, taking down the electro clauses. This top floor hold continues to be really, really precarious. I just love the aggression here. Despite the stakes, despite the situation, Peepo's at the front, ready to play things. C4 in hand, causes the Montaigne to back right on off. He's going to retreat. An exothermic doesn't quite open up the wall there, buying the Tubarao just a little bit more time here to play with life. 70 seconds to go, Puffo, and every second's going to count.
Every second's going to count. The defender's taking heavy damage. That's going to be lumbering down to a bullet, maybe even less right now. But the mute can persist for a bit longer right now. The Tubarao's timings onto these freeze nades will be very vital, as Scatman will find one DCH to quickly follow along. The breach is out, and the Tubarao's going to use that as a sort of way to over-aggro towards Piano side, but we haven't found much succession as the attackers have resorted down one floor below. Mr. Punch finding another as Mark is the first to finally fall, but three have been exchanged for the count of one, and this Tubarao could find greatness if it's not being held, but it is. Scatman 12 steps ahead, finds one more, gets taken out, but now Gallet has been left in a 1v3 situation, and the precedent set up by the players of NoCap here for greatness on towards this match point. 3 against 1. Monty still on the board. Gallet absolutely out-cornered and backed up against the wall as he can't do much besides accept the bullets. The fate has been set. It is match point. NoCap have 2 rounds now to finish this series, but will Scooby-Doo allow it?
This is the troublesome point. This is where I start to get nervous, Puffo. This is the one bit of this day where I'm worried for Scooby-Doo at the moment. No Cap has just got from as soon as they got that quad kill clutch up, it's just yet again set themselves on another level. They've just jumped up another peg. They just keep on going. They don't know where to stop, and Scooby-Doo have really struggled to match them here in the last few rounds. So what could be their final go at things here in day one of the LCQs is going to be on the top floor. Head towards master bedroom here. A lineup that yet again focuses on denying attacking utility, slowing them down, giving Scooby-Doo that breathing room, that space to be able to read the game, and then they just need to hope that they can win their ones with what they find.
And No Cap responding with an adaptation that normally isn't expected. For a moment I saw Glass, I was kind of shivering in my timbers, but now it's going to be a bit more courting to the counter of what Scooby-Doo bring, right? That slowdown, so they're going to double down on it. We're going to use the Monty. We're not going to get slowed. We're going to go at the same pace, just with a bit more protection. And also the Ace switched off with the Thermite. Again, we did see in that previous round, the Thermite had to go for a full rotation right through Fireplace, up the stairs, onto the main breach, instead of just jumping through that mezzanine balcony window. And the Ace, and it's because you have to get up close with the exothermic. With the Ace, now you can just chuck those Selmas and find the breach. That's a good adaptation I also like. We did see a bit of a run out there for a moment, I think, but it was quickly just put back into the building.
Yeah, run out. Quickly back as run in. As you recognise, you're probably not going to find anything off for this one. And the one thing I really want to give Scooby-Doo so far is they've been phenomenal at, despite being on the back foot for a lot of this series, they're not stopping with these aggressive picks. They're going out of windows. They're still trying these run-outs. It's a shy of confidence, and sometimes it's confidence that bites them in the backside. Scatman opens us up here on this round number 11 here with the first pick of it. Shavchenko taken down.
Not a bright sight to see again. It's going to be the C4 as well, which would have been monumental to take out this Monty, who's just plundering himself forward. A bit of information coming through, attempting the wall bangs. Damage is delivered onto Pete, but nothing more than a slap on the wrist for now, as he's able to retreat down to these trophy stairs. Challenge anyone looking to approach a bit too close. Verticality even set up by some of these defenders to help him out. As now No Cap, they've already found themselves a kill. They have some wiggle room still, and a minute 40 to remain, so they can play around it a bit, but sooner or later they will need to progress from this bottom floor.
They need to find a way out of there, and that's the thing. They're in such a tricky position right now. Pre-placed C4 is going to be taken down, taken care of, as well as the Electro Claws up above there. And you can see what the idea was. But while the IQ's trying to pop the Electro Claws, take her out, but no, she's privy to it. That's what the IQ's there for. That's her job. Let me go for a bit of a run outside, gets paid the price for it. Chasing up Ghosts, Mark finds it. 3 versus 5 now. Final minute to hold on to. Scooby-Doo are not in a good situation right now. They need to find something to equalize back. The Fuser's going on down. They're able to take down Mark in the process, going for the run out, and they're able to find it. 3 versus 3 situation. Deny the plant, find a situation where they could get themselves out of this. All they need to do is shut down these final 2 players, but fishing for a confirmation. Gallic gets shut down. Advantage swings back the way of No Cap.
Oh, a shot from DCH. Although Scooby-Doo are looking quite determined, right? They have one more player to stand up for it. He's just spraying through, hoping to find some lucky shots, but they are not connecting, and that's what really could bring it down. The plant behind the half wall is fully secured. The Malusi's looking to make her best efforts, looking to find the kill, is not showing itself, and you are now in a 1v3 post-plant against time itself. Clock pivoting against you, the drone on you, actively seeking information. A shot from DCH, and it will be No Cap finding a 2-0 series. The grand final is theirs to claim, and APAC have found themselves the first Last Chance Qualifier victor. It will be No Cap. Maybe no organization, but they sure as hell know how to shoot their shots.
No limits for this team. Constantly evolutioning throughout the entire day, improving what they have to show us here, and they have delivered a great result. 7-4 really was the closest they were able to get to anything in a defeat all day long, and even then, they just seem such a cut above the rest here. Now, while that is the grand final for today, No Cap, they've not secured themselves their spot in the closed qualifiers just yet. There's only one spot out of each open qualifier in the final stage of the competition. As you can see on screen here, there's only one spot from the open qualifiers for each sub-region. So they will have to play a best of 3 up against the winner of next week's qualifier. One more grand final for them, and they will have their spot in the closed qualifier.
Yep, and Travi, I'm hoping it's going to be Scooby-Doo. I'm hoping it's going to be Scooby-Doo.
Another rematch.
I hope they come back better than ever, and I hope they can deliver a similar performance on Chalet just throughout all the maps. Because let's be honest, Nighthaven was a bit rough, And I think if they were ready and a bit more prepared for a team such as NoCap, they could have maybe even secured that map 1. Then Chalet wouldn't have been theirs, but then map 3 would have been here, and yippee later, and everyone, jazz hands, happy all around, yay! But in general, honestly, it has been so fun today, and firstly, thank you, Traviiiii, by the way, for bringing me on.
No, well, thank you for first and joymost coming on as well. Ohotnx, our observer, bringing us all of the action throughout this morning. Without you two, this really wouldn't have been possible. It would have just been me sitting in a room quietly on my own. So thank you to you both for coming along, helping out with the stream. Really do appreciate it. Shout out to the Blast team who have given me this wonderful little space because, as you can see, I'm not in my home setup. I'm not in my bedroom. We're in Malta. EML finals are getting prepared down the corridor for us. It's going to be a banging afternoon of Siege, regardless of. So do go check that one out on the main channel when it's live this afternoon because it looks awesome. It's going to be a really awesome show this afternoon for it. Team Seeker are going to be waiting up the loser of G2 Falcons. Some really awesome teams. And we've had a great morning here as well, right, Puffo? We've been going on the trot almost 5 hours now. I can tell you it does not feel like it. From 5 o'clock this morning to now almost approaching 10. It's been a phenomenal morning and there's been so much to really dissect here.
Yeah, there has been so much action, a lot of nuances. Again, we expected Daystar to be one of the teams coming out on top, or many other, but we've been surprised by NoCap and Scooby-Doo just absolutely popping off and showing that they're the team that deserves to be in these spots. And again, I'm looking forward to Scooby-Doo showing us more into the next Last Chance Qualifier and bringing it back because this best of 3, I think, had the most potential besides NoCap just... Let's say 7-0, 7-1. Like, how the hell does a team do that? It just shouldn't be allowed. But in general, we gotta give support to everyone here who has played, put in their best efforts, and showed that they still do want to make it. Right? It's very inspiring. And again, like you said it, we want to once more shout out everyone. Thank you to also NoCap's unofficial sponsor, the Cappy drink that Traviiiii has already. Traviiiii has absolutely just consumed, enjoyed. Was it good?
It was actually really good. I don't actually know what was in here because it's all in, oh no, it is here. Non-carbonated fruit drink with various juices and puree from concentrate, apple, orange, lemon, grape and peach. It was actually quite nice. It was like a fruit juice. It was not bad. It was pretty good. Not sponsored, but do got to give credit where credit's due. Obviously, all 3 other APL sub-regions have been going on this morning. Victor Dowd Under in Australia was Man LFO, taking things over the Barbie boys. The winners of that roster were Pluto, Hunter, Element, Sharky, and Beers. Love that name. So always great to see things going on down in O's. I believe APAC North is still underway in terms of their grand final. I don't think that one's been settled yet. There's not a feed to hop onto, unfortunately, so we won't be able to cover it. And obviously, as you saw here, the victors today were NoCap here in Asia. Next set of qualifiers is 2 weeks' time to the date, Saturday the 20th of December at silly o'clock in the morning European time, regular clock in the morning if you are watching this from the APAC region where these players are all based from. But from me in the studio, from everyone remotely, thank you all very much for watching. Thank you again to you two for coming on, Blast for providing the space, and we will be seeing you with more Six Invitational 2026 LCQ action in the coming weeks. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Enjoy the EML finals if you're here in sunny Malta, and we'll catch you all in the next one. Bye-bye.